Hey everybody, my last live had stopped. The stream had stopped, so I had to refresh the browser and start a whole new one. So this one shouldn't cut off because I had to go in and change the settings. So I'm gonna just wait for everybody to come in. For those of you who wanted an update on what happened today in court, it's on the last live, so hopefully they still let it stay up. YouTube has been given a lot of problems since Robert's trial has started. I don't know if other content creators are dealing with it, but they've been given a lot of problems. Even with us uploading things about Robert and the trial on the community board, YouTube been trying to not post it, or they will it'd be harder for me to post and I have to repost it. So yeah, YouTube definitely has been interfering with Robert's trial. I got a couple emails about a couple transcripts that people wanted to hear that they didn't hear us read last week. And it was a very busy week last week. So those people who donated for copies, I just gave everybody their copies. But what I will do is, for the people who asked me about certain transcripts to read, today I'm going to read 2 of them per requests from individuals, because I think we might have didn't go through them last week. I'm not really sure. I just know that as the transcripts were coming in, like I told you guys, we don't get the transcript the day of court. So today, the transcript for today, we wouldn't get until tomorrow. So that's why you'll probably see most bloggers a day behind, or some people are still reading transcripts from last week, because every day since the trial started, you had the prosecution side doing their direct, and then you have the defense doing their cross-examination, and then the prosecutor comes back at the end sometimes with another direct, and then you have multiple defense attorneys. I just realized last week that Daryl McDavid has he has 2 separate law firms that's pertained to him. So he has almost 4 attorneys on the court transcripts. Then Robert has Jennifer Bonjean, Ashley, and she just added another attorney, Diana. And then you have Milton Brown. He has the USA attorney, public defender, and it's about 3 of them. So with all those defense attorneys having to cross each of the prosecutor's witnesses, then the prosecutors does their direct cross-examination. So that's why you'll see that with the transcript, a lot of people was just reading the main parts that people want to hear. So, like I said, the ones that y'all requested, hi Regina, I'm going to go ahead and read, because I do think that we didn't go over a couple of the people in the transcripts. Like the one that was requested today, you guys want to hear about the guy who works for the IRS, who claims he went through all the records of RKELLY'S bank check statements and things of that nature. So I'll go ahead and read that, because to me that is important. because the IRS guy, when he went through all the bank statements and all the checks and all the wire transfers, not one of them has R. Kelly's signature. None of them that was also put all the wire transfers that was going in and out of these different accounts doesn't have R. Kelly's authorization either. A lot of these checks and a lot of these transactions have Daryl McDavid name on a lot of them. Linda Mitch name on a lot of them. Even wire transfers coming to her bank. Milton Brown has a good fair amount of them too, but Daryl McDavid has a lot of signatures. Even some checks in the memo as like off the wall stuff, like child support and AMZ credit card payments, and then it was one for like Ruth Chris Steakhouse, or like, but Robert, the man went through the stuff, and Robert did not sign for a lot of these things. So we do know that Daryl McDavid was his accountant, but when Rashana was getting this $1,000 or $1,150 a month, a lot of them came through Daryl McDavid and Linda Mitch. A lot of them came through Daryl McDavid and Linda Mitch. And a lot of wire transfers was going into Daryl McDavid's account. So they were pulling money out of these different accounts that's supposed to be Robert's and Robert's home account, but it was money coming out his account going into their account. It was so many checks that was written out to everybody and not R. Kelly's signature. So Jennifer Bonjean also argues that a lot of these transactions he didn't authorize. So I'm gonna definitely go through that, and you guys want to hear Freeman's crossed by what is his name? Daryl McDavid's lawyer. So I'm gonna wait to see if Leslie comes in, and we can go ahead and get them out the way. And since y'all emailed me about that, I will do that for y'all. To go back to the ones from last week that y'all didn't get to hear due to Rashana's being very long, her mother's being very long, everybody's being long. So y'all wasn't able to hear the individuals who testify in between, like the polygraphers, the IRS agents, the retired police officers, the detectives. And today I told you guys that I was trying to think of the lady name who testified. The lady name who testified today, which I don't understand why the prosecutors even had her testify, but her name was Greta Allen. She's a registrar for a South Suburban School District, and she identified a transcript for Tracy Sampson saying that she graduated from Rich East High School in 1999. Hey, Lady G. Exactly, Regina. Felony embezzlement. Exactly. So when y'all hear me read this transcript, it really shocked me because I kind of skimmed through that one last week because I know everybody wanted to hear Rashana and her mom and stuff. But no, you guys, Regina, you are totally right. Felony embezzlement like a mug. I'm talking about checks after checks after checks after checks. And then it was about 5 or 6 accounts. I think only one was in Robert's name, and they called it like his home account or whatever. And It was so many wire transfers coming out of that account without his authorization. That's the crazy part. That's even the one from Rashana mom, and then where they trying to say these plane tickets and all this stuff. Robert didn't authorize them either. So it's like, how do he know a lot of these things that were authorized by Daryl McDavid? How do we know Robert authorized this stuff? And I know some people will say, oh, well, McDavid was his accountant, so he was privileged to deal with some of his money. But no, also, every time Robert does a business deal, or if McDavid launches a business deal for him, or if Robert launches some type of like concert or some type of business for his music, do you know Daryl McDavid every time was taking 10%? So every time Robert would get paid, Daryl McDavid was supposed to get 10% commission off every business deal. Then they had credit cards. That's what I was talking to you about last week. But see, Linda Mitch is dead, so a lot of this stuff she can't be here to speak about. But they had credit cards. It wasn't always Bass Productions. That's what I was telling y'all last week. Bass Productions was the first payroll before Linda Mitch came in. When Linda Mitch came in, she changed it to RSK Enterprise. And when she changed it to RSK Enterprise, McDavid was going since like 2013 or like the beginning of 2014. But when Linda Mitch came in, she's another one. She was also authorized to not only go inside of these banking accounts and stuff, but she was authorized to write up checks, do money transfers. So this is why Robert's bank, when they finally closed the account down and told him it was a lot of activity going on and they needed him to come to the bank, because it was so many different people that was writing checks, that was doing wire transfers, that was sending money from his account and sending wire transfers to their accounts and other accounts. Then the credit cards that they had, I believe they was only supposed to use these credit cards for like things that Robert needed, or I think that's what, to me, it looks like that was for, like, I guess to pay for like the flights through the travel agent, or probably stuff for the enterprise, I believe. I don't think they were supposed to be using the credit cards for their personal use to pay their credit card bills, or one of them they trying to say Rashana got, I think, one of her credit card bills or a bill paid for, and it was like $700 some, but it was authorized through Daryl McDavid, not Robert. And remember, Rashana testified and said she didn't have, hey Phoenix, I haven't seen you in a while, I hope you're doing okay. Rashana said she didn't have an agreement with Robert. So it makes you wonder, like, they know he couldn't read and he couldn't do math and stuff like that. So they was just digging all in through his money. Not only was Cheryl Mack lying about different transactions with the travel agency and the party promoters, they was tucking side money. So when Cheryl Mack didn't get paid for almost 2 months, when Robert doxed her pay, was because she stole. She was giving the party promoters one price. They was giving her one price, but she was giving Robert and telling him, oh no, they only want to give you, for example, she would be like, they only want to give you $500,000 for this concert, for this show. But instead, they done gave her damn near $900,000. But she would tell Robert, oh, wait a minute, you guys, I don't know why that's making all that noise. Sorry. I don't know what that is. Hold on. I don't know what that is, y'all, that noise. Yeah, but she would tell Robert a whole different price. And Robert, like, you know, what the heck is going on? So luckily the party promoters were nice enough, and they came and told Robert. So every time they would steal, he would go to his lawyers, and they would admit in front of the lawyer that they stole, because the party promoter would be right there, Robert's lawyer himself, and that's where the paperwork came from. Where, I don't know if some of y'all remember, but in New York case, for example, that's why Cheryl Mack signed that paperwork, that she tried to say at first Robert made her sign it, but then when Comedic did the cross-examination, she finally admitted that she did get doxed, her pay, because the party promoter came and told Robert that they gave her more money. So she had stole like up to $40,000 or $30,000. So he doxed that from her, from paying her. He took his the 30,000 she stole. He just ain't pay her 30,000, took it out her regular money. And I think she didn't get paid for like 2 months, 8 weeks or something. So that's why she signed those papers. So like a lot of them, when they was getting caught stealing and stuff, so Robert never had to go through later on, they trying to sue him or, try to lie. They was going to the lawyer and admitting these things. That's why you've seen a lot of them saying they stole this or they stole that. Because I believe after 2008 and after all the stuff he was going through, far as people kept stealing, he started making a tracts of it so that they can't come later and try to sue him for some money after they didn't stole the stuff. Even the travel agency, Cheryl Mack was stealing money from their inland image. They was giving Robert one price, but they would give the travel agent another price, and then they would keep the rest of the money. And if they're dealing with his the money, then Robert don't see the money going, because they was just giving him the credit cards. Like sometimes he wasn't even having cash. They were just giving him the card. So like wherever he had, he could just swipe the card somewhere. Like, since a lot of times he didn't even have cash on him. And this is why he didn't know a lot, because he just using the card back and forth. He not knowing the balance, the transactions, what's going in and out of his bank. So like when different concerts and party promoters were paying him, and he would get paid, Daryl McDavid, every business deal or every concert, he had 3% coming out of every transfer of Robert's money to his other business. And you're right, Regina, McDavid had the Weston Klein or something McDavid business. Plus he has the restaurant in Oak Park, which the restaurant brings in damn near $1 million salary a year. So like this man, all that money he stole from Robert, I believe he put into that restaurant. That's how he got that restaurant. Like he riding around in a damn Bentley. And Robert ain't really have like a main car. And you right, Cheryl Mack should be investigated too. She should. Because she started a lot of this stuff with Lifetime with Ashanti McGee, all because Cheryl Mack was mad. Not only because she was stealing, but the last day that she walked off was when they were in California, when Robert was going to throw the surprise party for Cash Howard, his wardrobe manager, and Cheryl Mack told her about the surprise party. And this is when Mrs. Azriel Clary flew out there. That was when they all was in California when Robert did that concert. And that's when Cheryl Mack testified that she seen Azriel look like she was giving Robert head inside of the dressing room when they was at the concert. That was this. All that was the same exact day. But when she testified, she said Azriel kept pushing herself over to his penis. Azriel kept scooting her chair all the way up to his penis. It wasn't him forcing himself on her. So when everybody was leaving out the room, she was staying in there, Azriel. And she said that's what turned her off, seeing Azriel doing that, and that's why she stormed out the room. But I believe that's when she started texting the other parents and um going back and forth with the Mayweather. She was Cheryl Mack was attacking Diana Copeland, lying to her, talking because somebody had stole Diana Copeland's computer. Right around the time all the charges start coming on Robert. And she tried to say to Diana Copeland, like, oh, we got you, Robert got you on video and he got you on tapes with you with the females, and we got everything that's on your computer, so you might as well come forward now. And Diana Copeland was like, excuse me, I know for sure I ain't on no tape. She said, because I always did my job. I wasn't doing nothing like that with my boss and none of that. She said, so I know that that's not true. She said, but that's not cool for people to, make that stuff up and lie. And she said that's why she was staying back and didn't want to like support none of the females because they were lying. And then come to find out that it was Cheryl Mack who was sending Diana Copeland them lying text messages and stuff about you need to come forward because you on videos with the females, and none of that was true. And I ain't gonna lie, Diana Copeland, she kind of stayed on the same thing she was saying. She didn't switch when she testified. When she testified, she said she didn't see no young girls that looked like they was underage or anything. She didn't see nobody being abused. She said, and all the women that was around him, they wanted to be, they was calling themselves his woman. And because he's a celebrity, she said it's a different way that they move around. So when he will be coming to concerts and stuff, you can't just run right off the bus and go roaming all in the streets. Is a order that they have with the security and check to make sure everybody be safe. And some way when he's in the concert, a lot of them want to just sit up in the damn tour bus waiting around. They could have went home. They could have went back to their state, their city. They chose, Diana said, to sit up inside the Sprinter for 7 and 8 hours and all that while he's performing. They chose to do that. So if you stuck out of nowhere and you in the Sprinter and you ride nowhere and ain't no bathroom, you ain't gonna pee on yourself. So if you got a cup or something to go, you gonna go, right? And they said that Robert was the one that made up the rule about the pooping thing. Because some of the buses, if they poop, then everybody would be stuck smelling it for hours and hours if they was in the middle of the road somewhere. So that's why they all used to not do the number 2 inside the bathroom. Oh, thank you, Ordinary. So we definitely gonna get into these IRS checks, wire transfers, and remember when they was trying to track down these different checks that was going to Rashana and her father. And remember, Rashana's father worked for Bass Productions and he worked for RSK Enterprise. Even though the prosecutors want to keep pushing it like, you know, he worked for R. Kelly. Okay, all fair and well. But all of their checks and all the employees that were getting paid, R. Kelly was not paying them. Bass Productions was paying them. Then, when RSK Enterprise came in, Linda Mitch was paying them through RSK Enterprise. So R. Kelly never wrote like a single check to nobody. And it would make sense because if he can't read that well and deal with all that paper, why would he even be dealing with that? This is why they stole so much, because they knew that they wanted to keep him away from that type of stuff. That's why they wanted to keep him occupied in other ways, so that he wouldn't see that, so he wouldn't get curious about the numbers, so he wouldn't worry about none of that. Because I'm starting to think that when they was telling Robert to settle all these settlements, like the girl Nia testified today, she got 500,000, all because after she didn't see Robert when she went to Chicago to her cousins and they was all up at the studio. When she left, she tried to call his phone or hit him up, and he ain't respond to her in months. She went on and found Susan Logan, and she said as soon as she put the settlement in, it ain't take no time. She got the whole 500,000. And her lawsuit basically was bullcrap because she ain't really say nothing. Like, she ain't say the man raped her or nothing. Her thing is basically like Tiffany Hawkins one. Like emotional distress or some bullcrap like that. So then when you come to Tracy Sampson, I don't know if she went through Susan Logan, but I'm pretty sure she did. But she settled out her settlement right after it seemed like hers, after she claimed that she was with Robert and Rashana. Then after that, she supposed to have seen him like a couple times after that. Then she went and got a lawsuit. And she said hers was settled for 250,000, but Robert ain't paid the whole amount. Right? But when you sit back and you think about when Robert say that Daryl McDavid and the lawyers kept telling him to settle this one and settle that one and settle this out of court, settle that out of court. How do we know that they didn't tell Robert a price and gave these females one price and they didn't keep the rest? Because if they know that they getting Robert to do these settlements and they're convincing him like, yeah, ain't no point in going to court, don't fight it, because you know it's going to cost you more money if you fight it. This way we give them money. They can't bring nothing up. They can't come lie on you. They can't go to media. They can just take the money and go. This is what they telling Robert. So he's only going to do what's in the best interest of what his lawyers telling him, which is a legal representation. He believing in Daryl McDavid because this is business accountant. They all just tell him, yeah, just go ahead, just pay out the settlement. But I'm telling y'all, I believe that they all was working together. Because when Rashana came out and said, after she got the two settlements, do y'all know she went and sued Susan Logan's? She tried to give Robert some money back out of the second settlement, and she was trying to get with Robert. And she said in court, yeah, because she was trying to get with him. She wanted him. She was in love with him, Geronda. So when she got the second settlement, she tried to give him some money back out the settlement. And then she went and sued Susan Logan. And then she claimed she even gave Bubba some money. So how do we know that with the Rashana thing, because everything the mom talk about, Darryl McDavid, Darryl McDavid, Darryl McDavid, Darryl McDavid, Darryl McDavid. It was a lot of stuff going on with them and Darryl McDavid. And all the checks that was getting written to Rashana up until 2014 was an issue, Darryl McDavid. And when they asked Rashana, did you and Robert have a verbal agreement about allowance or money he's gonna be giving you? Or she said only thing she spoke about, she said that he told her he'll help her. I think that's what she said. When she first moved out from with him and Drea in 2011. I don't know if she was still in school or what was going on with work, but I know that she asked him something about her down payment and all that for her to get in there. And I think Robert agreed to help her. But she started getting all these miscellaneous checks from 2011 to 2014. Right when McDavid left, all the checks stopped going to her too. Isn't that weird? Soon as he got rid of McDavid, all them different transactions, when I read it, y'all gonna be able to see how all the different miscellaneous wire transfers and the checks with these funny memos on it, all that stopped when McDavid left. And then come here the more stealing when Linda Mitch took over RSK Enterprise. Now you got her and Cheryl Mack doing they twisted stuff. Oh wow, Denitra. That's crazy. Wow. And like I said, I don't know if the defense is going to call Susan Logan, but I know today Jennifer Bongine told Tracy Sampson when she asked her, did you tell the investigators um, that you were 17 when you got your lawsuit? And she said, oh, I don't remember what I said. You got to ask them, and they ain't here. And Bongine said, oh, don't worry, because they will be. So that lets me know that the defense is going to call them investigators who the females was talking to in 2002. Bongine is going to call most likely all these people who got these lawsuits with these lawyers and stuff. Because if you're trying to say that these females were underage, Tracy Sampson, the girl testified today, Nia. Once you follow the money and go back to the initial person who got these lawsuits, either it was Susan Logan or if some of these females was under different lawyers from Susan Logan firm. Because I told y'all, Ian Alexander, that was the lawyer who Demetrius took Tiffany to. I don't know why Demetrius thought him taking her to Ian Alexander was going to just take her to the police. Nah. He's another associate of Susan Logan. And he took Tiffany Hawkins right to the bank. Okay? Right to the bank. Demetrius was all mad to my name, give him nothing. She told him like that Robert abused her or something. He said he didn't understand. Well, if you saying Robert abused and hurt you, why are you seeking for money? Why are you trying to get a check and not put him in jail? So Demetrius tried to act like he didn't know. He didn't understand that. Fool. You knew once you took her to anybody that worked for Susan Logan. She wasn't going to no cops. She was going to go break bread. Period. So I believe all these people that's trying to say they were minors. How the hell was a minor getting a $500,000 check? How did Nia, that testified today, how was she able to get a $500,000 check? And she said it didn't take no time once she went to Susan Logan. She said she got the check ASAP. How was she able to get a $500,000 check at 15? How did she cash it? What bank did she put $500,000 in? Or did her mother cash it? Did her mother sign for it? Because if she was underage and Susan Logan let her file this lawsuit and Susan Logan didn't report it, then Susan Logan needs to be in jail. If that's what they want to try to say, that these females were minors, and all of these females got these big settlements, and if all these females signed for these settlements, and they were supposed to be minors, doesn't that mean Susan Logan's supposed to allegedly covered up a crime for money? Ain't that what they say, right? Oh, okay. And if the parents signed it, then the parents was basically saying that their daughters were not underage. Because that means the parents were aware of the lawsuits. And that means the parents gain financial gain off the lawsuits. Because I don't understand in my whole mind that all these females got all this money and nobody got nothing to show for it. The guy Keith, when he testified last week and they asked him, well, hey, what did you spend $100,000 on? He said, I don't know. Nobody can tell you they went and invested in a business. Nobody can tell you they went and bought houses and got into real estate, or they own this asset or that asset, or they put it in savings bonds for their kids, or they pay for their kids college tuitions. Or nobody can tell you what they did with this damn money. Nobody. You said Robin Shaperio Cohen is a real estate attorney. I don't know who that is, Demetria. Yes, he did say that. And let me see. I think I spoke. Hey, Miss AGZ. He sure did say that. I'm gonna put this link in the chat, you guys, for anybody that wanna come up. For some of you that's just coming in here, the first live is from the what happened in court today with the individuals who testified. And the live had cut off after about 2 hours in. So I hope they leave it up. But now we just gonna get into these records from the IRS um agent who testified, and I got a couple requests in my email for a couple people who testified last week, and people were saying to me they don't recall us reading certain parts. So I'm gonna try to get through those too, because there's a couple transcripts that we didn't read because yesterday Was it yesterday when we read? Yeah, yesterday. Shout out to Leslie. We read over 250 pages yesterday. We only took like 2 breaks, but both between both lives, it was like 9 hours. So definitely shout out to her because she definitely been rocking out with me with reading the transcripts, and they're getting longer because, like I told y'all, it's a lot of defense attorneys, and then you have the prosecution side, and then now the prosecution, they ended their case today. So now, starting tomorrow morning, you're gonna see each defense bring in whatever witnesses that they're having to testify, and then the prosecutor still has to cross-examine their witnesses. So the judge said by next Wednesday he's trying to have closing arguments. And I think that's not fair because basically the prosecutors was saying that they was going to need about 14 to 16 days to uh do their case. But if y'all notice, when they stopped today, they stopped in 10 days. So why do they get 2 weeks, but the defense got to hurry up and bring their witnesses in by next Wednesday? So basically, the defense just get Thursday, Friday, because there's only 2 more days of this week, and then you got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, so 5 days. But the prosecutors get 10. Hey, progress, and then y'all do know during they'll be able to cross-examine the defense witnesses, the prosecutors, and then during closing arguments, all the defense do their closing. But remember, the prosecutors get to come back twice. And I really start paying attention to that since the New York case because I didn't understand it. I'm like, okay, the prosecutors did their closing first, the defense do theirs. But I'm like, why the prosecution coming back? So they get to come back to the closing. And I guess that's to keep nailing what they want the jury to believe on their side. So I guess that's why they let the prosecution come back more than the defense. How you doing, progress? Bro. I dropped the link if you wanna come up. I ain't hear your voice in a while. If you wanna come up before we read these little couple transcripts. Thank you, Alvera. I forgot all about that. So that makes it even less for the defense because that means, well, I'll know because I'll be in court for the rest of this week. So I'm pretty sure Judge Lennon Weber is going to end court early Friday because he ended court early last Wednesday. He ended court at 2 o'clock. That's why it was so packed up Thursday and why it looked like they had Lisa Van Allen for almost 2.5 days and Freeman. It looked like they had him for almost 3 days because of that Wednesday that he cut court in half and it ended at 2 o'clock. So if they're off Monday, Judge Leonard Weber is going to do a half a day Friday because of the holiday. Yeah, because he's going to want to let the court reporters get out early. So he probably let them go to 1 o'clock Friday. Then everybody be off Monday. And then everybody will come back Tuesday, How they going to end the trial by Wednesday? See? So he basically telling the defense they got 2 days. That's crazy. He basically telling the defense they got tomorrow, because the prosecutors, they ended today. So they had witnesses today. So it's not even a full day for the defense. So they got Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And he talking about closing arguments by Wednesday. And then they'll have Tuesday. That's crazy. So the defense only get what? 4 days for witnesses? But the prosecution had literally 2 weeks. It's crazy, man. That's why I say, like, this the stuff that we have to speak out on, and you have to speak out on far as your legislators and your judges and your community. Like I always say, it's not about just the president vote every 4 years. It's about the election almost every year, and the ones who vote back and forth, was it every 6 to 8 months? I'm gonna have to come get it. So that's why it's so important to, vote. What is it? Every 6 months, every 8 months, I believe, and then it's I think every year, and then every 2 for the legislators, the judges, um, the uh, the Senate. But all of that is important. All of that is important because also, let's get this out the way. This is the same thing that happened to Chuck Norris' wife. I don't even know who these people, Demetria, if you want to explain it better, but I'm kind of confused. Are you talking about Chuck that testified, or is it another Chuck? Yes, Corey. It's way more than 3 defense attorneys. Daryl McDavid has 2 different uh firms representing him. And each firm, one is 3 attorneys, the other firm is 2 attorneys. So he has 5 attorneys. Then Milton Brown has the USA government public defenders. And it is Leon, judges, there's one more. He got 3. And then Jennifer Bongine, she just signed on Diana last week, Ashley, and then herself. Which I don't think Ashley or Diana might not be making closer arguments, but they might be there to do cross examinations for um I meant uh direct for their witnesses. So we might see more of the defense than we were seeing during the prosecutor witnesses, because this is them bringing in the witnesses they subpoenaed to come in. So it's a lot of defense attorneys. And then all the defense attorneys have to give closing arguments. Assalamu alaikum, Leslie. I was just talking about you. I ride solo. Suzette, Little Mac. Hey, Ray. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, Nicole. Yeah, come on up, Progress. The just getting off the disciple board. Hey, Candy, who's closed tomorrow? The court? I don't think so. Not tomorrow. Oh, Denitra, maybe you talking to somebody in the chat because I'm totally confused. You said the only thing I was president and they covered it up. And the judge in Texas ruled after the one in Illinois. Ordinary woman. What are y'all saying that next week, Thursday? Okay, so let me get into this one before I read this IRS agent. Oh, and let me run up this. So for some of you that probably don't always be able to see my community wall, but I put a lot of stuff there and I put all emotions there for you guys. When sometimes I'm not able to just go live and read the motions, I put them in a community wall for y'all. So every time a motion comes out from the defense side or prosecution side, New York case or the Chicago case or the Mississippi case or any case with Robert Sylvester Kelly, I make sure I put the court documents for y'all. But I was posting this a lot before trial started. This is one of the special thanks on the back of Robert's album covers. A lot of his album covers, he always shouts out his fans or he'll write like a little note. So luckily, still have the albums, the CDs, so the paperback part is still there. This is like another one of his albums. And you see, he say, "Dear fans of mine." But this particular one right here, this particular one where he's saying special thanks, this black one up on the screen, he shouts out a lot of his employees on this one, y'all. He shouts out a lot of these friends, so-called friends, who he thought was his friends. And he shouts out, of course, his children, his ex-wife, Drea, and guess who else? He shouts out my goddaughter, Rashana, Greg, and Valerie, which is Rashana's mother and father. So I'm gonna read the whole thing for y'all so y'all can actually hear, what he says. Some of y'all might have this album, so you know exactly what I'm talking about. But if you never noticed, if you have any of Robert old albums and you still got the actual CDs, if you go look on the back or any of the his the ones when they start coming on the DVDs, if you look on the back, he always gives the special thanks with all of his albums. You'll see the paper part in the back. And if you take it out, then you should see the same thing I'm looking at. So, let me read it, y'all. It says special thanks. I want to thank God. Let me see, wait a minute. Oops. Make sure we got the right one on the screen now. Okay. He says, I want to thank God for everything he's done for me. I like to thank my fans. I don't want that to be too loud. I would like to thank my fans, radio and video stations, and retail around the world, because you guys have been there for me through my ups and downs. To Job Records, I like to thank Clive Powder, Barry Wiss, Janet Kleinberg, Sonia Muckle, Jackie Murphy, Larry Klein, Joe Recidley, Peter Thea, Stephanie Tudor, Nancy Roof, and the entire job record staff overseas and everywhere. Your hard work is not forgotten. Thank you. Thank you to everybody at Chicago Tracks, my trainers, Sandy Cochran, Tony Montana, and Coach James Williams. Special thanks to my big boy, Tory Diggs, and his family. God bless you guys. My teacher, mom, and pastor, Lena McClin. My boys, Dominique, Davey, Honey, Corey, McGetty, Dre, partner Keith Williams, Poochie, Hope, Howie, Carl Harris, Baldy, June, Tate, my man Rock, Pooh Bat, Cato, Les, 47th Street, 51st Street, 63rd, 43rd, 22nd, 87th Street, 95th, and the whole West Side. Aldersgate Gardens, Chicago Heights, Jeffrey Manors, 100s, Maiden, that's Madden Park, Chicago Street Performers, Chicago Streetwise, North Side Homies, my Japan homies, Brooklyn and Queens homies, Bronx homies, Staten Island, all of New York, LA homies, Compton, South Central, and all of LA. Peace to every peace to every unity everywhere. My friends Nas, Jay-Z, Tone, and Pokey. Track Masters, Prize, Wyclef, Puffy, Kelly Price and Jeff, Brian McKnight, Frank Gaston, Mary J. Blige, Foxy Brown, DMX, Kurt Franklin, and Changing Faces. Billy Woodruff, Hype Williams, and Christopher Erkston. Special thanks to all my hip-hop niggas out there. Hip-hop for life. The family, special thanks to Jaya, Joanne, and Drea. I love y'all, Daddy. My goddaughter, Rashana, Greg, Valerie, Grandma Ruby, my sister Kathy, Carol, my brothers Bruce and Carrie Kelly, my sister Teresa, my lawyer Jerry Margulis, and everyone at Manet, Phillips, and Phillips, Jimmy Levin, Craig Coleman, Jeff Riesco at the William Morris Agency, my accountant Daryl McDavid and his staff, my publicist Regina Daniels, my homie, nigga friend, partner, father, hero, guru, top dog, bottom dog, and atomic dog, George Daniels. Special thanks to my rapping dogs, Rec Shop, Boo, Gotti, and Generals. What up, my niggas? Special thanks to the man who was like a lifeguard when I was drowning in doubt. My brother, my friend, my A&R, Jive Records, Wayne Williams. A shout out to Talent, Marlon, Ernest, and Keith. Rockland Forever. Secret Weapon, Sean, Ralph, Shane, and Nick. Keep shining, y'all. Rockland staff, Blackie, June, Brown, and Cheryl Cobb. Special thanks to a very talented engineer and producer, Peter Mockren, and to another very talented engineer and producer, Tony Messerati. Thanks, guys. So, did y'all hear that? That's like everybody. That was, hey, Linda. Did y'all hear everybody he just shouted out? Hold up. Where did y'all see that? No court tomorrow and Tuesday. No court tomorrow, Friday. What? Well, I don't know, because I'll be in Chicago, so. Thank you, Ray. Oh, I thought nobody else noticed. Yeah, I'm doing much, much better. Much, much better. Like, it still feel a little congested, but how I know it's better, because a lot of it came up yesterday. The jury requested Friday or there. Oh, okay. No, well, I said Friday already. I didn't know tomorrow and Thursday. I told y'all just now. I said I know they going he gonna take off Friday. Cause a lot of judges in Chicago, they when it comes to um Labor Day and they have a lot of other Jewish holidays, they love to do the Friday off. They did it a lot in New York during the trial. Well, I'll be in Chicago, so it don't matter. Exactly, ordinary. It didn't prove no reasonable doubt. Oh, shout out to you, Erica Webb. We here for our Los Angeles, California. Shout out to you. Shout out, shout out, shout out. So I'm gonna read the next one. So that's all the people who he shouted out in that one. And I just can't understand how all these years he even shouts out Rashana on his music as goddaughter. And like I said, a lot of people that's from Chicago, we knew for decades and years. Everybody knew that Drea was calling uh um Rashana her goddaughter. We all knew that they were saying Rashana was Robert's goddaughter. That was the word around the whole south side, west side, Oak Park. Everybody knew that. So when you see it in his albums and stuff, you think like you ain't thinking that the dad excuse me, you ain't thinking that the dad letting somebody do something to his child and then still being around Robert and all that. It doesn't make sense. Even the brother was still going to Robert concerts and stuff all the way up to 2018. Nothing. Same old, same old. I know it's a lot it's a lot of the family down here. I think I told y'all that 2 days ago. Hopefully a couple of them might want to um grant me and and get on camera so they can um hop on the camera and just tell y'all some good stuff about Robert or how they feel about the trial so far. I'll see tomorrow or Thursday. But yeah, a lot of the family is down here, y'all. Um all of New York and Mary J. Blige, Justice Cyberborn, Job, Queen. Okay, so this next note that Robert wrote, if y'all can see that on the screen, that says, "Dear fans of mine, hi Chelsea Bradley, welcome to the chat. Mods, can y'all communicate with all the people that's coming in and out? Cause I'm not gonna be able to look down. I'm reading, and I don't want nobody to come in and think we're not speaking when everybody know we see them. Oh, this one is on this one. Okay, it's fine. I'll start with this one. So it says, "Dear fans of mine, thank you for all the love and support that you have shown me not only during these trying times, but also throughout my career. I want you to know that I am very forever grateful for you all. You guys are the reason I am who I am today, and the reason why I will continue to write songs until tomorrow. God bless you all for inspiring me the way that you have done. Lately, it has been hard for me to find someone to trust, someone to talk to, someone who is loyal, understanding, and most of all, a true friend. But during the course of my success, God has led me to see that you guys have been all of those things and more, and that's love. I hope you guys enjoyed this album because I truly made it for you. Love, R. Kelly. P.S. When you see me, hug a thug. So that was this one, you guys. And that one was cute. That was the one on the screen, dear fans of mine. Robert said, when you see me, give a thug a hug. So I'm going to read the last one. Give me 1 second. I just got to swipe it out, the lives. That's so sweet of Robert. And he wrote this to his fans years ago on his albums. Okay. Enter. Okay, can everybody hear me? So I'm gonna put this new one up. This one a little longer, but this like one of my favorite ones that he wrote. Now, let me see if I can get back into this one and just swipe it out like that. Okay, perfect. Thank y'all for holding it down in the chat. And thank you to everybody that's here. After this last note I'm gonna read that Robert wrote to his fans, then we'll get into the IRS agent and these checks and these wire transfers coming in and out of Robert's accounts. And I think one more, oh, and we had Freeman. We didn't finish his cross last week. Okay. It says, dear fans, at this very moment, and let me say this too before I start reading this one. Just like today, when the girl Nia was testifying saying that one of Robert's sprinters came and got her. Well, we all know the sprinter, the one she's talking about, didn't come out until damn near 2001. Wasn't no them sprinters going around in 1996. So she testified today saying the sprinter came and got her, and she went and got on a plane and traveled all the way across the state and everything with no ID. All she gave them was a passcode. I never heard of nobody boarding the plane and all she had to do was give the plane people a passcode. That's bullcrap. Even when you are a child or you are a minor, the stewardess um stays with the children that comes on that they know need to be accompanied by an adult super uh watching them. So even when it's time for the child to get off, they still will follow the child to the gate until another adult comes up and, come and get them. So you have this female Nia who testified today saying that she was traveling all over the world with just a passcode, and no parent with her, no guardian with her. And what I think these females were doing is they researched Robert because he's so transparent about his life and how he's at the studio almost all night long. He's a night owl. So during the day, he sleeps because he's up all night making music. And then once he's done at night, he goes play a little bit of ball when the daytime come in. So these females have researched him, listened to his interviews that he talks about what he do, listen to different video, all that comes together. They were researching him. So them hearing about other stories of people saying he was riding around in a Sprinter all the time. Everybody knows Robert doesn't like the plane since Aaliyah died. So we all know when he was going back and forth to different tours and concerts, he takes a Sprinter. He takes a tour, but everybody knows this. So by this girl Nia saying this today at the trial, it just sounds like she was just speaking off of something that she was researching or watched. It didn't sound like this really happened with her. She just was speaking about something that she heard, and she just like repeating this narrative and this story. Because she even had a nerve to call Robert's employees agents. Oh, Miss R. Kelly agents came and picked me up. R. Kelly agents. I ain't never hear R. Kelly call his staff or his entourage no freaking agents. That's straight the prosecutor's word. Hey, Mister, that is the prosecutor's word. Agents. Why would he call his staff agents? And then where she messed up was this concert that she's talking about took place. There's no concert for Atlanta, Minneapolis for 1996. So if anybody else finds it, sure, tell me. If I'm wrong, I'll say, whoop, there go the proof. I'm wrong. But when Jennifer asked her, can you provide a receipt or something from that concert, or even better, give us some type of receipt about you flying back and forth, and they ain't asked for no ID, nothing? Because I still got my wristbands, and I showed y'all a lot on my community wall. My little ticket stubs from Robert's concerts. And even though my bands is wrinkled up now, I still kept them. So none of these females ever could show concert. You know how hyped they would be to get a picture with Robert if they was around him, or if they caught him slipping in a bed with them, and they could sneak a picture. They would have took it fast as hell to be able to run later on and say, look what I got. So that's how you can tell a lot of their stories is bullcrap. All these females saying these long relationships with him for years, and we had sex over 100 some times, but ain't nothing wrong with your PUSSY, and you supposed to be 14, and your PUSSY ain't hurting, ain't a little blood down there for beating it up like that, nothing. These mothers wasn't taking their daughters to the doctors, because any female, you talking about over 100 times that you had sex and all that, when you finally go to the you know what I'm trying to say. But even still, when you taking your child back and forth to the doctors at a preteen, then once they become, regular teenager, 14, 15, 16, you ain't going in a room with them like that no more, because they get older. So the doctor just relays to you the messages or whatever. And most likely, once they turn 16, 17, especially if the parent, knowing that they having sex, or the doctors get a hint of it and they start giving them condoms and stuff. But you mean to tell me all these females supposed to be doing all this sexing? None of these parents was taking them to the doctors? None of them was just having doctor's appointments or nothing? So it doesn't make sense. And it's like they want to testify not only because the prosecutors are threatening them, but look at Pauline today. She sat in court and basically said she's still infatuated with Robert. She said, I know, don't judge me. I know y'all gonna say like it sound kind of crazy, but I still love him now. When I heard her say that, I almost fell out. I said, oh, so that's why she wanted to be here to testify. She wanted to see him. See, a lot of them, they said they ain't talked to him in years and all that stuff, or seen him or nothing. So, of course, they about to come here to testify, because now they want to see him. And they want to come up in the court. They think they all that to come in the court and say, yeah, I had R. Kelly. Yeah, I was with him. They getting a kick out of this. They getting a kick out of this. But again, I don't know no females or even males at that where if your child is faithfully going back and forth to the doctors and you saying that you having sex 180 times and all that from 14 to 16, and your parent don't find this out while you at the doctor's office, make it make sense. Because if you trying to say that you was a virgin, if you going back and forth to the doctor gonna be able to tell something down there, something going on. Yeah, I think she said that she lost the autograph. She don't have it no more. I'm gonna be on here for a little bit of progress. That's what I'm saying, Miss Foot. Like, exactly. Exactly. No pregnancy, no trips to the GYN, none of that. And if they was 14 or 15, I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt. They were still going back and forth with their parent. Their parent was still making the appointments until like six, the end of your 16, beginning of 17, you start going by yourself. But usually mom still make the appointment because it might be a family doctor and mom might go there too. So now when mom go to OBGYN, you going too. So you mean to tell me none of these parents is showing up to talk about their daughters being abused, as they say it. And mommy don't know that they was flying back and forth to Chicago. Mommy don't know that this one, she claims she went to the concert the next day with her girlfriend. Then Tracy Sampson, she claims she was an intern at 16. But all the research we doing, a lot of people saying the same thing to me. Nope, you got to be 18 to come in as an intern. And then she tells Jennifer, oh, I ain't got no proof I was an intern. You ain't got no paperwork. You ain't got, like, you said you was hired under the lady Carl. Where's she at? I hope the defense is bringing her in to testify, because if she hired you, well, then she should be able to speak up and say, yeah, she came in, under me as an intern at 16, whatever. But how you don't got proof? So I'm pretty sure you were supposed to be getting paid. So the paychecks, where's your pay stubs? Or was you just hanging up out at the studio like everybody else? Because I don't really think she was working and had no job and none of that bullcrap. Whoever Carol is, whatever. Or is this a family member or something? Or this somebody that she really know that's close? And she was just hanging up at the damn studio? Yeah, but that ain't cool. 14-year-old prostitutes that had 500 tricks with all kinds of penises in their mouth and their vagina still normal. No, but I'm saying, not saying they can't be normal, because you have females get pregnant at 12 and 11. Once they get a period, they're open up to be a mother. They can actually bear a child, walk around pregnant with a child. Youngest as 10, 11. Soon as they hit a menstrual cycle, now they're able to have children. But what I'm saying is, usually real parents, how I know, because I have daughters, I have sons. When your daughter starts to reach puberty and you know that the period is coming, then boom, finally comes. When you're making their appointments at 14 and 15 and your daughters are virgins, when they're going back and forth to the doctors, if they had lost their virginity, or even if they lost it and they was having sex after sex, like she said 100 times, not only will the doctor know, but as a parent, you're going to be asking questions to your child. You even smell the difference when they start to be like a little grown woman from the little girl stage. Because when you start having sex, it's a whole different smell down there. And that's when you're teaching your daughters, about hygiene and how they gotta wash up and this, that, and the third. So at the end of the day, well, she said her mother was a nurse, Leslie. We don't know. Cause she just tried to make it seem like, to me, that her mom was a good mother. Oh, my mother was a nurse. She was at work. She didn't. I just told her I was going to my girlfriend's house. So what kind of mother is that? That when her daughter goes away and spend the night at people's houses all the way out the state? She lived in Atlanta. This girl that was supposed to be her cousin through marriage, she lived all the way in Chicago. Her daughter caught a whole plane out there. Let her tell it. And then she claimed that Robert's agents picked her up in front of her mom's apartment building. And mom ain't catch none of this. Mom just letting her catch these flights out. Doesn't make sense. Kids back in the day did get out the house on lies, and parents didn't attend to them as they should have. That's why the parents need to be on the stand. Yep. If the children can get on the stand and testify, so should the parents. The best these women would exactly, and that's why I think you're talking about, who you talking about? Tracy was paid cash, but even if she was paid cash under the table, I don't. Well, she still has some type of proof, because when she started her intern, they would have had her fill out some type of paperwork, something. Because if she was 16, that means she still was in high school. And like I said, I remember when we first got our um working papers. I believe we was like, how they call it, half of 15. And we just had got our working papers from the Gallery Mall. Because the Gallery Mall used to have all the different shopping stores where everybody that was 15, 16 was having half rosters in high school. So that means you didn't have to go to a full day of school. You only went a half a day, and you would have a work roster because you start working at the little store for a couple hours and stuff after school on the weekends. So if this was the route she was going, even if she wanted to try to say she was working with the label and all that, you talking about working for the label. And if the label was just giving her under the table cash, I don't believe it. Because she would have had to get signatures and all that from her mother. And she's claiming she was 16, 15. Hey, Jeff. That's what I said. So I believe the defense is calling Jim Derogatis and them. Because Jennifer definitely told the girl Tracy today when she said, you know, you told the investigators something totally different. And she said, well, I don't remember what I told them. And what does it matter? They're not here. Jennifer said, oh, don't worry. They will be. I said, oh, snap. They must be calling the prosecutors, the agent that was talking to Rashana. I know Jennifer ain't going to play. She going to call all their asses in. Because you know, whoever she call in, the defense can go ahead and, you know, like they can share witnesses. So like if the witness can help all the defenses, then they don't gotta call, you know, all separate people. They can all have the same people come and all the defense all get to cross that witness. So that's a good thing too. Because they all been kind of like piggybacking off each other except for McDavid's lawyer, you know, trying to separate his client from all them damn checks and bank statements, and uh um Milton Brown's lawyers, they kind of falling back because they kind of stopped saying Milton Brown's name for a while. But then all of a sudden, Tracy, I don't know, was it Tracy or Pauline? One of them brought his name back up because that's why his lawyers put in a motion today for him. And I think I posted that motion. I got to go back and check. But I don't know if it was for Brittany or Tracy Sampson. But Milton Brown lawyers put in a lawyer for one of them about I think throwing something out, or but his lawyers kind of fell back because it's not too much that they're alleging Milton Brown did. But he did have some checks that and some wire transfers that was going to him too through all these different accounts. Like, oh, Robert Sylvester Kelly had a lot of freaking money. They said it was damn near $12 million worth of transactions that Daryl McDavid, just his account, that Robert was sending from his accounts, and all them business deals that Robert was getting just off of them. McDavid earned up to like $12 million. Yep, 12 million. Crazy. Robert Bobby Hayes. After I'm done reading this thing at the top, this thing that Robert wrote to his fans, if you want to kindly hit the link and come up before I read the transcript of the IRS agent, because the videos aren't authentic. I don't know how long you've been following this case, but a lot of us been here over 3 years, and we've been over here going back and forth to the court dates, the trials, reading all these motions. We done read the freaking indictments. I can't even tell you how many times. We done watched some lawyers on the case, and then we watched some lawyers withdraw, new lawyers come on. We didn't even see different prosecutors on the case. And some prosecutors off and new prosecutors on, new prosecutors signing up. Meaning we didn't see it all from A to B, right? Mind you, they said they have 4 videos in this trial. For some reason, they can't find the 4th one. Okay? But I'm going to play a little audio for you real fast. Because I don't know if you was over here recently or not. Just to show you where these 3 non-authentic videos came from. So it can give you a better idea of why these videos, the jury is already knowing by previous testimonies last week that these videos were doctored and tampered with through several people. That even the 2008 tape that they claim this is where he obstruct justice of, they don't have the tape. They have nothing that they claim from a VHS. Nothing. So when you come back with something on a DVD or a disc, that none of that's authentic. And that's why the prosecution didn't want to go through the right procedures of the chain of custody. They wanted the judge to deny to the fullest when each defense was asking for the chain of custody of the tapes. They never even wanted to reveal who the tapes actually came from, who gave up the tapes. And so one of their witnesses slipped up on the stand and told anyway, but still is the reason why they don't want to reveal too much to the public, to the juries, that these tapes is not authentic. And I don't know who you're talking about, but he didn't settle for no $1 million because it was never a contract. That's what his mouth say. That he wanted the $500,000, all that. That's what his mouth said. But ain't nobody respecting the contract unless it's a written or a verbal written contract. He ain't never had a contract. So how do we know Darren McDavid said that? And this is the same crook guy that went and tried to doctor up something that he claimed he got from Lisa Van Allen that's supposed to have a voice on it, when everybody who claimed they see the 2008 tape that they're trying to push out here, everybody said they never heard a female talking about 14-year-old PUSSY. The guy Keith, he messed them up because he said the tape he had, Kimora Lee wanted to buy it. So why would Kimora Lee want to buy child porn? That's how you know the tape wasn't child porn. I'm starting to believe that Lisa Van Allen, she thought she was going to try to make money off a sex tape with her in it, because it wasn't no minors. It was her grown ass and another grown individuals. Keith specifically said everybody on the video that he had was grown, and that Lisa Van Allen never told him, "Oh, I don't want you to look at it because there's a child on there," or whatever. He said no. He said as soon as she gave it to him, he watched it. And when you really start to think back, Lisa Van Allen was a prostitute before she met Robert. And if you don't believe me, you can just go to the Breakfast Club. The girl Tony, she does an interview and she tells about it. That her and Lisa Van Allen had plenty of dates in Atlanta. And the reason Lisa Van Allen stopped is when she met Robert. She stopped doing the dates and prostitutes. And Lisa Van Allen also had sex with everybody who she was involved with these tapes. And the crazy thing is, half of them all knew each other too. So not only was she extorting Robert with these other men, but she was stealing from him. And she was taking his belongings to these other guys. She ain't nothing squeaky clean. So when you got a female in the mix like that, surrounded around, supposed to be tapes and all this, excuse me, and yes, to Spalding, yeah, she said she was gonna put the motion in last week, and then she said it again today on the record, which we figure she's gonna do it. So when you have somebody that's in this like that, the lawyer, the jury, and this is for the guy Robert, if he's still in the chat. The jury is definitely not gonna go for that obstruction of justice. And when you have the prosecutor's main witness that had the tape, the first person that she testified and said she gave the tape to, and he said when he failed his test and gave Darren McDavid and them the copy that he had, meaning he had no more copies. He gave him the original he had and then the copy he had, because that's why he re-passed his polygraph test. He said that's all he had, and it was no minor. McDavid lawyer said the same thing, that it was Robert, Lisa Van Allen, and Robert's wife, which make a lot of sense because when Lisa Van Allen was testifying, she contradicted herself in many different ways about this tape, right? And I'm glad that Jennifer Bongine and McDavid lawyers went back on her grand jury statements and her testimony in the 2008 trial, because she stated that the only tape that she had was of her, Jane, and Robert. No, she never seen a tape with just Jane and Robert. It was always her, Jane, and Robert. This is what Lisa Van Allen said, right? So when you start hearing that now all of a sudden it's this tape of a 14-year-old saying, yeah, my 14-year-old PUSSY, you don't hear about Lisa Van Allen in none of these loose images, nothing. You got to know that the Freeman guy was the only one screaming that a tape he seen say 14-year-old PUSSY. Remember? Keith, the one who originally she gave the tapes to, when she stole them, and she claimed she went right to Keith. She didn't make no U-turn. She didn't go to Freeman first. She went right to Keith. Then whatever else she did after that, but the first stop was Keith. And Keith had the tapes for 6 years. And Keith said when he put the tape in and all that, he watched as soon as she gave it to him. Now, when the copy stuff came in, I'm thinking this is where Freeman comes in at. When he goes to get the extra tapes from Lisa Van Allen. Because remember, they just thought Keith had the one until he failed his lie detector test and they found out it was more tapes flowing. But Lisa Van Allen claims she contacted Keith in 2000 and what was this, 16 or 17? Because she said that she heard that it might be some new tapes going around and that she wanted to get them back to give it to Robert Because, oh, I don't want Robert to go through this. He got more to lose, and I really don't want these to get out. But Keith, like, I don't know what you're saying because I don't got nothing. And if you talking about the original, what you gave me, whatever, only person that would have an extra, he told her, would be you. Meaning her. Okay? So when you hear Freeman basically saying he got all these ties with her and everything else, it makes you think, did she go make copies too? Did she go doctor up something where everybody's saying this look like Alina Prado? And now all of a sudden, they backed Alina Prado all the way out this case. This is the same female that was supposed to testify in New York. Then she played this panic attack bullcrap. Now all of a sudden, when Lisa Van Allen testifies, she trying to act like she gonna have a panic attack and doing all this extra crying and, oh, this is too much and all this stuff. So why did they back Alina Prado all the way out? Is it because they didn't want the defense shooting stuff out there saying it might be Alina Prado? Because again, they don't have the 2008 tape. This is the tape that they're saying he committed obstruction of justice. They went and slid these little loose images in, and I'm about to tell you exactly how and why. As soon as you hear this audio, give me 1 second. Because trust and believe me, if the defense don't call Avenatti to testify, they damn sure gonna put it out there that Avenatti is a convicted felon and that he extorted Nike and that he extorted his clients and he has another case pending in LA for another individuals who he extorted and blackmailed. So when you come back to this case and you say, oh, anything Avenatti touched, you know it ain't authentic because at that time he was running with his head chopped off because he knew that he just extorted Nike and told them if they didn't do what he told them to do, that he was going to go worldwide and blackmail them. So when he met up with Freeman, and now Freeman and him, he's asking Freeman, hey, I heard, you the guy from 2008 that's supposed to have some tapes. And now they passing tapes around, him and Freeman. And all of a sudden you see Avenatti and CNN say, oh, Avenatti just came to our office. This is CNN, and we watched 3 tapes that he has. They didn't say he went straight to authorities. They didn't say he told the police to come get him. No, CNN admitted that they watched whatever tapes he bought them. Okay? Then you go here. You have the district attorney, Kim Fox. Instead of for her telling him to bring it into the office professionally, she go meet Avenatti at an airport. At an airport, and they're texting, calling Robert pedophiles, talking about Jussie Smollett. No type of professionalism about the case, these alleged tapes. None of that. Then you have a black man from Philadelphia who comes out in a press conference with Gloria Allred and say, oh, hey, I was digging in my basement to watch some movies, and all of a sudden I found this alleged sex tape that say on the issues, R. Kelly and RL. Then that man finally comes forward to Nicole Blank Becker, which was Robert's attorney for the New York case. And when he see Avenatti got indicted and Avenatti was going down, he finally admits to Robert's legal team, hey, Avenatti gave me these tapes, gave me the tape. I never found no tape in my basement. He paid me to go forward and say that I found it in my basement, but I'm letting you know, Avenatti gave me the tape. Okay? So not only was he going, why did he need that man to say you found this in your basement? Why? Because he didn't want the chain of custody to come up of where the tapes came from. Who did they originate from before they got in Avenatti's hands? So that's why he tried to play this role with this black man and make it seem like he just found the tapes. So when it come out, well, Avenatti, who gave you these tapes? What was the deal on you getting these tapes? How did that go about? So when he has to explain Freeman, and this is the guy who was supposed to have gave up all the tapes in 2008. I mean, 2000, what was it, 2002? Freeman ain't supposed to have no tapes. So then when you hear back to Keith, that it was never a child porn tape. Hey, McDonald. Hey, Summer girl. So when you hear it was never a child porn tape, where all of a sudden do you get a child porn tape in the 6 years that Keith supposed to return the copy back, the original back? Freeman took a test as well. And remember when Freeman went to go take his test with the polygrapher, he had a tape in his pocket, the polygraph said. And then when he asked the polygraph, hey, can I go to the bathroom? He said, sure, it's probably one day in the hall. He takes the tape out of his sweatpants, he had on jogger pants, and placed the tape on top of the table with the polygrapher. The polygrapher says, he asks him, hey, is that the tape you're doing the polygraph test for? Yeah. So when we first heard about him taking the tape out of his pocket, putting it on top of the table while he was at the polygrapher, we all kept saying that didn't make no sense. Like, why he didn't just go to the bathroom with the tape and come out and go do the polygraph test? But it's starting to make a lot of sense that because that tape was swiped, and whoever swiped for so they can doctor up, switch up, or make copy, it was the reason he took that tape out of his pocket and put it on the top of that table. And the polygrapher, he claims he don't remember this, he don't remember that, he don't remember this. But he was hired by R. Kelly's attorney, Jensen. Also, he was hired by the private investigator on the case, hired by Jensen for R. Kelly, Panalino, but they killed him. Panalino was the one who investigated all the tapes and also said that it wasn't Rashana and it wasn't child porn. But somebody killed him. Somebody killed him. Actually, supposed to be 2 young guys that's arrested for supposed to be killing him. But this was the private investigator. Okay? He's gone. Hey, Ladybug. Then you have Linda Mitch, who took over RSK Enterprise, which was originally Bass Productions, and which I'm going to get into in a few, of the IRS agent who testified about all the checks and the wire transfers and the memo on the checks that was saying stuff like child support and a max credit, and the one that Daryl McDavid gave Rashana that said settlement. Why would anybody in their right mind write a check and put in a memo part settlement? Think about that. Nobody in their right mind is going to write a check and put that in the memo unless you're trying to push a narrative. for a time like this trial, when they go back and look at stuff, and that would be the first thing that's going to pop to anybody to see. Oh, wow. The prosecutors are trying to push this, that Robert paid them and he was paying them not to talk. He was paying them to lie. He paid for them to go away. So when you see a check that's written out to Rashana, but Darryl McDavid is the one who transferred the funds and pushed the funds this way and got the check and filled the check out and signed the check, but put settlement, that itself says a lot. Because again, a lot of these females that were getting lawsuits and settlements from Susan Logan. Darryl McDavid went to school with Susan Logan. So he knew her very, very well. Then you got Ian Alexander, which was Tiffany Hawkins' lawyer, but he works for Susan Logan's firm. So they was out here recruiting all these females once they start doing these settlements. But not to throw y'all off, try to stay in the same loop. The reason why they kept running back and forth to Robert, telling him to settle, 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 which I believe is because they were getting paid too, and they was paying the females. Hey, if you go put this lawsuit against Robert, I can make sure you get this, that, and the third, and then I'll get my cut, but you'll get this. And then Robert don't see the different transactions that's going through because he don't deal with none of the money. He never signed one check. He never did one transaction for wire transfers. So then even when it comes down to the tapes, and you hear Freeman saying, oh, McDavid, McDavid, McDavid. You hear them say Robert wasn't at one meeting about the money. You hear Lisa Van Allen say, allegedly Robert told her he was going to give her $250K. This what she say, and we know how credible she is. But that's what she say, when at the end of the day, she only left with $20K. And then 50, I think. But her mouth said that, no, Robert told me I was going to get $250K. But Keith testifies and say, no, this whole thing was her idea. She the one that told me to hold on to the tape because she wanted to try to get some money. She the one that was stealing from him money and was sending me the money every week to hold for her. So was Lisa Van Allen working with McDavid or Linda Mitch to get the wire transfers over to Keith? Because Keith definitely said Lisa Van Allen was stealing money every week from him and shipping the money to him to hold. Then giving him Rolexes. Then stealing this chain that has this cross on it that the prosecutors want to try to make us think was Rashana's. This cross chain. Remind you, it was stolen. But all of a sudden, it's supposed to be Rashana's now. After Lisa Van Allen steals it. So, Robert, if you're still following me, I got something I want you to listen to. And I'll post in the community section the motion that Milton Brown asks the judge to acquit him without the case going to the jury, which I knew that was going to happen because Milton Brown's lawyers is looking at it like he's not really in it. All they're trying to say is that he went to the Bahamas well, the family went there. But once the mother said that nobody threatened her to go there and that she was only going to get away from the media, then they're not saying Milton Brown did anything, because Lisa Van Allen was the one that was saying that he's supposed to took her to get the abortions, and he was supposed to be at one of the meetings where Keith said once he came and gave the final tape, Milton Brown was like, "Oh, you got the golden nugget," or something like that. And when Rashana went to go get the tattoo, they tried to throw that in there, that Milton Brown was the one who took her. But she specifically said she never talked to Milton Brown about what she was doing. She never talked to Milton Brown about no tattoo. He just drove her there. She went back and got the tattoo or whatever. She got back in the van and he dropped off. That was that. So his lawyer keep pressing the issue. My client was only doing his job. So I knew his lawyer was going to come with the he wanted to be acquitted without the case going, because see, they see that the prosecutors rested. So they like, oh, this all they got? So his lawyer like, oh, we going to ask you just be acquitted without even having to ask the jury to pick. And this is why Jennifer Bongine is going with the acquittal too. Because they thought that remember, they said it was 6 females. It was 6 females, remember. One of the females ain't show up. So that helps all the defendants. Because the females they did get to testify that Robert's supposed to be charged for ain't freaking credible. And all their testimonies is freaking shaking in their boots. The freaking defense have exposed their witnesses. And Lisa Van Allen is a major part. She's not a victim. They dropped her from being a victim because she lied about the age thing. But she's a major part with the tapes. And once the jury already heard that she done got several immunity deals, and she admitted stealing from this man over damn near 4 or 5 times, and sat there and say it ain't stealing, but you admitted he left something and you went and sold it for money. So the jury is already looking at her like every dude that she with, she used them to come extort this man. So they automatically gonna say, how do we know she didn't extort him about this tape? Robert. They're gonna say, how do we know she didn't extort him about a child pornography tape? Because guess what? Jane, she said she had sex with Jane. Jane said she had sex with Pinky and Brittany. When did you hear Jane say that she had all these threesomes with Lisa Van Allen? She specifically wanted to make the jury know that she had sex with Pinky and Brittany. Then she told Bongine the reason she changed her number when the Lifetime series came out was because of Lisa Van Allen. You don't believe me? Check the transcripts. Rashana said she changed her number because she started getting threats and harassed by Lisa Van Allen. And she said, yeah, I don't know why she was, threatening me and keep calling my phone. There's nothing for me and her to talk about. Now, why would Rashana say that if Lisa Van Allen said that she was testifying for Jane? But Jane said Lisa Van Allen was attacking her, harassing her. And then you see the same female that y'all trying to say is on a porn. She was talking to this man all the way up until the Surviving R. Kelly came out. Every time she tried to reach to this man, she was the one trying to see him. She was the one saying what place and where I want you to meet me and can we go here? Open settings. So for somebody that was threatened, why would you want him to come to a job where you're bartending? Why would you want him? Why would you want to go hang out at a strip club with him? Why would you be asking him to come to the studio and bring other females after you already said that he made you bring your girlfriends in to have threesomes with him, but she openly on the text messages asking him, can me, April, and such come through the studio? This ain't him telling her to bring people in as she said that he was telling her to do. And remember, she tried to say they was all minors, right? But remember, she switched up at the end and said Brittany was older than them. And remember, Brittany never showed up to testify because she was on Twitter, not Twitter, TikTok, dancing off R. Kelly's music while the trial was going on. So something happened with Brittany that the prosecutors couldn't give her immunity and make her come to court because I think she never talked the first time. So they can't say that she said she lied the last time or her stories don't match because she ain't never talked ever. And Pauline, she admitted that she called Robert and tried to act like Brittany and threaten him and tell him she want $35,000. But like Jennifer said, she ain't never say, oh, if you don't answer my calls and stuff, I'm going to tell people you had sex with me as a minor. She never said that. She said he was being a bad boyfriend. And she told him she wanted $35,000 or she going to tell people about their relationship, but never said, and you was messing with me and I was a minor. So the jury is going to look at Rashana family as extortionists, and they extorted the man for years and years and decades. They're going to look at Rashana like she bought her friends in to extort them too. That's why Pauline started extorting to my and that's why I stayed around for years after that, even after I did that to him. So that's already showing you right there, he's not a threat. They're the threat. He ain't this thug and this bad guy that they're trying to say he is. When she just admitted she threatened his life and tried to extort him, and he still let her come back around. And then she tell you in open court, I know this gonna sound crazy. Y'all probably gonna say I look crazy, but I love him. Huh? Yeah, you do sound crazy. You do look crazy. You what? So I don't think it's gonna work, bro. And now that the prosecutors rested their case, oh, that's it. That's all y'all had. So basically, Freeman, Keith, Lisa Van Allen, Rashana, her mom, Pauline, that ain't gonna work. That Nia girl, that damn sure ain't gonna work. She ain't got no proof to back up this stuff. Then Tracy, she already messed up because she tried to run with the 16 narrative, but she told the grand jury she was 17. Her lawsuit says she was 17. That's the legal age to consent in Chicago. So even if they wanted to try to go that way or whatever, Jennifer got them right where she wanted them, meaning they was legal age. So let's listen to this so you can see, which I hope the defense don't drop the ball, because that's all they got to do is get this. And that tells it all. This is why Freeman, this is why this whole Chicago case started with these tapes right here.
separate times on the video, both the victim and Mr. Kelly can be heard referencing her age. It is clear that this young lady was 14 years of age during the time the video was shot. Mr. Kelly, throughout the video, stops what he's doing, stops his acts of sexual assault, and he proceeds to move the video camera and adjust the camera angle, zooming in, changing the direction of the shot, and things of that nature. So there's no question that he knew exactly what he was doing. At one time, or at one point in time on the video, in the first scene, it is clear that Mr. Kelly is having the victim watch another piece of pornography, which appears to be him with yet another young girl on a big screen television in the background. Repeatedly on the video, the young lady refers to Mr. Kelly as daddy. The video depicts Mr. Kelly engaged in oral sex with the victim, both receiving as well as giving, as well as vaginal intercourse and anal penetration. There are also instances of Mr. Kelly urinating on the young girl on the videotape. This video was turned over again to Ms. Fox and others in our office earlier this month, within days of our recovery of the tape. We are aware of two other tapes in existence, one of which we have recovered, the second of which we are in the process of recovering. And as soon as we do, we will be providing those tapes as well to Ms. Fox and others in her office.
So y'all heard that, right? Everything you heard Avenatti just say is the same thing the prosecutors are saying. It's the same exact thing. And they lied in the motions a couple months ago. They lied. And they said in the motion, when Jennifer wrote the motion asking, is those tapes have anything to do with convicted felon Michael Avenatti? And was he one of their witnesses? And they said Avenatti had nothing to do with the Chicago case. And that was a whole lie. The evidence they're claiming that they have, that they didn't want to go through a chain of custody, is from Avenatti. He just told y'all. Chuck Freeman just told us when he testified. Not only did he say, and some of the news channels, they reported it. They put Avenatti out there. But see, the prosecutors kept trying to leave Avenatti out. But Freeman messed the prosecution up because they said Freeman told them not only did he get in tapes to Avenatti, but he also, Avenatti was his lawyer. Was his lawyer. And we got Avenatti saying all the information about R. Kelly and Trump, 90% is bullshit. And he said the other 10 is probably true between Trump and R. Kelly. So you saying you can't respond to what hasn't been admitted? The tapes that Avenatti's talking about, he just told you. We found one, we recovered one that's supposed to be of a female, and they saying 14-year-old PUSSY. He said they recovered another one that's supposed to be of the female with P and what did he say? Anal. The female supposed to be receiving anal. And he said the third one was supposed to be Mr. Kelly and this female watching another porn, which the prosecutors had Rashana testify and say, and that it was supposed to be Brittany or somebody else was supposed to be on it, and they were supposed to be watching it. And he said, the other one, we are trying to recover and locate now. And when we do, Kim Fox's office will be the first to get it. And then you see how at the beginning, he shouts out Kim Fox off her office. Oh, she's such a good district attorney. And we done seen all the damn stuff that came out about her since R. Kelly case, since Jussie Smollett, and all the crookedness she got going on with that. So if you saying that this where you got to take from these people, it's not going to work. And this is why they did not want to go through the chain of custody. This is why they waited to trial to say, oh no, yeah, we got them up there for tape 4 charge too, but we don't got tape 4. And the 1 through 3 is not 3 separate tapes. They are all images they're trying to say that was on one, different scenes. Then you have Lisa Van Allen testify and say, when she went through the tape, and she said this on Surviving R. Kelly, because Bonjean had to make her remember, she tried to lie, say, and Dermot David lawyer, she tried to lie, tell him that she didn't say this. She said when she watched it, it was different scenes on one. She fast forwarded, and when she fast forwarded, it was Robert and other females, but never Jane and Robert. So when you're hearing all of a sudden, y'all don't have this 2008 tape that y'all claim he obstructed justice, and this is the one that Jane was supposed to be in, when not only did he have great investigator, Jensen was his lawyer, and not only when he got acquitted in 2008, it also was because the experts in the investigators found out that the man that was in that tape didn't have the same body marks that Robert has. And also, they couldn't detect that the female was Rashana at 14. Because again, these loose images they're showing, they don't have a time. They don't have a date. You can't just scream out, oh, these tapes were made around 1997-ish or 1998-ish or around 1999. Like they're trying to push the dates around when she was supposed to be 14. No, you can't do that. You have to have forensic evidence and experts to go through this whole setting of this tape when it exactly was recorded. The time, the date, and who gave these tapes up. Who possession was these tapes in? And when you say Mr. Freeman that told you when he first went to Lisa Van Allen's house, he went straight and bought copies. And then you come around in 2019 and try to say you found new tapes? No, you didn't. Because Avenatti contacted Freeman. Avenatti needed to come up. Avenatti needed a big hit to go to the media with because he knew he was about to be indicted. So, of course, he got the criminal and the other criminal to doctor up some stuff because everybody that's supposed to watch that 2008 tape, that's supposed to seen it or seen clips, everybody's saying the same thing. It was never an audio saying nothing about 14-year-old PUSSY. No, I said the audio I just played of Avenatti. I was explaining to you that he's telling you that that's how Freeman and the prosecutors got those Dr. 1, 2, and 3 DVDs and loose shots. None of them are VHS tapes. None. And tape 4, they don't have it. And if you listen to Avenatti that I just played, he was saying they was going to have 4. Oh, and it's another one, and we're going to recover that right away. No, what it was is they couldn't hurry up and doctor that 4th one up. By the time these prosecutors and Kim Fox brought these charges on them. So once they started the indictment already, they can't go out and hurry up and doctor them up and then serve and bring that tape in. And then once you see Avenatti got indicted and all that, they had to stay away from it. That's why they claimed Avenatti wasn't a part of this case. But they lied. They lied. He's very part of this case. If you watch some of the news outlets that's been reporting on Freeman and Avenatti, the first thing they say is the reason how Freeman even got in this case and how the Chicago case started is because him and Avenatti exchanged tapes. And Freeman said from the rip that he was making copies decades ago. And all of a sudden you make Avenatti your lawyer, and then Lisa Van Allen is reaching out to Keith through the Facebook because Keith is reaching out to her, telling her, oh, you know, Freeman running around here talking about it might be a tape out here or something. And she claims she's trying to get the tape back. Now she's trying to get the tape back now. Because I don't want that to get out there and all this, that, and the third. No, no, no. But I thought it was supposed to be one of her abusing Jane. But none of the ones that Freeman is proposing, Lisa Van Allen ain't around. She ain't around. And Keith definitely said the one he seen, she was there. And it was all consensual adults. He said nothing that he would feel that needs to be took into the cops. So, let's go ahead and read this acquittal. Excuse me, y'all. So they will have court tomorrow, like I said, but it'll just be for the lawyers and the judges. So they will have court tomorrow. Okay, okay, so they all filed for a motion to acquit. So motion for judgment of acquittal pursuant to federal crime. Okay, let's get into it. Let me upload it.
Somewhere
I'm gonna put on my dancing shoes and I'ma hit the floor and go and extend the whole night through. I'm gonna step in the name of love. Step in the name of love. I'm gonna step. Hold on. Come on, man. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Let me get a drink. That nigga came out the house. Give the royally. That is somebody's birthday tonight. Somewhere. And I know somebody's gonna celebrate tonight. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, guys, let's get to reading. I just had to upload them for y'all. So we have them. Thank you. Please, y'all get them mics up. Somebody said I can't stand Fat Joe. Yes, keep them prayers up, Linda. Keep them prayers up. Yes, Leslie. Yes. If you are planning on donating towards the upcoming transcripts for the ones that just came, coming out from the testimonies today, and you want to donate for the upcoming transcripts, my email is going across the screen. I'm pretty sure they're going to be over 260 pages. All these transcripts have been a lot of pages. When she sent me my invoice, I believe when did she send it to me? It might have been Saturday. I couldn't believe that my invoice was almost $1,600. Transcripts, and I already have gotten over, I believe it's 12,000 worth of pages with transcripts. I think it's at 12,000. I might be off, but I think I'm right. Yep. 12,000 pieces of the transcript. Yep, and my invoice was about 1622. 1600. Usually it was supposed to be 12 a week, but because they were going over the regular 200, that's why it's so high. Because almost every transcript for morning session and afternoon session, they've been going over in the morning and they've been going over in the afternoon. So by the time it's time for you to purchase the transcripts, they already over 200 and, well, the morning session is already be over like over 150. You be like, dang, y'all ain't even do the afternoon yet. So yeah, they very expensive. Okay. I got you. I think I answered you, Robert. Yes, Demetra Freeman. I love how this is being broken down because it's factually true. Oh, thank you, Kathy. If you want to, sister. Because I also wanted to get into that couple transcripts of Freeman that people was emailing me today about they want to hear. They were saying that we never got to read last week the IRS agent who went through all of Robert's bank accounts and the different checks that was going here and there, the different wire transfers. And when I went through the transcripts earlier, there's a lot that we didn't read last week because everybody wanted to listen to the main hostile witnesses and the crosses by Bonjean. So we wasn't able to listen to all the defense attorney crosses and all of the prosecution's directs because everybody wanted to listen to the main characters. So we was reading through those and didn't get to the other ones that's as much important as the other ones. Okay, so if you want to, Leslie, I'm gonna just knock this we just gonna knock this motion out that Jennifer put in motion for judgment of acquittal. Robert Sylvester Kelly, also known as R. Kelly, Darren McDavid, Milton Brown, also known as June Brown. You said I lie, you can't hear me? You still can't hear me, Tiffany? It's probably because StreamYard backup music is on. Let me make sure it's off. Oh no, it's off. Can you hear me now, sweetheart? I hope so. I hope you can hear me, baby doll. Let me go into my other device then. If I can't be low, that ain't gonna work. That is not going to work. Okay, let me log out. All right, can you hear me better now? Tiffany, how I sound now? Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Girl, I thought you said just jazz you lie. You might have had a typo. But seem like you said just jazz you lie. We can't hear you, lady. Positive vibrations. I know that's right. Excuse me. So let's get into this reading. Shout out to Jenny from the block. So Leslie, I'll let you know. You can go ahead and finish cooking for your family. Uh, if you could knock out the IRS agent, it's not really long for him, and then I'll knock out the other part of the crazy man. What I call him, the crazy man, Freeman. Oh, and also after I read this, I want to go over the part somebody brought to my attention this morning. I won't say no names, but man, R. Kelly supporters don't play no games. They don't miss a beat. They were asking me about the other day last week when the prosecution addressed the judge about silencing Jennifer Bonjean. And yep, y'all was right. I had forgot all about that. And the reason that it didn't come to my mind was because they addressed it at the beginning of the transcript last week. At first, I thought they were going to redact it, but they didn't. And you're right. Soon as they came in the courtroom, they addressed it with the judge. And they tried to say, she was doing all this crazy stuff on Twitter, but the prosecution forgot that the media has been attacking her client, like she said. And you gonna talk about her little tweets, and her client has to go up against the media since day one, before trial, during trial, between trial. The media been tearing her client apart. So to try to address the judge about her Twitter when the jury ain't even supposed to be looking at her Twitter. But guess what? I didn't even know they still are able to get on social media. Did y'all know that? So when we read it, y'all hear it. Yes, the jury is still able to use social media. They're just not able to look at sites that's about the case or going to go look for stuff about the case. But they can still use social media. So, like, if a highlight comes up, or you know how sometimes you on your phone, and if you got the news channel or something, or Yahoo, sometimes the highlights come up, like the big news articles and stuff. So a big news article could just fly on their phone from a website or something. And if it's about, R. Kelly, or they just gotta get off of it, and we just have to hope that they truthful and they just don't go looking, for stuff. But yeah, I'm like, why would they advise that they can still be on social media? They shouldn't be on social media at all. As big as this case is in the public and in the media. So I thought they wasn't able to see no media, no news, nothing. And the prosecutors admitted that, the the jury can still get online and stuff like that. And Jennifer was like, well, I don't believe none of the jury follow me, and they shouldn't be coming on social media looking for me either to know what I'm posting. But that really took me out when the prosecutor said that they can still look at social media. See, I don't know nothing about these new type of jurors. The jurors I know that used to be on trials and cases back in the day and all that, they used to make them spend a night at the hotels during the trial. They couldn't even go back home. And if they had TVs and all that inside of their hotels, they used to get the hotels where they take it out. If they ain't trusting nobody to say, when you go home, you can have kids living at your house, your sister or brother. You can't trust that the family member ain't going to talk to them about the trial, or the neighbor, or they ain't going to talk to their significant other. Yeah, you supposed to believe that they going to follow the rules and they're not going to disobey and none of that. But they ain't being watched. Like they phones probably being watched or something. Like their Google and all that. They probably got a way that they could go in and see if they search something or something like that. But ain't no damn way they can watch them in their house if they on another family member's computer, phone, whatever. I thought they wasn't supposed to see it at all. So all this media on this case, that's crazy to me. Like Jennifer said, when they tried to get the judge to go at her, I can't even get the people to stop, harassing my client in the media where he can have a fair trial. Like she said, how he ain't have a fair trial since day one, especially because of the media. So we're going to get into that too when I'm done. Just to show y'all that Prosecutor Julian really stopped the judge in the morning last week to address him. So I don't know if it's the other side that went and told or who did it. I believe it was the other side though. Because after they stepped to her, I literally seen the quote unquote ones that bashes R. Kelly and don't like R. Kelly. I call them the other side because I try to give people their respect, which I wish they would do the same for us. But the other side, I literally seen them on lives last week actually saying, oh yeah, you see that Jennifer got blocked from using social media, and look, she back on there anyway. She ain't following the rules, and look, she on there talking to the supporters, and like she said, I can do that. Mr. Kelly can go talk to his supporters if he wants to and thank them for the support. We got a Sixth Amendment right. Crazy. So let's get into this reading, you guys. Okay, it says United States District Court, Northern District of Illinois, Eastern District, United States of America Plaintiff versus Robert Sylvester Kelly, also known as R. Kelly, Daryl McDavid, and Milton Brown, also known as June Brown, defendants. Number 19CR567, Honorable Harry D. Linenweber. Motion for judgment of acquittal pursuant to federal R. Crime P 29A. Now comes the defendant, Robert Sylvester Kelly, by and through his counsel, Jennifer Bonjean, and moves this court to enter a judgment of acquittal on each count of the 13-count indictment where the government's evidence was insufficient to sustain a conviction. On February 13, 2020, the government filed a superseding indictment charging defendant with 4 counts of child exploitation of a child, conduct that allegedly occurred in 1998 or 1999. Docket number 93. Specifically, the indictment accuses defendant of engaging in sexual explicit conduct with minor one for the purpose of producing 4 separate videos between 1998 and 1999. Counts 1 through 4. Counts 6 through 8 of the indictment accuse defendant of conspiring to and then receiving those same videos or copies in 2001 and 2007 in violation of 22528 after the videos were allegedly taken from the defendant. It's common on self-esteem. The superseding indictment further alleges that the defendant committed 4 additional violations of 18 U.S.C. 242B. Specifically, the government contends the following. Between 1997 and September 2001, the defendant did knowingly persuade, induce, entice, and coerce minor one Jane to engage in sexual activity that constituted aggravated criminal sexual abuse under Illinois law. Count 9. In December of 1996, the defendant did knowingly persuade, entice, and coerce minor 3, Nia, to engage in sexual activity that constituted aggravated criminal sexual abuse under Illinois law. Count 10. Between 1999 and 2000, the defendant did knowingly persuade, induce, entice, and coerce minor 4 to engage in sexual activity that constituted aggravated criminal sexual abuse under Illinois law. Count 11. So the next one, between 1997 and 2001, the defendant did knowingly persuade, induce, entice, and coerce minor 5, Pauline, to engage in sexual activity that constituted aggravated criminal sexual abuse under Illinois law. Count 12. Between 1997 and 2000, the defendant did knowingly persuade, induce, entice, and coerce minor 6, Brittany, to engage in sexual activity that constituted aggravated criminal sexual abuse under Illinois law. Count 13. Can y'all hear me? I hope y'all can hear me and I'm not just reading. Okay, so that was count 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13. Argument. Rule 29A provides that after the government closes its evidence or after the close of all the evidence, the court on the defendant's motion must enter a judgment of acquittal of any offense for which the evidence is insufficient to sustain a conviction. Counts 1 through 4 of the indictment, the child pornography counts. A judgment of acquittal as to counts 1 through 4 of the indictment must be granted where the government's evidence was insufficient as to each and every element of the offense. First, government's evidence failed to demonstrate that defendant did knowingly use, persuade, induce, entice, and coerce Jane to engage in sexual explicit conduct for the purpose of producing the visual depiction of such conduct. Not only was the government's evidence of inducement or enticement lacking, the government simply failed to show that the sexually explicitly conduct was for the purpose of producing the visual depiction. Second, the government failed to prove that the defendant knew or had reason to know that any of the videotapes would be transported in interstate or foreign commerce. In fact, the government failed to produce any evidence that the videotapes in question were transported in interstate or foreign commerce. The government offered into evidence 2 videotapes, one that was in the custody of the Cook County State's Attorney since 2002. Its organs are unknown. And second videotape that was produced in 2019. There is no evidence that either of these tapes have ever left the state of Illinois. In fact, it is undisputed that the tapes are copies made by someone, but the government could not establish where the tapes were copied or by whom. I told y'all. The government simply did not prove that the tapes were transported in interstate or foreign commerce. To the extent the government's contends that it is the images that they were transported into interstate commerce. The government's evidence is still insufficient. Indeed, the government's evidence was entirely lacking on the question of how, if any, alleged tapes or images of the defendant and Jane engaged in sexually explicit conduct was transported interstate commerce. And certainly, there was no evidence presented that the defendant knew the videotapes or images would be placed in interstate commerce. The evidence is undisputed that the defendant Kelly played no role whatsoever in placing the tapes or images into interstate commerce. Accordingly, the government's evidence as to all child pornography counts was insufficient, specifically as to count 4. The evidence is woefully insufficient where no tape exists to show what images were depicted on the tape. Without the tape, the government simply cannot show that it contained any contraband. Oh, I told y'all. So they ain't even got 3. They only got 2 freaking, one from 2002 and one that they just got in 2019. I told y'all from Freeman. They ain't even got the 3rd one. They images. And they can't say where the images came from. And they can't even say that Robert transported them because Freeman and Keith testified that they transported the tapes. They said they did it. Lisa Van Allen said she transported. Not one time did they say Robert was in the car, came and got him, took him back. And they testified that his lawyer, Jensen, is who told the guy to go recover the tapes that he was going to pay. And he the one that hired the polygrapher. And he the one that hired the freaking investigator. I knew that Jennifer was going to bring that up. Even Freeman said the money stuff, he had the meetings with Darryl McDavid. Nothing was with Robert. See, that's where they messed up at too. All this shit they was doing, freaky deals and money. If you listen to the court case from the beginning, not one person said that Robert was at these damn meetings. Even when Rashawn and them claimed they went away, Robert wasn't nowhere near them, nothing. And Rashana's mom contradicted her testimony because Rashana said it was a meeting at the hotel with her, Robert, her mom, McDavid, her dad. What her mom say, Felicia Clark? I don't remember my daughter at that meeting. Oh my God. Let's keep reading. Free Robert Sylvester Kelly right now. Don't free Robert Sylvester Kelly in the chat. The evidence is undisputed that the defendant Kelly played no role whatsoever in placing the tapes or images into interstate commerce. Accordingly, the government's evidence as to all child pornography counts was insufficient. Specifically, as to count 4, the evidence is woefully insufficient where no tape exists to show. So it's not even a tape. They just images. Oh my God. They just images, y'all. So what images were depicted? Without the tape, the government simply cannot show that it contained any contraband. And that's what the government told Jennifer when she asked to see what they were showing Rashana. They told her she couldn't see it because it was contraband. Government's witness, Keith Morrell, testified unequivocally. Oh, y'all, I'm so happy. I can't even read. I'm so hyped. So they ain't even had a tape. Unequivocally, that the tape that he received from Lisa Van Allen, this is Keith saying this, y'all, consisted of a single scene. I told y'all she was going to bring this up. Of a single scene of a threesome that did not appear to constitute child pornography. As Morrell testified, it looked like a regular threesome. end quote, out quote. The government failure to produce this video, along with the testimony of Morale, is fatal to the government's case on this count. The court should therefore enter judgments of acquittal on each and every child pornography count pursuant to federal crime P-29A. Count 5 of the indictment, conspiracy to obstruct. The government charged defendant Kelly with a violation of the general conspiracy statute set forth in 18 SC 371. Which required them to prove the following: an agreement to accomplish an illegal objective against the United States, one or more overt acts in the furtherance of the illegal purpose, and 3, the intent to commit the substantive offense. United States versus Jackson, 33 F3D 866 872, 7th Circuit, 1994. Here the government charges that the defendant Kelly conspired to violate 18 USC 1519, which provides in pertinent part, whosoever knowingly alters, destroys, mutilates, conceals, covers up, falsifies, or makes a false entry in any record, document, or tangible object with the intent to impede it, obstruct, or influence the investigation or proper administration in any manner within the jurisdiction of any department of agency of the United States or any case filed under the Title 11, or in relation to or contemplation of any such matter or case, shall be fined under this title and imprisoned not more than 20 years of both. To sustain 1519 offense, the government must prove that the defendants knowingly falsified a record or a document. The defendants acted with the intent to impede, obstruct, or influence an actual contemplated investigation, and the investigation concerned a matter within the jurisdiction of the U.S. Department of Justice of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The government failed to prove the conspiracy to obstruct count, and a judgment of acquittal must be entered as to defendant Kelly. First and foremost, the government failed to prove any evidence to show that an overt act occurred when the statute of limitations period. The government alleged, you know what she's saying? Y'all know what she's saying when she say that part. The government failed to prove the conspiracy to obstruct count, and a judgment of acquittal must be entered as to defendant Kelly. First and foremost, the government failed to prove any evidence to show that an overt act occurred within the statute of limitations. The government alleged in its superseding indictment several overt acts within the statute of limitations period, namely a payment from RSK Enterprise to the defendant McDavid in a series of checks in 2014 and 15 to James. The government did not show that any of this conduct was connected in any way, shape, or form to the alleged conspiracy to obstruct. Indeed, Jane herself denied that any payment she received from the defendant, who became her longtime boyfriend and close friend until shortly before defendant's arrest, had anything to do with impeding or obstructing defendant Kelly's 2008 prosecution for child pornography or any contemplated federal investigation prosecution. Both Jane and her mother denied that any money that was directed their way from defendant Kelly amounted to so-called hush money or was provided with the objective of falsifying or destroying objects. Furthermore, the government's evidence was woefully insufficient to demonstrate that the defendant entered into any agreement to knowingly alter, destroy, manipulate, conceal, or cover up, falsify, or make a fake entry in any record, document, or tangible object. For one thing, the government offered no evidence that any object covered within the scope of 18 USC was falsified, destroyed, or concealed. While the government may have offered evidence through Jane and her mother that they testified falsely before the grand jury, the false statements of these witnesses, all of whom testified that they had their own motivation for testifying falsely, does not satisfy the government's burden of proving the falsification of records or documents. Defendant Kelly adopts Defendant McDavid Rule 29A motion, which further elaborates on this argument. In fact, the government failed to present any evidence showing any act designed to influence false testimony from Jane or her mother. Both government witnesses testified consistently that they had independent reasons for testifying, as they had nothing to do with any threats, coercion, or influence on the part of the defendant. Separately, the government failed to establish that the defendant Kelly entered into any agreement to obstruct or that his acts were carried out in contemplation of any federal investigation. Indeed, as applied to the defendant Kelly, Section 1519 is void for vagueness, since the record shows that the defendant had no knowledge of a contemplated federal investigation when he allegedly committed the prohibited acts. The statute is unconstitutionally vague because it does not require a defendant to know of an ongoing or contemplated federal investigation when making a false entry. And in this specific case, defendant Kelly had no knowledge of an ongoing or contemplated federal investigation at any point. But most certainly, in 2014 to 2019, when the government contends the final overall acts of the conspiracy occurred, in some, for the reasons stated above, and for those further articulated in defendant McDavid's Rule 29 motion, this court should enter an acquittal as to count 5 of the superseding indictment. Count 6 through 8 of the indictment, conspiracy to receive child pornography. The government failed to prove that the defendant Kelly entered into any agreement with any other individual to receive child pornography, or that he in fact received child pornography, as pleaded in counts 7 and 8 of the indictment. The government's evidence in its best light failed to show that the defendant specifically sought to receive child pornography, rather than any embarrassing sex tapes, such as a threesome video involving his ex-wife. Specifically, as to count 8, the government did not even show that the tape contained child pornography. Oh, man. Guess what, y'all? They didn't even show child pornography on the tape. Oh my God. Did y'all hear that shit? Huh? Did y'all hear that shit? Did y'all hear this shit? Huh? Oh snap. Did y'all hear it? They said that they didn't even prove in the tape of child pornography. So guess what? They didn't prove it was Rashana in the tape. And like I just told Robert not too long ago, anybody want to listen to me? And that they could not prove that she was 14 in the tape. Or it seemed like she's saying that it's Drea in the goddamn tape. And if I'm getting it correctly, y'all, it looked like they trying to say it was never a tape. It was loose images from evidence they held since 2002, which he was acquitted on, and they must have didn't use it for the 2008. in the new one that Avenatti bought in with Freeman in 2019. What the break? Did y'all hear what she said, y'all? Huh? Mm, mm, mm. Let's keep going. Furthermore, the record contains no evidence that the videotapes were transported in interstate commerce. Accordingly, a judgment of acquittal should be entered as to counts 6 through 8 of the superseding indictment. Counts 9 through 13 of the indictment, inducement counts. The government's evidence that the defendant did knowingly persuade, induce, entice, or coerce any individual to engage in sexual activity is insufficient. As a matter of law, as to counts 9 through 13, the government takes the position that simply because a sex act is unlawful because of the age of the complainant, it automatically follows that it has proved inducement, such as interpretation renders the inducement language superfluous. The government's evidence showing the defendant enticed or coerced the minors identified in the counts and through 13 of the indictment is insufficient. The government also failed to prove that the defendant committed the inducement counts using the mail or any facility and means of interstate and foreign commerce. As to some of the complainants, the trial record is absent of any connection to interstate commerce, with the exception of Nia, who claimed that the defendant arranged for her travel to Chicago. No complainant testified to any connection between the commission of the alleged criminal offense and the use of any facility of oh yeah, Rashana and them never said they traveled back and forth. Paulina and them never said she traveled back. Oh yeah. The government also failed to prove that the defendant committed the inducement counts using the mail or any facility and means of interstate and foreign commerce. As to some of the complainants, the trial record is absent of any connection to interstate commerce, with the exception of Nia, who claimed that the defendant arranged for her travel to Chicago. No complainant testified to any connection between the commission of the alleged criminal offense and the use of any facility of interstate and foreign commerce. Finally, as to count 11, the government was insufficient to show a violation of 18 U.S.C. 22151. Conclusion. For the foregoing reasons, the court shall either judgment of acquittal as to each of the counts of this superseding indictment. Respectfully submitted, Jennifer Bajin. Damn. What do y'all think? I got to drop the link, y'all. I need somebody to come up here. I need to know that y'all understand what I just read. I need to know that y'all on the same, like y'all listening to the same thing I just listened to. Come on, y'all. I need somebody to hit the link. Come on, Leslie, come up. Ordinary woman, Tiffany. Come on, y'all. Ladybug, somebody hit this link. I need to know that y'all just heard what I heard. And I really got to read this other part at the bottom. Count 6 through 8 of the indictment. I hope Robert's still here. Conspiracy to receive child pornography, because he said that Robert is done because of the tape. Listen, Robert, the government failed to prove that the defendant entered into any agreement with any other individual to receive child pornography, or that he in fact received child pornography, as plead in count 7 and 8 of the indictment. The government's evidence in its best light failed to show that the defendant specifically sought to receive child pornography rather than any embarrassing sex tape. They called it an embarrassing sex tape, such as a threesome, video involving his ex-wife. Specifically, as to count 8, the government did not even show that the tape contained child pornography. Furthermore, the record contains no evidence that the videotapes were transported in interstate commerce. Accordingly, a judgment of acquittal should be entered as to count 6 through 8 of the superseding indictment. Oh my goodness. So am I hearing what she just said? If I'm not mistaken, she's saying the reason why the government don't want this tape to go in chain of custody because it's Drea on the fucking tape. Well, and I think Rashana on it with her.
Well,
but she's saying this don't contain no child pornography.
Well,
and remember, Keith said it was Lisa and other adults having a threesome. He said it was not no child pornography.
What you're actually hearing, this is what I'm thinking.
Yo, this is wonderful. Milton Brown lawyer put in his too.
Wait. What you're actually hearing is Mr. Kelly is speaking with his attorney, and he gave his side. Because if they ever remember Lisa Van Allen back in the day, she told them about her tape and she had a conversation with Rob Kelly.
No, but did you just hear the part I read where she said they don't have no evidence that Robert passed out child pornography or even seen it?
Let me finish my thought. It wasn't when she went through all that duffel bag and all those tapes, it was about Drea. That's all. That's what I've been thinking while we were reading the transcript all along.
Well, McDavid lawyer brought it up, but remember, no, Leslie, you remember last week when the prosecutors pulled that fast one on Jennifer when they said, she said, I want to see the photos you're showing her.
Exactly. I remember.
And they said she can't. No, it's contraband, Your Honor. She said contraband. And remember, they got mad and said, Your Honor, can you please straighten it out with the jury? Because she screamed that in front of the jury. Now they're going to think that we're not showing the defense evidence.
I remember because they never had anything.
So they brought her in for her to just say she was in the fucking video.
Exactly. It's just testimony. Okay. And guess what? You almost made me forget that thought. Go ahead. It'll come back. It'll come to me. You know,
Tiffany?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
I can't believe this, y'all.
No, you can, because that's what the testimony.
But this is what I've been screaming for 2 weeks.
But you can't. You gotta breathe. Now let me say something. That's just an application to the court, right? That's all Jennifer said.
You always supposed to do that when the
Wait. Let me finish. If the judge does not approve it, does not accept it, can you only imagine what her closing argument will be?
But just think about it.
I'm thinking.
And we're seeing this. See, that's why I wanted to read that jury paper that I got. I got to look for it so I can explain how the jury is supposed to read the jury instructions. The jury is only supposed to, like all the other stuff that prosecutors bring in the trial, the extras that the witnesses say, all that stuff is just to like put like to create a lot of smoke. But the jury is only supposed to see, did they prove that he committed counts, this count through that count?
Right.
Meaning,
from the indictment.
Right. Like Jennifer just broke it down. How they didn't prove this count. How they didn't prove that he was that he threatened or coerced Rashana, her mother, to lie to the grand jury. How he wasn't even there making no damn money transactions with this damn tape.
But they already knew that. That's the whole thing.
No, I'm not talking about them already knowing. What I'm talking about is that's all the jury is supposed to
right.
look at. If they don't see that, then they must acquit. I don't care about her saying she drunk hypnotic. You know, he's not charged for giving them drugs and alcohol. He's not charged with raping them.
That's right. They didn't set it up. So now you remember that they asked for to be admitted the old statement of Rashana and her mother that they gave. Was it 2002?
Yes.
Okay. Why?
And that's why the dumbass prosecutors was hyped. That's why they was hyped to admit it. And that's why the defense was like, go ahead, admit it. Because that's going to show to the jury that they lied on their own.
Exactly. And not only that is impeachment. They impeach themselves.
That's why the defense ain't argue when they wanted to put in the damn transcripts.
What do you mean? Yeah. But don't get excited yet. No.
No, only reason I'm getting excited because even if this jury try to act like they don't see what they supposed to do, these is good arguments on any freaking appeal. Well, Jennifer Bonjean is covering every single loophole.
Yeah. No, she wait and see. It's not Jennifer because you got
No, Leslie. Any case when a prosecutor rests and you, the defense, by then they know all the evidence they're presenting. They know all the witnesses they're presenting. Exactly. And the number one, Brittany, this was another count.
Brittany didn't show. That's right. But
you were supposed to have two females corroborate a story, and Pauline, she messed that whole thing up because she also testified in 2002 and said she never had relations with Robert. And then she never seen them, and then she lied about an alcohol that didn't even come out. So she was of age.
Well, that's one part. But the other part that you have to think about is you got Mr. McDavid, Daryl McDavid. He's got two law firms representing him, right? You got Jennifer Bonjean, her law firm. And I'm sure she's got, other folks, doing
No, Robert has 4 attorneys, but there's only 3 in court.
They're connected under her umbrella. Okay. Think about that. Now you got the federal public defender. That's a law firm.
Yeah, they all coming from law firms, Leslie. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the government didn't prove their case with a reasonable doubt. That's what I'm saying.
But that's what you're saying. But you have to go.
And it's fact. That's why the defense couldn't wait for the government to say they rest because they thinking they gonna come out with more evidence. They think they gonna come out with more witnesses. That's what y'all had.
No. Don't jump. Don't go too fast. Don't go too fast.
Leslie, that's how it go. I watched it in New York. When New York case was, do you not know how many freaking witnesses was in New York?
They had a lot of
53 witnesses.
They had a lot of them.
But
because they did it wrong. That judge let them bring in them bad acts. Judge Leonard Weber wasn't for that shit. He was like, no, we ain't bringing in no uncharged acts in this case. No herpes, nothing from over there. We ain't bringing all no Lee up in this shit. He nipped that shit in the bud early.
Okay. But what I'm saying to you is, what Jennifer Bonjean is looking at, this is my opinion. It's not just this case. She's using that information that you read in the transcript, all those witnesses' statements, all those attitudes in the game that they've been playing, and that's new evidence for a possible new evidence for.
I know, but I'm just I'm just saying that.
I'm trying to tell you,
right? Even the judge, when he goes through the transcripts, he's also going to see that the government did not prove their case.
And guess what? Some things that we're talking about, we don't need to let everybody know.
Oh, yeah.
I ain't saying to let everybody know. We reading emotion. That's all we're doing.
No, I know what you're saying. But insofar as
that's all we doing. Jennifer put the motion. She ain't put it under seal. So we can read a public motion.
But calm down. Let it, because we don't know how old boy works. You know what I'm saying?
Oh boy, what they gonna do? It's a public motion.
No. Let what listen. I don't get excited until the fat lady.
No, I'm getting excited because I paid attention to this
She
trial.
talking about the motion.
I paid attention to this trial since day one. I've been reading motions since they've been coming back and forth, and I knew when they didn't want to follow the chain of custody, and they didn't bring that damn man in. They didn't bring that prosecutor, and I knew it was some shaky shit.
But the thing of it is, you gotta understand, you gotta follow the procedure. It's slow.
No, I'm not talking about that. I think you're getting me mixed up. All I'm hype about right now
is the motion.
Is the motion in that the government proved they did not have the evidence that they acted like they did, and that's why they got away with that fucking chain of custody.
First time,
but we knew that when we read the transcript. Remember?
No, they lied and said that it was contraband.
Hold on. Okay, I get it, because you were able to read motions behind the scenes.
Right.
What I did, on my part, I refused to listen to anybody read the transcript, the transcripts ahead of us, because I wanted to form my own opinion, like I was one of the jurors.
You told me that.
Right. So as a juror, I see what they just wrote there. I'm not surprised. That's what I was seeing. Yeah. So okay.
I got you. All the defense attorneys, they all gonna put in a motion because they know that the prosecutors are done. They're not bringing in no more. So the defense don't even gotta go hard because they know what the government didn't prove far as evidence against their clients.
Okay.
So that's why I just said, why is the defense only gonna get like a couple days, and then the judge said Wednesday closing arguments? Because the judge already got the paperwork of the defense's witnesses.
But it's not their case, that's why.
No, it's the government has to prove theirs.
Exactly.
And they ain't proved nothing.
And that's why the defense was just letting them, go ahead. Everybody talking about, oh, Shauna's here. Oh, they got that tape. They ain't got no, but they didn't prove that they had no fucking child pornography. Like he said, what it is an embarrassing sex tape with adults having the fucking threesome.
That's right. But what I'm trying to say to you is, I now understand why you're all excited, because you must have been going from channel to channel and to the opposite side.
No, I just been reading these goddamn motions with this damn indictment for 3 years.
I was getting ready to say, I don't know how you guys did this for 3 years.
And when they came out with this indictment, they was running out here talking about the government had 100 videos, 100 devices, all these child pornography, all these young 8-year-olds and 9-year-olds.
Girls come, but let me tell you something. What about the thing? Who's the one in Minnesota?
That's Alina Prado.
Okay, guess what? Watch.
I thought she was the girl Nia.
Watch. Watch.
But it doesn't match.
She gonna sit down.
I see get through watching all this.
That's right.
What do y'all think? I thought she was Nia. What y'all think?
Nia?
Because she said she was from Minnesota. I don't think Minneapolis is the same thing. No.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Nia looked like somebody that they just fucking got off the corner street and gave her a story, and she just ran with that shit. Like Jennifer said, she can't even prove the goddamn.
Van Allen, that must have been Van Allen, friend.
No, Nia, she ain't supposed to be friends with none of them. The only friend she got was the girl that testified that she went. That's supposed to be her cousin through marriage. The girl, the girl named Kelly.
Everybody know everybody.
Now Tracy tried to bring Jane in it, but what fucked Tracy up is Rashawn ain't never say she had sex with Tracy.
Everybody's coming in. Everybody just coming on in. Come on, everybody.
And you know what? How does he convince them to do what they do or what they claim they did?
Right, exactly.
And let me tell you where they messed up at. They didn't say Oh, he smacked the shit out of me and told me to do this
But
stuff.
you said
Oh,
they
he
didn't say
punched
nothing
me in
about
my mouth and told me to do this. They
Right.
never said he posed any threat or
anything.
force or coerce.
But check it out, sis. When do you ever know a female or R. Kelly to have to beg a female to do what he wants her
Girl,
to
what you
do?
say? You see them concerts?
I
You
ain't
know,
even listening to the truth because they just heard us read that they did not prove that the tape was child pornography. So that tell you right there that they didn't prove that Rashana was a minor in the tape.
it
He
was
said he had a
just
CD after that. Anyway, he said he had a CD.
No, you just heard her read the motion. She said
Oh, see.
it's
Okay.
images.
Okay.
It's not. She said in the tape that they have,
It's
it's
not what
from
they
the
said.
2002. That's why McDavid lawyer said in that motion, like 3 months ago, when he said the detectives, the experts, they went through all of that stuff and they held this shit for years and they could have been on these charges.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Remember
Yep.
when McDavid lawyer put in that motion about this?
Yeah.
Y'all
Like,
had all this stuff since all this time.
why?
Y'all could have been brought these charges in.
Yeah.
Talking about Rashana sealed the deal. Rashana just told you she was messing with the man all the way up to 2019.
Yep. Paying the bills.
Who's the one that was with Junebug?
Junebug.
That was Lisa Van Allen, right?
That about with everybody here.
Yeah, yeah. No. Who's the one that jumped the fence? And
That's
That's
Joanna.
Geronda. But
okay.
Junebug wasn't there. It was
That was Bubba.
Somebody else.
Bubba and Navarro.
But I bet you.
I said she didn't bring her ass back.
No, because you know they were saying she was supposed to be in it. She was in the motion too.
They said everybody supposed to be in here.
And they said, and that was to put the fear. That's all that shit was, to make the defense think they had all these fucking people. They said Geronda was a potential witness, Andrea Kelly. Why the fuck they ain't call Andrea? Because she in that tape.
You know what, y'all though? But see, Bon Jean, she ain't going. She got it right. She on them hoes. She on them.
Exactly.
She on them.
And,
not playing with them.
And you know what else? Guess what else?
Right. You just
guess what else?
Mm-hmm.
They damn sure said that Sparkle was their potential witness too, because when Bajee put in that motion, that's why she put in a motion about the surviving R. Kelly, because she said your potential witnesses, Sparkle, Andrea, and Geronda, was in surviving R. Kelly. And if they're going to be potential witness, that's why she would say that they couldn't be witnesses, because they was already in the surviving R. Kelly. So why didn't the prosecutor, did Jennifer do a good job when she came in court and said, yeah, I said you lying under oath?
Yeah.
Did you think the prosecutors might have got scared? Like, oh shit, we can't bring her in here because if she say Rashana lying on a stand.
She did.
In front of the jury.
Bajee came out busting, man. She just came out
with it. Do y'all think that's why Sparkle wasn't called in to testify?
No. Like you said, no.
And the reason they didn't call Drea in, because then Drea was going to corroborate that she had sex with these people and that the tape was her, right?
Yep, baby hairs, yep.
Every
time I see that video about Sharon, that baby hairs. They want baby hairs. I'm sorry, y'all.
No, I like
talking about Rashana was an adult in a sex tape, but you just heard. You just heard me read that they just told you that they don't even have the authenticity of these. They had loose images, which is not contraband.
No damn authenticity. It's just loose images. It's not what they claimed it was supposed to have been. But and guess what? The sad part about it, this case here, that's what caused New York.
Yeah.
I'm ready for New York. I can't wait till she go back. Oh, I can't wait.
This case here caused New York, because I don't know what you guys are doing in Chicago, but you better check that woman out.
Okay, the truth. You talking about Rashana was with him since she was 14. So let me say this to you, right?
Oh Lord, here we go.
What's the truth?
Because I'm not gonna give myself a stroke, because even if the jury try to act like they don't see this, it's already written. Jennifer got to put the motion in the night of the prosecutor's ending, right? Let me say this to you about Rashonda.
Don't delete anything.
Once again,
Miss Lamb, we trying to hit it.
Y'all, the prosecutor still didn't prove that it was Rashana in a tape at 14 years old, underage.
Lies.
And when the mother sat up there and said, "Oh, we only went because we didn't want to face the media."
The media.
She didn't say because he threatened us and I was mad because, and the mother said that she could not identify her daughter on the tape.
Right.
Yo, you ain't listening to what's going on?
No, they don't want to. They don't want to hear the truth. They don't want to hear the truth.
She was running from Jim Derogatis.
Yeah. Yep.
What the heck is wrong? Is that what did the truth say? That's not the truth.
That's not she was 14.
They did not prove that she was 14.
And she said, yeah.
They tried to say they was trying to corroborate some type of necklace, and they told you that Dum Dum. See, that's where y'all messed up, because Dum Dum Lisa Van Allen kept stealing all type of shit.
They funny. They need to go back and listen to your transcript.
The chain cross was never fucking Rashana's. It was the chain cross that Lisa Van Allen stole and gave it to Keith to sell.
Thank you.
They need to go back to your transcript when you was reading so they can comprehend.
It wasn't theirs because they found it, and that's it. But guess what? Watch some more shoes fall, because there's a whole bunch of people.
Man, God is exposing these folks. God is exposing these folks.
They should be scared, because right now, anybody come up there to continue with that extortion thing that these little thotty people are doing.
And that's what's going to weigh on the juries. If he was so much of a thug, if he was so much of a threat, they're going to say Rashana's girlfriend, that Paulina girl, that was dumb for her to say today that she called up the studio and threatened that she was going to extort him. And then she said, I acted like I was Britney. So that's telling you that he was the slow one. They was the one getting over on him.
Yep.
He wasn't catching the shit.
Sister, can you do me a favor? And this is what I've told my sons, okay? This is what I want you to do. All those people, all those names, those female names, keep a list.
Well, you just said, you contradicted yourself, baby, because you just said Rashana was 14, then you said, oh, Rashana testified she was 15 when she had sex with him. You just said she was 14 when she had sex. Come on.
So
that's the inconsistency right there. Then she told y'all on the stand, I don't even remember when I turned 17. Huh?
Wait.
Tell them folks go back and read. Listen to your transcript reading.
This alleged tape came out at the time she was supposed to have been 14, right?
And I believe Tracy said on her live the other day that she believes the way Rashana was acting, talking about after it happened, how she was getting smart with her mom and dad and them, that she loved him and she couldn't eat because she was making herself throw up and all that. Like she said, ain't no 14-year-old doing that. She said that girl probably about 18, 19 years old, and that's why mommy and daddy ain't fucking tricked.
But wait a minute. I'm saying the tape came out during the year that she was allegedly 14, right?
That's what they want to point at.
But guess what? On the stand, she said she lost her virginity at 15.
Yeah.
I ain't get it from somewhere else, but from her mouth.
We all said that. That's what she messed up at when she said on the stand.
On the stand, but the tape came out when you were 14. Your parents you were rushed out of the city. You went all here and there. But wait a minute, he was prosecuted 6 years. Are you that scared? I bet you if the father were alive, she would have kept her mouth shut. But the bag broke. The bag busted.
I said that to you. I don't think they was ever going to talk when their dad was alive, because I can't see no father to know that a man was abusing his daughter at 14 and he just gonna willingly work with him and all this. Nah. I see a father knowing his grown ass 17, 18-year-old daughter start chasing after Robert and doing grown shit, and she was grown, so he like, shit, what the fuck can I, she grown.
Well, I don't even think that was it though. I think, and this is just me, I think
because he moved in with him. Moved in with him to 2011.
But wait, the father knew that she was in there with Drea and the children, and that's what he saw. But she and Drea were having it going on.
Mm-hmm.
That's That's what I'm thinking. And I believe that's the reason why Rob divorced his wife.
No, Jennifer said that. She said,
I didn't even know that.
Jennifer said, so you're not going to admit that when Drea filed for divorce, look, remember when I researched the other day and I told y'all, hold up, it was a domestic violence. Drea got a restraining order on Robert in 2002. She went to South for divorce in 2002. When did the grand jury investigation start? 2002. Then somehow they got cool. She chilled the fuck out. And remember, she said she was supporting Robert during the whole trial. Remember? In 2009, that's when Robert went back and filed. And that's when they finally got divorced. And Rashana was living there, as she say, she didn't move out to 2011. So she was there for 2 years that Drea wasn't. Yep. That's why Jennifer said, you were the reason why he left his wife. Yep. She said, no, I understand that the marriage just ain't work out. But then she admitted to Jennifer, she thought he was going to marry her. Come on, you're contradicting yourself. Jennifer said, so you really thought he would marry you? She said, yes, I thought we would get married one day. She said, well, how that was going to happen? He had a wife. She said he was trying to figure out how he was going to do it. So why would you say that Drea divorcing him and Robert divorcing her and they breaking up don't got nothing to do with you if you up here saying you wanted to marry him? So Drea had to know more than what she's not telling about her relationship with Rashana. Well, because he was called the babysitter for many years too.
She's an undercover babysitter.
Yeah, exactly. Very big.
And did you hear how she expressed on that stand? How I love his kids. That came out of nowhere. I'm like, dude, where the fuck that come from? She was testifying about. No, but I'm saying she was testifying about some other stuff, and she just bought that because I love his kids.
Yep. And we missed the part about when Lisa Van Allen was crying. Why was she crying so much?
Pouring on the act. She wasn't
crying.
Yeah,
I think like McDavid said, his lawyer, you sure know how to do the act thing. Yeah.
You seen them on you seen them on Survivor R. Kelly? They good actors. You see they got their award, didn't?
Oh yeah. All of them. So okay, I got it. Cause I didn't watch Surviving R. Kelly, and I'm not going to.
I didn't either. They just
I had to break myself down to do it. I did it in I think the end of 2020. And the reason why I had to, because I read in 2020, I was on my main channel, my other one, before that one took it down, I started this one. But my other channel, I had read with the subscribers, we read Lisa Van Allen book, we read Ashanti McGee book, I read Jim Derrigada's book and Geronda Pace's book, and I read half of the other Dodo Head book. But that's why I went to watch Surviving R. Kelly, because I had to compare what was in these books with these interviews in Surviving R. Kelly. And in defense, they was right thinking like I was with Lisa Van Allen, because I remember specifically when she talked about in Surviving R. Kelly about the tape that she fast forwarded, and it was Robert and other scenes and other women. Never said it was underage tape. And she said that on Surviving R. Kelly. And she said she never seen no clip with just Robert and Jane. So when Jennifer brought that up, I'm like, wow. And she never talks about Jane in her book.
Well, you know, Lisa Van Allen's book?
Mm-hmm.
How many? Her book was.
She the one that got the book.
Amazon. It's on Amazon.
It's only like 4. If you get the other thing, the reading thing, what is called
audio.
No, the actual website. What is called the other website that you can read books on.
Kindle. The Kindle.
Yeah, you get it on that. It's only like $4. She ain't get no major money off that. It's
Not
four.
And none of them.
And the
everybody
Shanti McGee book like $2.
Fatbo on there too. I seen Fatbo book. I
what
been
was
shook
that?
my
What
head.
Cash Jones? The Cash Jones
No,
book?
Jim.
I
Yeah,
read
I
half of
seen
Cass.
that. The Pretty
I
Little,
read half of her book. Yeah.
That was
Pretty
trash.
Little something. Yeah, I
Trash.
seen
Daddy's
all them
Little
books.
Freak.
Yeah.
That was such trash. It wasn't. It wasn't even well written to me. It wasn't well written. It made no sense. It didn't go anywhere. It was just
Why Tim
words.
Glad trying to support? Why he trying to support that shit? Sit your glass down somewhere, sir.
Hmm.
And like I said, I think it's more for me because I remember when this indictment first hit and came out when they indicted him
Yep.
under these charges in Chicago.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden, here we go. It was just a state charge for Chicago. So Greenberg was like, "Oh, we're gonna knock this right out. State case, only a couple. We was like, I think 2 or 3 female state case. Boom, he gonna knock this right out because they ain't had nothing on in the state. That's why Kim Fox went live and said, "We need you to come to us. We need you to come to us and basically say he did this, he did that, he did this. We have nothing on him. We can't do nothing. We need you. We need you." She made that very freaking clear.
Yep.
And when Mute R. Kelly was out here talking about Josh Lynn, we love you. Ezria, we love you. And Savages, then they come. They doing freaking press conferences outside this man's old house in Atlanta. And you got the Tim Savage up there to my, yeah, this message for Robert Kelly. You know who I am, nigga. I'm Joey Father.
Like he a
Come
boss
see
or
me,
something.
nigga. We gotta talk, nigga. You know what this about, nigga. And they had a big ass bat in his hand. Then next thing you know, they go live again in front of his other mansion with Ashanti McGee. And she up there, and the man asks her, "Well, how old was you when you met him?" Say 20, say 19, say. He telling her what the fuck to say. That's when we knew, like, oh, hold up.
Who tuned
Bullshit.
in
That's
his,
why I said, wait a minute. I am not about to jump to conclusions with this shit. Hold up. I got to
Yup.
see how this shit
Yup.
play
I
out.
was like that. They already had a weather check before they did the press conference.
You said they had a who?
They already did a wellness check on the
Oh,
girls.
remember when that? Oh, thank you for bringing that up because the receipts is on my community wall. I got the number of the badge of the officers, the time, in their
The
actual
jail
incident
investigating.
report number. When Kim Fox brought that up on her press conference, they asked her, they said, "Did you talk to the police commissioner and didn't they tell you that they did multiple wellness checks?" She said that that's her and them is not the same department.
uh-oh.
So that's why her department was still going forward. But yes, they did tell her, she said, that they did wellness checks. And that the people that was there wanted to be there willingly.
And that's why she ain't have nothing. That's why she did what she did. What dumbass.
But you know the sad part, the sick part about this whole case. You mean to tell me because he's a man and he was with these girls, that's a big crime. What about the female, Drea? What about the women? They
That's
surrounded.
why the
I have a
prosecutors
problem.
can't
That's
go but
worse
so the
because
prosecutors can't go but so far
Oh.
because when
Mhm.
you got these females, you trying to let them push the narrative that they were so young, but then you got them
uh,
saying they had sex with the wife.
that's worse than sleeping with a man.
But Miss Leslie, Kim Fox was on the first. She was on the first trial.
Yeah.
She was on the first trial. Her ass lost. That's why she mad because she lost. So I
Oh,
guess when she came,
oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. She was the prosecutor for R. Kelly's
was she
case.
one of the prosecutor? Yeah, yeah.
No, 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 no,
She
no, no.
wasn't.
Mm-mm. No, it was that white lady and that guy. Yeah, she wasn't. Cause see, they retired
Did
after it
she?
because they clowned them because they said they dropped the ball by not having the victim. And when the mother and father testified, even though they didn't testify in court, they testified under a grand jury and said it wasn't her. You had some teachers and basketball teachers said it was her. Another gym teacher said it was her, and a couple other families that was rocking with Sparkle that said it was her. But when you got the actual, see, everybody kept saying they don't got the victim. They ain't got the victim. But they had her. She testified to the grand jury. And now we know not only did she testify to the grand jury, but Pauline did, Brittany did. They chased them down too. And Pauline never told them that she had sex with Robert underage too.
No, that was Nicole. My bad. That was Nicole. I'm sorry, Miss Led. That was Nicole.
Nicole what?
She was the lawyer on the first trial.
Oh, Nicole Bank Blecker.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she
in
was
New York.
the DA, whatever it was.
In New York.
Then why was she ever Rob's attorney?
That was the judge's fault. That was the judge's fault. I went to that court hearing. I went to the conjunctual hearing, the whatever it's called, commodio hearing, and I went to the pre-trial. And that was the judge's fault when she sat there and gave Robert a choice. Every attorney I talked to told me that that's where Judge Donnelly left a problem, because by his IQ being low and he don't know nothing about what the hell they talk about, none of that. You was not supposed to give him a choice once she knew that Nicole was a conflict of interest and was she was basically retained also with Joy and Azriel. And she was giving them both legal advice and sharing the case with them. Remember Azriel was going back and forth to courts in New York.
Okay.
And Chicago. And Nicole was walking right with them and was sharing the case with Azriel, who became a federal witness.
Oh, damn. I know all that. Damn.
So that was the conflict of interest. Yeah.
But what I didn't know is that she was the original prosecutor.
Yep. She was original.
Oh my word.
Who?
Nicole?
Nicole Blank.
No. She was never the original prosecutor prosecute Robert. She was a prosecutor in Detroit.
She was never on his case?
She was already on the other side by the time Judge Evans, the black judge that I have on my videos, and she got the gold hair and she like light brown, and she's talking about young girls that date older guys supposed to get a contract or whatever.
Okay.
Her. She the one that told Nicole to invest in Robert's case since she had turned over to a defense attorney.
Yeah, but she should.
But she was a prosecutor at one time, so she didn't know both sides. That's why I thought she was good for the case, because I'm like, she know the prosecutor side, and then she knows the defense side.
I would never have hired her. You know why? Because she represented the victims all those years. And that.
Well, I think Judge Donnelly, she just didn't respect Nicole. She didn't. And when I found out the terminology of the courtrooms, like Judge Donnelly, she was in the on the victims sexual abuse unit for damn near 40, 50 years. And they say they call that judge on the bench. Prosecutor on the bench, they call that. When a judge that worked with the other side for so many years and then become a judge, they always side with the prosecutor. They call them prosecutors on the bench. And when I read through all of Judge Donnelly's the reactions on all her when people go there and write their experience they had with the judge or whatever, and so many defense attorneys was like, she act like she right with the prosecutors and how she don't never side with the defense, and she makes it clear she don't even like try to fake it that she's rocking with them, but she always granting all their emotions, always deny the defenses.
Yeah, I seen that in New York.
And they said that especially in civil court, she's really bad. Like they said, she don't know nothing about the civil court stuff. Yep, she got a lot of bad reviews.
If she doesn't, that means she's lazy.
She got a lot of bad reviews.
Just judge, isn't no way they can impeach these damn judges?
Well, I think they go. I mean, she kind of jotted down everything in her I forget what that's called. The last thing that she do after he was found guilty, she had to do like a whole summary of if the prosecutors did their case, or like if they proved their case, and what did she make
she had to preserve her record.
Yeah, what did she make her what is it called? Why did she make her decisions? She had to explain each count, what the government proved that made her make her decisions that he was guilty for this, guilty for that. So she went through all of the counts and stuff and stated why she felt like the prosecutors proved their case. Far as him and all the different counts.
Crazy. Wow, a me too moving ass. That's crazy.
She should have never been on the case.
Never.
But
so biased.
When you go back, you will know that she also was on the case because of Obama.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm being honest.
No, it was Chuck Schumer.
No, Obama is the one who gave her the extra recognition.
Who chose her and who presented her okay?
Obama.
Chuck Schumer.
Not just Chuck Schumer. Obama gave her a big recommendation. It's all under her when you look her
Miss Leslie, she right. Go watch
where did they get the name? I'm telling you.
I'm telling you, Leslie, when you go underneath her whole thing and they talk about when she came in and right before she came, Obama gave her a big, they got it real big under her information.
Too, because he got it through Chuck Schumer.
No, but what I'm saying to you is
Obama is the one who presented her to Congress.
No, but what I'm saying is they don't put Chuck Schumer under her resume. They put Obama.
He's okay. Let me tell you why I'm saying this.
She said he appointed her.
How many has Mitch McConnell put into place when Obama was president? How many?
You said how many people did they have? Mitch McConnell had?
McConnell was filling up all the seats, and those folks in Chicago. There was a judge for Chicago. All of a sudden, that judge dies. It was a judge, and I think it was a judge of color too. There's a judge because somebody came to rob him or whatever to his house, break in. There's a judge over here in the New York area. And
I'm getting what you're saying, but I'm not. See, I don't want you to think that I'm saying you're wrong. What I'm saying is, when you look up her resume, they don't give it to Chuck Schumer. They specifically say that Obama even wrote a recommendation
because
and that's how she got in.
Because that's what his man gave him.
That shit crazy. Okay. They gave him a fucked up ass woman then. She fucked up.
And then when you go back and you do the history on the lady who prosecuted all them young guys for the Central Park case, and one of the guys he just got out a couple months ago. The last guy that was on there. But that lady, that prosecutor lady, that's the picture that everybody had of Judge and Donnelly, and the lady had the pink suit on. And she was in the picture with Judge and Donnelly. She got like the gold hair. That's the lady from the Part 5.
Park I seen her, yo. She just got big, yo.
Why did he take so long to get out? That one guy.
The last one, I don't know. But he got almost damn near 1.5 million. They all got millions of dollars.
Yeah, and that's why, remember that woman? I don't know if you ever watched Flavor of Love, Delicious.
Yeah.
She married one of those guys.
Oh, I didn't know that.
But I think she married the singer. Then she married one of the Ricky. I
couldn't stand her.
Pretty Ricky. She married one of the guys from Pretty Ricky Girl.
Yeah.
You said Delicious, right?
Yep. No, she's talking about the guys from Central Park 5.
Okay.
She said she married one of them.
She married one of them because I remember her complaining. I said, "Wait a minute."
Yeah, they got a lot of money. Between all of them, they all got like 1.5 million. But the last one, I didn't understand his because he just got out. His case finally finalized about 4 or 5 months ago.
He was the only one there, so he must have
so wrong.
I think he was the main one that the girl tried to say did the raping, and then the other guys followed or held her down or something like that.
And he probably got into some other trouble while he was in there.
No, all of them got clean ass records. That's the sad.
No, he was inside, on the inside. If you
they said that they all was.
Why did they keep him? Why did they keep him?
No, I'm telling you, I think he was the main one that she said did the actual act. The other guys were supposed to be, remember, they were supposed to be just there and watched it.
I ain't watched the movie. The movie's so sad.
And they never called it. They didn't call the cops. What happened was
It was
she
a
was
terror
already in the park. When they came to the park, she was already in the park, and somebody else had did it. And they always said that they think it was a white boy that did it, and she didn't get the white boy in trouble. So when they came in the park and tried to help her, that's when, you know, the racist was going on then. So they see the black guys over there trying to help her. They think they the ones who was penetrating her and abusing her, and they caught them on the scene with her.
Guess who had a big billboard and offered money just for the capture of this guy, a reward to capture him and to execute him.
Yeah, they wanted to kill all of them.
Who did? Trump.
Huh?
Trump, Donald Trump. Are you serious? He offered a reward to capture those criminals.
That's so. Did they
Well,
ever
the
catch
only
the
thing I
dude
could
that
say
do
to
that did
Donald
it?
Trump, the only thing I say with Donald Trump is that his wife definitely was going hard about the Me Too movement. That's the only reason why I had went to Washington with the other supporters for Robert when we was passing out the information about the Robert when we went to Washington in 2020. At that time, Trump was still in office, and the election was only like a couple days away. So I was just trying to get help, knowing that he just went through all that stuff with Michael Avenatti about the Michael Avenatti's client, and his wife was totally against the Me Too. And I'm like, we need somebody high in her ranking, you know, to be there for us to say, okay, we gonna rock with them, and you know, we believe this stuff that she's saying, that they're saying about this R. Kelly case. Our whole thing was, do you believe in the Me Too movement, or do you believe that the Me Too is violating, you know, men's rights? It wasn't just about we just saying free R. Kelly. No, we went up there on some, all y'all rich guys and all y'all politicians, y'all better watch out, because y'all gonna be next from this Me Too movement.
But
So you said that. Look what happened.
They never publicized it. Do you think the Epstein case just happened when it happened, right before he died? It happened.
No. If you ever watched the documentary, that damn case went back far. The government gave the man a freaking deal.
Yep.
And let him stay out. And while he was out, he went and committed another crime with a young girl.
No,
he was on the damn the deal with the government.
They so hard on kills though. That shit crazy.
He spent the weekends. What is it, the weekend? He would go out.
No, he had work. He had work release
every day,
and he committed another crime with one of the females, like an asshole. And that's how they had bought that in. And then the government exposed that the dirty prosecutors and the federal government was doing deals with him behind the scenes.
Why?
Why? You know why? He's paid him. That was about money. That's all that was. And then while he was on work release, he caught them.
Wait a minute. Now you're not putting pieces together. Who was he connected with? You just got finished saying, you know, you got the president's wife standing out there saying, "I don't believe in the Me Too movement."
Well, everybody tries to say, you know, he was connected to Clinton and the Trump, but soon as he got that second, well, I'm pretty sure it's not, because them females named a lot of politicians. But soon as the government gave up that deal they gave him, and they finally was like, "Oh no, we locking his ass up," and they did the indictment, and they went to Florida, because see what happened was, whatever he did with Florida, he tried to get that immunity thing where they couldn't never come charge him nowhere in Florida. So everything that happened in Florida, he was like erased from it. That's how he was able to be over there. But then they charged him in New York.
So who was the attorney general at that time?
I think it was Barr.
And whose father used to work at the preparatory school with Epstein?
I know Epstein.
Epstein worked with Bill Barr's father.
I know that.
Yeah. So now you see how things go.
I knew William Barr was supposed to be, you know, definitely connected in big ways. But, you know, when I went to Washington, he was still the general at that time.
But I'm going to tell you, I give you props, and I'm only saying that because when
Good.
you went out there with your heart, and you faced the dragon.
I didn't know when I went out there that
That's what.
the politicians were so connected
Oh yeah.
with all the Epstein stuff until I really, got out there and started doing my research. And even when that thing happened with Washington, when them people ran up in the thing, and I see how William Barr was having them side meetings with Trump and all that, everything started adding up.
Well, I don't know if well, you've known Giuliani. Giuliani, when he ran the town,
Crooked ass.
he and Trump, they ran New York.
Mayor. Yeah, he did. He's the mayor. Once upon a
Right.
time.
Only thing that kept him in check, Governor Cuomo. When Governor Cuomo came up, and then Al Sharpton couldn't even get into the city hall as long as Rudy Giuliani was as
And the
the mayor.
mayor. Mm-hmm.
And people think, oh, Donald Trump is this. He was a lifelong Democrat before he became a Republican to become the president. Lifelong Democrat.
Oh, I know he was definitely there before, but my whole thing with Trump, because I didn't vote for Biden.
No,
but
you took a chance, and I
my
think
whole thing was with Trump. I like somebody that's upfront with me, even though I know you ain't for us and the racist shit. I don't like the ones that try to hide and act like they for us, knowing that
cool.
they ain't for the black people.
Those
That's
stones
how I
behind their
feel about
hands.
Biden.
Let me tell you something. I was overseas.
That man done said so much damn bad stuff about black people when he was younger in office.
No.
Yes, he did.
Everyone was young.
No.
But look at us. We're all. I'm African American. You think you didn't say anything bad about a white person in your
I
household?
never in my life said a racist comment about a white person in my life.
Not like
I
that.
be lying to myself. I did.
Sometimes you
He
felt
called us roaches.
You felt.
Sure did. He
I
did.
don't know. I don't know what context it was.
You
but
don't remember when he was in the what they call them when they would all be in the house.
The
He was
conference
in the
room. In the
house.
conference. Yeah, in that conference.
He was in the house on the seats, and he talked about how black people we ain't nothing but ignorant and we don't want nothing out of life and how they shouldn't invest in us. I forgot which one it is.
It was
I know I
when they
got it
talking
in my
about
phone.
Ethiopia, Haiti. They was talking about Haiti. Then some go on with Haiti when they had them when they had that earthquake, that bad earthquake.
No, all I know is he was on the seat of the Senate and he was real younger then.
He was a senator.
Oh,
And
way
remember,
back
he
when.
was the one that voted in that law that a lot of our black people been sitting in jail for 20 and 30 years for it. Biden was the one who
Hold on,
I
he
didn't see
wasn't
that
the
shit.
only one. He wasn't the only one.
well, he wasn't the only one, but he was one of the main ones.
And guess what? That did save our communities. And I'll tell you how.
No, it wasn't, because a lot of guys I know is still arrested from that damn law.
Well, they have to fight. They got to do something because when that law
Miss
came,
Les, you ain't lying. You was not lying. I
serious
mean, do not
because
fight.
you know how many people lost their homes because they put their houses up for their children?
Men do not
You
fight,
know
man.
how many grandmothers had to raise their grandchildren because of the crack epidemic and when the cocaine was coming around?
New York was bad.
You've
Back then.
seen joke when he told you about the tunnel, right? When hip hop just started.
Yeah, that was in New York. I was all around that.
Okay, that was fun, and I
That'll be playing.
used to party there, and that was fun. But I mean, I wasn't with the hip hop. Oh no, I went another night, but that was a different story back in the
He
day.
said, "Oh no."
I know, yeah, because it wasn't, you couldn't mix and mingle with that. It was too
Yo, wild, babe. Don't wild parties.
it was worse. If you put something down, you don't know what's going to happen. You look at somebody and you just happen to look across the room. Some female's gonna, there was always fights and stuff like that. It was wild. Anything went there.
New York, they was back in the day. Don't that crack at ooh.
But the
Back
music
then.
was good. I'm gonna tell
Yeah,
you.
New York,
Fruitful back in
Philadelphia,
the day.
New York, Philadelphia, New Jersey. It was very bad when
Yeah.
the crack
was
pandemic
bad.
hit. It was
And
very bad.
the black community got together with Charlie Rangel, all the politicians back then, And see,
And
we got something.
they did that big ass sweep. Remember
Okay,
that shit, boy.
because it was bad. Because I'm gonna tell you
For
something.
real, cause my motherfucking uncles and my mom and them, they was rich as shit back then. And
Okay,
that's when the money was, what? You talking about money?
the
Everybody that was black was like rich
mm-hmm.
off that then. But a lot of the black people, like pretty females and guys that had big businesses and they lost all their shit
You
within
lost
weeks and months because they turned to,
it.
it was bad though.
It was the way it came
It
to
was
the
bad. The way it came in our communities, it was
community.
bad. Yeah.
Was it
I can't even lie about that shit. It was bad.
Was it? That wasn't Black
in
Wall Street,
fact,
wasn't it? I'm on Lord. Don't worry about it.
no, no,
Yeah.
the crack epidemic.
Oh
It
yeah.
was
Okay.
bad. But the thing is, if you talk about like if you see here some people who used to work, work the street, the prostitution, even
Mm-hmm.
affected the whole business, because there used to be one district, certain districts in the tri-state area,
Mm.
girls wouldn't work when they got onto that crack. Go
My
look.
mom talked about all her girlfriends that was, beautiful with long, pretty hair,
Yep.
nice body
Yes.
faces, had good jobs. Some of them was just coming out
Yep.
of nursing school, and
Yep.
you'll see them a week later. Like,
Future.
what
They
the
hooked.
hell? My mom
They
said it's like
hooked.
they look like
Damn.
zombies.
Yep.
And a
Because
lot of them lost their houses. A lot of the kids went to foster care.
foster care, exactly. You know what
It,
I'm talking
it
about.
was bad. I ain't gonna lie. But when it first came, like my uncles and my cousin, they was like mini rich because of that. Like, what's the guy that they killed in New York recently? The one they said was a snitch and everything, and
Oh, I know
somebody
you're talking from
killed him.
DC.
Yeah,
Um,
he was running in D.C. and New York.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Now he was a very, very
Some,
big wig in New York. Like all my uncles, they friends, my dad friends with it. They all was running
yep.
with him around that time. Him and what's the other one? The light skin one. He did a lot of time too, but and then the brown skin heavy set one, like they was known in the tri-state areas, New York, Philadelphia, Jersey,
Especially Harlem.
DC. And my dad's mother, she's in Maryland,
Now,
Suitless. So he
mhm,
also grew up in DC.
Mm.
mhm,
So around that time, DC was like murder capital.
mhm,
Uh,
mhm.
believe it or not, and
World in Chocolate
that's
City.
when the feds they
Chocolate.
started that big ass task force
Yep, yep.
to get all the drug dealers and the murderers off the street.
Hmm.
And a lot of people became government informants then too. That's when the government informant stuff really start. People was getting paid to, try to turn in the big because what was the hitman guy for the guy I'm talking about? He
The
was
guy you're talking about, that's him.
yeah, he had the guy the hitman, his man. When they cracked down on him, they um revealed damn near what they say 300 or something cases of deaths and murders. That man was vicious, boy. And
No,
that's
Man,
why I always say when they try to say Robert is so
a monster.
threatful and all,
Monster.
don't have
man,
it.
you read up on. Oh man, Leslie, please tell me what's the guy name that just got killed
Oh gosh.
in New York? You know what I'm talking about, Tiffany? The
I'm gonna
one
look
that
it. I'm gonna
snitched.
look it up. I'm gonna look it up.
What's his name? Apollo or
No, no.
Raccoon.
uh
Murdered.
what's his name? You know his name, Tiffany? I'm talking about start with an A.
Oh no. Uh-uh.
And he got killed in New York. He supposed to have start snitching to the feds.
No.
And he had came back to New York. It started with an A.
That's what he.
Apollo, uh, uh,
Al, Alpo.
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 Alpo
Right.
Martinez. Yeah.
Okay, so his hitman was
Close.
uh damn, I can't remember his name. Well, the hitman, when they cracked down in DC and they finally got him off the streets, then they start coming for Alpo after that. But see, only thing I said with Alpo, you know, didn't stand up as a man and, handle his time because they was trying to give him like I guess he tried to say they were trying to give him the chair and all this other stuff, whatever. But He told on his whole organization, everybody in the organizations, and his right hand, which was his hitman, who they really, really wanted because they figured if they get him off the street, then a lot of the senseless murders that was going on would stop. Because back then, it was like the guns was with the drugs because they used the guns and stuff to protect the drugs and the money. So they sold drugs, they had guns, and usually with both, you knew people was dying and all that. So when they try to say that Robert is this like this thug, they so scared, honey.
No,
When they was looking for that man, do you know that it was decades and decades worth of task forces that came up with a task force to try to bring that man down, and how many witnesses that they said was murdered when they went to like try to put him in protective custody and hide him, and when he would find out that they was cooperating, he would find their asses, and next thing you know, they was missing. When it was time to go to trial and testify against them, that's what you call
That's a
a
mob man right there.
true mob
Mob.
man, a true maniac, schizophrenia. That man was everything. He didn't have no pick. He didn't care if you was a woman. He didn't care if you was a child. He didn't
Damn.
care if he was your girl. You was his girlfriend before. If he heard that you were cooperating to try to put him in jail, he found your ass. And they were going to court, and they wasn't touching him because they didn't have nobody to talk.
That remind me of Goodfellas.
So when they try to say, "Oh, they Robert this, Robert," are you serious?
Right.
You ain't gonna try to go extort nobody that's no real gangster
and
like
these are
him.
all. You're right. These are all low level criminals.
And that's why I
Man,
said, where the Rico charge coming in?
they
I'm still
said that
lost on that one.
man. They said that man once Apollo told them everybody who like he connected all the dots. That's why they loved them for snitching because they claim every case that they didn't have like forensics for, or they didn't have the body, or they didn't have the person to talk, or they didn't have the weapon. Apollo, he connected every single dot for the task force. So that's
Out,
why they was like, you know what? All these murder charges, all this stuff that we can get you for, since you telling us I mean, he told them all that and more. So they
They
didn't
got
even have to do like a big investigation no more because he told them where to go, where his body was at, that body, with gun, when they did it, who did it. So that's why they didn't give him life. And I think he did like 20 years or something.
and
And
was
when they
that
let him out, he was in witness protection. But to make a long story short, he started coming back and forth to New York, thinking he was untouchable. It's a whole new
he
generation. And
stayed,
then
he
he,
stayed up in New York. He stayed in Harlem.
no, but he forgot the people that he was bragging on that he took out of here. Like them rich family still was around. They love that man. And you bragged that was your right hand, and you took him out of here for some money.
now
And
they
the right
got his ass. He got.
got.
So what they
You're
did to
right.
him was,
I like that. He
they
got
always say you live by the sword, you die by it.
Right.
But one thing I could say about Apollo was that
Alpo.
he was Alpo. He wasn't scared. Like he knew the stuff he did wrong. Once his mom had died and his sister, he felt like he had nothing to be here for. But he had kids, so that's why I was like, he should have been at least trying to be better for his children. Once they gave him a new identity and they gave him a new house in Maine and all that, he should have stayed there. But he claimed he couldn't. He had to be coming back to New York, where he known that. But this a whole new generation now. This not the generation. Everybody that was in his generation was either dead or in jail. So he thought, oh, I'm cool to run the streets. Everybody I was rocking with, either dead or jail, they ain't out here no more. But these people, family members are. These people's sons and nephews that's younger than you and that's more crazy than you really are.
Yep.
And
He ain't
that's
lying.
who took him out of here. And people got rumors saying they think the feds took him out because once you become a federal informant, and they say once you disobey them, like you come back and try to start selling drugs and all when you supposed to be an informant and hiding out, they say the feds could come take you right out because they don't want you to expose what's going on in the feds,
Oh, and
who
I tell you,
feds and all that. So the point I was making about the situation though was back to what Leslie was saying. It was very bad at that time. It really was.
Yeah, it was
Like
bad.
people lost so many family freaking members. People lost so much houses, cars. People was putting up houses for their grandkids and their kids just so they could get
We're
home
talking
on a
about all
bond.
ages. I knew of a case where one man, yeah, and it's just this, neighborhood guy. He had a house and married, kids grown and everything, got grandkids. The wife died, so he was lonely in the house by himself. From time to time, he used to see, some girls, you know, and the girls used to come. They used to smoke his stuff. He used to drink his drink, and then he says, "I don't know, no, you don't want that." Well, he started smoking because of them, because when they would come to visit, that's how the man died. He lost his house, nobody could do anything. We're talking about somebody 60s, 70s. That's when he started getting high.
Wow.
Started over the moon.
You could
No, but Tiffany on some real shit though. Like she ain't lying. Like when
what
they
you
came through, I always used to say when I was growing up. Well, once we became like teenagers, 18, 19, I used to always say every property, no matter what state or city you lived in, it seemed like they just came and shipped that shit over here and
Yep,
dropped it in
yep,
every fucking black neighborhood in
yep,
every city or state to wipe us the fuck out. Because
Yeah.
if you think about it, back then, it was like the cops wasn't even caring about them selling it. It was like you actually seen buildings and they had it set up where the line be around the corner and all of them ain't doing nothing but copping the crack. Like the movie American Gangster, it literally was like that. Like
yep.
they had buildings and um
South Park,
projects full and they owning the whole project and everybody in the projects be on it. All the moms, uncles,
New Jack City.
right. That was real.
That was definitely real.
That was definitely real. And the crazy thing about it, it was really real to the point where the politicians or nobody couldn't touch that man.
So what? So that's what happened. Now check it out. You said DC, Marion Barry. Start, take that one hit. You think it's weed? It's not weed. It's laced with something.
But that's why I said I don't care what nobody say. This is why I never trusted the government. Because
Me,
it's
Diesel.
funny
I'm with you
how
on that with just jazz. I'm with you.
all of that stuff always wind up coming in
Man,
our neighborhoods
yeah, yeah, yeah.
where it's more black and Hispanic poverty, where people already freaking poor on welfare. Why the hell do it always come in those communities?
Mhm.
And
But
all the system did was become a revolving door, especially for our black men, that as soon as they went in, it was statistic already that they was going to come back to jail because they put them out in society where they can't work. Then I remember when the government started kicking all the fathers out the homes and the
mhm,
mothers that was getting Section 8 and PHA and the assistant living, whatever it's called, they start kicking the man out. Oh, if you got a baby father, he gotta get out, or your kid's gonna be in the street. Now, if you want this place, you gotta kick daddy out. So then the women start, giving up the daddy name. So now they put the
yeah,
daddy in child support, and he can't live in the house. And then the house already split up because the father of the household is gone. He can't live there to raise his kids. Now, mommy trying to raise his kid, and she trying to go back and forth to work. She ain't got no babysitter, and then they get caught up out in the streets. I really feel like all of this shit was meant to happen, especially to color people.
Yeah, I hear. No, back in the day. Well, I'm 40. I'll be 46 next month. So back
birthday.
then,
Mhm.
huh?
Happy birthday.
Thank you. And I used to hear stories like that. My mom was coming up. I used to hear stories like that.
So you never really like seen it.
For Section 8 go? For
No, you
Section 8?
never seen
You
it
never
like
saw
in the
drug
middle of the 80s, beginning of the
Yeah, I
90s.
think I was like, I thought I was a baby then. I was born in 76. So I really didn't.
No, but you definitely had to see it in the 80s and the
I
90s.
stayed in, well, see, I stayed in New York, but I stayed in Rodale, Queens.
Okay.
So I wasn't really
Okay.
like in the project. I was like more in the suburban.
Yeah, I know where Rosedale is.
So yeah, I stayed out that area. So I really just didn't see that
That's near
side.
Laurelton.
I
No,
see on
that's good
TV.
because my mom, she
She
did
out
like
there
the
with
same
the LL
thing with
Cool
us.
J. She's
He
on the
was out there
LL
in Miss
Cool J
List.
side. LL
Yep,
Cool
that's
J
where he
side.
was at.
So I wasn't really just on that side as far as like the
But
Like
blogs
that's
I
and
even
all that stuff.
remember
that's what it
Brownsville.
was. That's
I
it.
even remember Brownsville in the '90s and how bad that was. Like, if you wasn't from Brownsville, New York, you ain't even step foot over there
But you
because
Well,
hear
how,
about
you
it
would die.
like Bronx, Brooklyn. You hear about it though, cause you got
how about
family
And I
members
was
up
in
Gowanus?
there.
I was in Brooklyn a lot when we was growing up.
How about
Mm-hmm.
Gowanus?
Huh?
Gowanus.
Gowanus.
What I
Mm.
said?
The PJs and Gowanus projects. You
Where's
talk,
it at?
no, that's the name of it. That
I
was the
thought you
name of
talk.
it.
Or
Marcy,
where's
I
it
Marcy,
thought you talk
at?
about damn.
Leslie?
Marcy projects.
Oh yeah,
Gowanus.
Marcy. Yeah, she calling the
Okay.
Gawana though. They call it Marcy Projects though.
No, no, no,
Oh,
no.
okay.
It's totally separate. It's separate. It's a different project.
Oh, they had so
I
many.
remember Brown's Projects. I remember Marcy because Jay Z and all them used to hang up there. Like
Yeah.
what's
It's
his
still
name?
the same.
What's the one that was the Jay Z manager or he owned Rockefeller?
It's the
Jay, you
same.
talking about Jay Prince?
No, the other one that owned Rockefeller.
Oh, you talking about Damien?
Yeah,
Big
him
Damien?
and Big. One of my girlfriends, her cousin, he grew up with Jay Z and Marcy, and he grew up around Nas too. And I'm gonna try to get him on here one day so he can talk to y'all about when him and Jay and them was growing up at the projects and all that. Cause Nas wasn't never a street dude. Nas grew up in uh Harlem,
They so talented. Oh my.
and he had like a good household where he's going to school and all. Like he wasn't in the streets like Jay Z and them was.
Mm-hmm.
And people don't know Jay. For real, what really got him out the streets and all that was his music and all that. But he was about to go to jail for murder.
Damn.
Well, that's what happened. Snoop just did an interview, I think, last week. He said something when he was younger. He had a murder charge. He said, "Thank God he
Oh yeah, I
found."
remember that.
Yeah, because Suge went around and said that Snoop read it. That's how he beat it.
I
But
don't
it
know.
ain't no paperwork on it just say that Snoop cooperated, but it don't say that he actually told on nobody.
Right. I don't think he ratted. I just think he handled his business. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I just think he had a good lawyer, and at the time he was becoming big. And remember
Big, yo.
Master P
Get
and
that
them,
money.
they
Yo.
bought uh they bought Snoop contract out of Suge.
But you know the one thing that I all that we're talking about these guys who did things in the street and go to jail. Look at us women, the three, just us women, even in the chat, whoever it is, we have to hold it down.
Sure do, girl. By myself. I ain't got no kids though.
So, right. So the reason why I tell you when you're talking about R. Kelly and his case, etc., keep your mind even as much as possible because we have to help him keep his mind right. That's what we do.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the only reason why I'm telling you don't go too fast. Let's just see how you know things
Don't,
go. No matter what happens, because he'll deal with it.
only thing I
He'll
say, Miss Les, like I've been saying, God
Mhm.
got this case. God got this
Yes.
case.
Oh, from the beginning.
He got this case. I can New York, when Bargene came in, she took over. You know what I'm saying? And to me, God got this case.
Yeah.
Because up in New York, he ain't that man, he called hell up there in New York. Because the judge wasn't about nothing.
No,
But
he
see
called
this
hell in
time,
Chicago. He caught hell in Chicago. They had that man in a damn shoe for almost 6, 7 months.
Wow.
He
okay.
caught. You ain't hear when the guy came out that just came home from New York, and how he said New York showed him love when he used to walk through the blocks. They used to get up, stand an ovation for
Mhm.
him, like
Uh,
give him his respect, because they was calling him Unc up there, and they was saying how when he was in Chicago, how he ain't no young boy no more. He in his 50s, and how them guys up there in his own city let that guy run in the cell and hit him like that.
oh yeah.
But it still gets me. A man's got to go to jail for 30 years for having sex with a woman.
All this is sex. You see
But
what
see,
Jennifer
it was,
said.
but it was about a lie though. All that
I
was
have
because
a
of a
problem with
lie.
that. I
But
have
you
a
see what
problem with
Jennifer
that.
said in the motion tonight. She said basically y'all ran around and said this was child pornography all this time when it just was a damn embarrassing sex tape.
That's it.
Right. We're grown
So,
people.
so in other words, I'm supposed to go if I decide if my ex relationship, from back in the day, he's a millionaire right now or a billionaire, I can go sue him, right?
You can say he did something to you
You gonna help me put
50
something?
years ago.
You gonna help me put it together? Because I know you know. You know what I'm saying?
It's just, look at George Floyd. The
You
lady that's coming, the girls that's coming forward on George Floyd, they sisters,
Oh,
and they're saying that
oh yeah.
he sexually assaulted them when he was 22. He's
oh,
73 years
George,
old.
No,
George Floyd.
not
Yeah,
George Floyd, girl.
George
who?
Floyd. It is George Floyd. I meant George Foreman. Sorry.
Oh, oh,
That's why
You got me saying George Floyd. Damn.
that's because you said George Floyd.
Tiffany said, girl, ain't no damn George Floyd. I'm like, yes, it is.
No,
Then
but
I
you
had to
did.
think about it, like, oh shit, George Floyd,
George
hell
Floyd.
no.
That's why I was like George Floyd. Okay,
Yeah,
all
George
right, well,
Foreman
yeah, that's
with
sad.
the
That is
boxer,
so
the
sad.
one
I'm
that
so over
had
these
the
women.
grills.
Let me
I'm so
say,
over these fake ass victims. I'm so over these women
But
coming up with these women.
73, and this happened when he was 22. Give me a break.
look,
Yeah, but
I'm still upset about what y'all in Chicago did to Mike Tyson. How you
Well,
gonna
guess what? I
at
never
18 years
knew.
old? You coming at 11 o'clock to the man's hotel?
I
Robert Jimbo.
never knew that
Come on.
Gloria Allred goes all the way back to Mike Tyson. She was the first person that represented the female that alleged that he sexually assaulted her.
No
It
wonder
was
I don't.
Gloria Allred.
No
And
wonder.
Michael Jackson was his lawyer. Michael Jackson lawyer was Mike Tyson's was the first look. He had Michael Jackson lawyer first.
She creeps me out.
She do.
That
I'm
lady.
serious.
What's she always
I'm
wear red
sorry
with
when Andrew Wyatt, when they see him coming out the restaurant TMZ, what was it in 2020 or it might have been last year, and he was like, "I'm sorry, but Gloria Allred is racist. She do
She
not like black
is.
men." When they got a y'all when y'all get a chance, y'all gotta watch it. They got a
Yes.
documentary of her now, and it's on A&E. And when you watch that documentary and they go all the way back to when she was 17, 18, when she first started coming in, that's why she's so connected to the media. Because she was talking to the media and stuff when she was 17, 18 years old, going against men and women having separate bathrooms and the feminist movement. She started all that when she was like 18, 19. I told y'all she sued the freaking toy company when her daughters was like 5 or something, because when they went to the store, they had the separate toys, and she said it wasn't fair that girls should be able to play with boy toys and boys should be able to play with girl toys. That's how they started a lot of the LBGT community because of her.
That's crazy. That's crazy. She
She was
created.
suing everybody back in the day. That's why she's like the queen of lawsuits.
I'll be glad when the feminists. I'll be glad all their asses go away. I'm tired of them. Movement. I'm
That
just
lady is
tired.
so bitter. Like
So
anytime you just go after every man. Now I get it's your job and these females is your client, but I mean like she don't even give a break for 5, 6 months. Soon as one case, she
The
going
money.
right after the next one.
The
so
money
wait a minute.
is the lies. That's why the last case with Bill Cosby, she didn't get shit. I was so happy. Man,
No, but she
nothing.
did. She did because that's how her client was able to get the 500
They said she,
thousand.
What did they ask for?
Yeah, she was trying to get 5 million, but they only want 500K. But that's why Jennifer was saying that wasn't no money, because by the time she paid the lawyers and all that, it wasn't no money. But the reason she was able to enter and the rest of them trying to do these civil suits is because of the deposition. When he admitted on the deposition that he did give the females the
oh
pill
Lord,
because they asked for him. The
He
the
told the truth.
prosecutor was never supposed to reveal his deposition. And the first day that he did it, they revealed it right to the media. And
Did we
that's how they were able. to come with these civil suits. Or like I learned even with the R. Kelly thing, that's how these women get the civil suits because they try to get them found guilty in criminal court. So that way, when they go get them for civil court, they can say, I might have wasn't in that case, but this
That
proves
evidence
my
came in
allegations.
because of the evidence.
Right, this proves if that girl he was found guilty for him doing that, then my allegations is real too, and that's how um whatever her name is, Gloria Alred, that's how she's getting a lot of these men. And that's why she had all them clients in the R. Kelly case that wasn't even in the case. She just had their names signed in as
Potential.
bad, what is it, bad act.
Yep.
Because she just wanted him to be guilty for somebody so that later on she can go get her clients civil suits. She
Well,
ain't done with R. Kelly. Oh, she's coming. She
oh,
gonna probably come
Gloria,
with I know
oh,
Faith Rogers filed the lawsuit. Lizette
they,
Martinez.
they better sit down.
What was it? Lizette
I
Martinez,
thought they
Faith
already. I thought
Rogers.
they was cut off. I thought she cut their ass loose. They said she cut their ass loose.
Yeah.
No, she's still their
Uh,
lawyer.
Faith,
She
Faith.
even a female's lawyer in Baltimore. And they ain't show up to no court case. They just sitting back waiting to do a civil.
Well, Faith ain't finna get no money. That bitch already said she put no damn victim.
Well, let me ask you: Did Gloria already attend any of the Chicago trial?
I
Mm.
told y'all
Well,
she was sitting she was
she
sitting
did.
a bench away from me in a damn New York one, and she fell asleep in the damn courtroom because it was
I,
boring as hell when her client Sonia was testifying. That's the ones that the jury said R. Kelly wasn't guilty for. That was Gloria's client, and then all of a sudden during the trial, um, Faith comes to testify. Now all of a sudden, Faith and her mother is her clients now. Because Faith had like 3 lawyers. First it was the guy. No, first it was the girl, but then that girl got locked up for her own federal charges.
Hmm.
Um, for extorting or some shit, that lawyer.
I thought,
And,
They all do the same. What?
but
Did she
mom,
say extortion, Tiffany?
and
but
then she went and got the
she
black guy.
was no victim though.
She
Her
went
mom,
and got the black guy that's connected with the NAACP.
no.
And then all of a sudden he gave up on Faith. Next thing you know, Gloria Alred was the last resort.
But her mama that said she was no victim. She
No,
was.
she said in New York on the stand that everything that she did,
Oh, boy, she ain't gonna eat
she the
that.
only one that admitted, even at the sentencing. She said that she also blames herself for a lot of her choices because if she would have listened to her parents when they told her, don't be chasing after him or whatever. And she said she was worrying about, I guess, that life and whatever. And she said she wouldn't be in the situation. She's the only one at his sentencing that admitted that she plays a big part in her decisions that she made when she tried to make it seem like the Robert that she really liked him like that. That's
Yeah.
all it was.
But
A
her
lot of
mama,
these
she never asked
females,
her either, though.
they didn't like him. As soon as the case came up, like you heard Ezreal to my he's an old man, and I don't even understand how I was around him, and he liking me, and I'm only 20 some. That's disgusting. They didn't like him. They just pushed themselves to be around him, not because of the money and the lifestyle, and because um none of the younger rappers or ones wanted none of them. So they went after him because they felt like, because he liked young girls. No, all it was with Robert was he wasn't one of them celebrities that was chasing celebrity women. He didn't
Right.
want a celebrity woman. He wanted a
Right.
regular,
He wanted,
woman.
he wanted a domesticated woman. But let me ask you something. Do we have any more to read? Are you reading any more? Because it's 11 o'clock.
Yeah, but I ain't gonna read tonight.
Oh, okay. All right. So I don't mind talking.
That's a
Yeah,
man.
I ain't gonna because all I got I just gotta read the IRS the guy that testified that said he was from the IRS, the bank statements and stuff, and then I wanted to go back over Freeman's cross. So I'll do that early because I just found out ain't no court tomorrow. So
Right, right.
What time you come
that's
back?
good.
Yes.
Huh?
Huh?
What time you come back on tomorrow?
No, I ain't coming back until probably like another week and a half.
Oh, damn. Okay, that was fun.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
staying
no,
out
no,
of
no,
Chicago.
you mean on the internet, right, Tiffany?
Huh?
You mean on the internet?
Who me on the internet?
You asked her when she's coming on tomorrow on the internet,
Yeah,
right?
on the internet. Yeah.
Online, not traveling.
Tomorrow.
A week and a half. That's why we getting
Well, I
disappointed.
know. I said okay. I said all
Oh
right.
yeah, I thought you was talking about the other guy.
Uh-uh.
Well, there's hope, sis.
Oh, and then Gloria Allred, y'all know that the jury in New York, when they seen her when we went on lunch, uh, the lady jumped up and was like, "Oh my God, I
Yeah.
love you. I love you so much, and
Mm-mm.
I love your fight and everything. Please, can I get your autograph?" And that's why the lawyers was trying to get that jury, uh, put out, because if she loved Gloria Allred, that tell you right there she gonna say
Yeah,
Robert guilty.
exactly.
Because
But
Exactly.
she
you,
liked this lady because of the Me Too movement and stuff. And then
mm,
it was one jury who they found out had actually wrote a book about pedophilia and Harvey Weinstein, how much they hated
whoa,
Harvey Weinstein. And that jury should have been off. But I think that the lawyers was, like I said, Canning just came on literally June 23rd. The lawyer, the judge granted that he could see Robert from 8 to 8 every day. So he was able to see him more, and he was able to see him at the courthouse. They let him come over to the courthouse with him from 8 to 8, so he can, go over discovery and all that stuff with him. But by him just coming in June 23rd, and the other lawyers wasn't like getting him really up to speed like they were supposed to, and they wasn't doing their homework like they were supposed to, is why they wasn't striking the juries like they were supposed to. Robert said that he wasn't even like, in the jury selection with them like he should have been, like how he was in New York, Chicago now with Jennifer. And he said he liked it the way Chicago was set up. It was a way different than New York. He felt like he didn't have no say so or nothing in the New York
it
case.
was a bad time. I give you credit for even going there because of the COVID. Everything was
That
so
you
bad.
don't understand how bad it was in New York.
It was so bad.
When the trial
Serious.
started, it was like, and
Uh,
even with going back and forth to court in Chicago, it wasn't as bad. Even the little rallies I was showing up to, and the ones we was doing,
they
that
weren't
wasn't the kicker. It was when that New York trial started. I don't care what nobody said. I felt like the lady Nisi Mo, she had got kicked out the trial because she was in the hallway saying, "This ain't nothing but a goddamn lynch. Y'all lynching this man, and
Oh
this
my
ain't nothing." And they was like, "What you say?" And they grabbed her
Damn
so fast,
Lynchburg.
and they put her out. When I say they wouldn't let her back, they literally was like banding her. When I
They
seen them start
are.
banding people and all that, and telling me I can't wear no mask with R. Kelly name on it, no T-shirt. They even made me take my flyers out my bag, like I'm about to be in the court passing out flyers.
You mean to tell me
Oh
they
my
took
God.
people
Did
out of the
all
court,
that.
out of the building? She was in the hallway,
No, she was in the building on the second floor.
but
She was
wasn't
loud.
in the
She
she
was.
wasn't
She
in the
was loud.
They
courtroom.
heard her, yeah, say that, and they said that that was, out of pocket. And they banded her and made her sit outside all them hours. And I
She
kept
could
going back
never
and
go
forth
back.
outside. Huh?
She couldn't go back that day or for the whole trial.
No, and she was mad because she came all the way from Houston.
She should have kept her mouth shut.
For the whole trial?
Yeah.
Shoot. You got first. You got to see. You got to get a feel and see how everything goes first before you start doing all that extra
You
stuff.
know that they took that comment like racist, and they took it like, bad.
Mm-hmm.
They took that all the way left. That's why I said when the other content creator was arguing with Faith Dad and was like, fuck you, nigga. That's why your daughter got herpes. I'm like, why the fuck would you say that shit? Like,
He got into
why
trouble.
would you even attempt to argue with a fucking accuser's pop, knowing darn well he gonna run right to the prosecutor gonna run right to the judge, and what they do? Soon as we came back from lunch, the prosecutor's like, Your Honor, I need to bring something to your attention. One of Mr. Kelly's supporters was out there attacking the accuser's father, and really cussed and all that, and said, and she was saying that's why your daughter had fucking herpes. Like, she cussed in open court and all that, just to tell the judge everything that was said. And the judge was like, "Oh no, we are adults here. Everybody has to act like an adult, even if you in the overflow room. Just because you're not in my courtroom, you have to act with the same behavior." And she was like, "Any more, anything, they're kicked out." So the marshals start acting real mean to us. Like, usually we will go in like 8:39 because court don't be starting like 9 something 10. But we had to start getting outside at like 6:37 because they was on some bullshit, opening the door exactly like 6:45. Get in line. Get in line. If you talking, then you can get out of line, go home. We don't need you. So
Damn,
when you
don't
get in line,
do.
don't say nothing. And then they start IDing all crazy. Like, we usually just go and show our identification, give them our address, phone number. But when all the people start coming doing dumb shit, and they brought up the Geronda thing in the trial, how she snuck in the trial with a fake ID. Next thing I know, they was asking for the ID outside
They being
before you even go inside.
don't for being petty. They was
And
being
they
downright
start
petty, man.
tripping. The marshals wasn't playing. And I'm not, this is different. We ain't talking about state. This was fucking federal. So that's why I was getting mad at some of the supporters. Like, you ain't gonna win this
Oh,
fucking fight.
right,
You ain't
yo.
gonna win this fucking fight. It's the feds.
Especially if you ain't from there,
And
you gotta
not only
go and
that,
see how everything is. Oh my god.
there you know the sad part. Like I tell people, I was taught years ago, early, when you're around the courts, don't get on your cell phone.
Conduct,
Right. You don't do that shit. It's so fucking
I just thought,
embarrassing.
you
conduct
no,
yourself.
you don't talk about anything because they have ears.
Right. And not only just that, y'all know
Respect,
how
right?
controversial this trial is. That's for one. But two, you already know that I felt disrespected when we was all in the hotels and they had the accusers and the lawyers, everybody in the same vicinities. I'm like, how the fuck they do this? I thought they put accusers and witnesses and all the people like further away, and they get them rides to the court. They let these people be right across the street in the same hotel with all the supporters, everybody together, everybody seeing each other. That ain't good.
But they weren't secure. But where was their security?
There wasn't no security. They were just walking in the court just like we was. We could see them, they could see us. Everybody just walking over. I told you Demetrius was in like the court room 3 doors from me,
It's retarded ass.
having a party with the other accusers. I meant the other R. Kelly supporters.
But
Are
I
you?
said with retarded ass.
I'm like,
Damn!
y'all crazy as shit. I
Are
would
you
never be in there
serious?
partying with Demetrius.
Wait,
The
wait,
R.
wait.
Kelly supporters was in there with him.
Let's say, wait.
Are you serious?
Yeah, they got cool with him because they claimed that the reason he switched his testimony was because R. Kelly supporters. When he went in there saying he don't think R. Kelly was with him, when he went to get the ID, and he was like, I really care for Robert, and he never really told me that he had sex with Aaliyah or nothing. And he switched his whole testimony, and the prosecutors got so upset. They was like, Mr. Smith, are you trying to be smart here today? Because your testimony to the grand jury, you didn't say none of this stuff. Are you up here trying to take up for Mr. Kelly? And he was like, I just don't recall. He like, y'all up here trying to tell me I said that. He
I
said, I'm
believe
telling y'all,
he
I
didn't.
ain't say that. He said, y'all trying to force me to say I said that. And he said, I never told y'all that Robert was there. He said, I don't recall him being there. He said, he didn't tell me to go get the ID or he didn't give me the money. Darren McDavid gave it to me.
I believe him. He said that was his idea.
Yep, he said, and Robert never told him, like, I'm having sex with Aaliyah. He said it was something where um, they was saying something like he thought something was wrong with Aaliyah. And Demetrius said he thought that maybe it could be she pregnant or something, but he never said that like Robert or Aaliyah came to him and said, I'm pregnant by Robert or nothing like that.
Yeah, but
So
why would she have a problem about that? I mean, that doesn't, that didn't make sense.
because they was
You know
trying to
what I'm
say
saying?
they tried to say she was 13.
Yeah, they trying to
Oh,
yell.
They tried to say she was even down to 12. I heard somebody live the other day. they saying that Aaliyah was 11 and that he was having sex with all the way down to 7th graders. I'm like, yo, they keep going lower and lower.
That doesn't even make sense. It's not
Cause
even
they
the
stupid
same.
like that because they don't do their research and they don't read because they dumb. They stupid like that. And people
I
like that,
believe
I
you.
don't pay attention to because you on that third grade level. Shut up.
I try not to either, but it pisses me off
It
because it's
do.
like
It
if
do.
you can just go out here and make up something like that on somebody, you know what? Like I said yesterday when I was live, the worst stigma you can put on a black man is pedophilia or um they gay if they ain't gay.
Yeah.
That's
And
the worst
just
stigma you
that,
can put.
that's why I put on Twitter. That man had to go through all 30 years. That man had that A on his chest all the 30 years saying that he was sleeping with a minor. And
Mm,
come to find out he never slept with a motherfucker minor. All these motherfuckers were grown. That's the bad part.
mm.
No,
That's the
but
damn bad
I
part.
always said it. I said it yesterday. I said I never believed Rashana was no minor, none of them, because the way she acted with her parents when they supposed to allegedly found out that she was messing with him. You see how grown she was acting like, oh, I love him, and
Mm-hmm.
if y'all don't listen to me, and
Acting like AZ.
the mom said she just didn't want her daughter to not speak to her no more and all that. Who gonna say that about a 14-year-old? Ain't no mother gonna let their child say, I
Mhm.
ain't speaking to you no
A
more if you
real
don't.
parent on top of that. Period.
Right,
They
right.
would have whooped her fucking ass. Like,
Money, no
girl,
money. You
if I
hear me?
tell you you ain't fucking with him, you ain't fucking with him. Fuck you talking about. So
Period,
it
no
make
right.
you think
Yeah.
that she had to be like 17, 18. And they was like, shoot, she already grown. What the fuck can we do?
You know what, just that? And when you was like, and I when I was on one of your lives, you said that though. Why would that sex tape is on what you say it was on Google?
And it was on the Lime website.
So evidently then, like you said,
LimeWire.
it's not evidently it was not a minor on that sucker then.
That's what I said because it been, and if I ain't mistaken, they said it's still on LimeWire. It was on LimeWire for years,
That's what they said with
years.
the opening.
And think about it. If it was so much of a sex tape, everybody that was selling it on the corners, on the south and west side,
Yup.
they would have been running down on them stands, locking them people the fuck
Period.
up
For real.
because that mean they was selling child porn.
And
Yup.
but you really,
Exactly.
from my understanding, from what the guys told me, you really couldn't see anything.
Nah, you
It
really couldn't.
wasn't like you know,
Y'all
You
heard
really
my
couldn't.
mom. I let y'all listen to my mom last week. She said
Yeah.
it
she
was
was
not
old
clear.
enough. My mom said she was old enough, well aware. And when she seen it, she said my uncle had the truck back then where you could put the tapes in the truck.
Right, right,
Oh yeah,
right.
back.
And she said you couldn't even tell if it was Robert. And she said
You couldn't
you couldn't definitely think it was a minor because she said she was too advanced. She said it's like either she been with him before, or she said if she really felt like it was like a stripper or a prostitute, because she said that wasn't no four. She said a 14-year-old, would be like they never had sex before. He would be doing all the work. You would be able to see the scaredness in them because
Yeah.
tell.
it's
She'll
the
be
first
crying or hollering.
time, right?
Oh,
But I just noticed when Spitting Fire brought it to our attention last week that the new one that they have, she's saying for him to pee on her.
man, man, probably had me
Okay.
die.
So Spitting Fire said all
He
these
on
years
me.
they've
He
been
on
running
me.
around saying R. Kelly peeing on bitches, but she the one talking about pee on me, and that's
Come on,
real
he
shit.
on me. She kept
Did
saying
you ever
that.
have somebody, an old person in your family, like when I was going through puberty, I used to have acne. So they used to say when you get up in the morning, you
Oh, your
know
baby pee.
urinate and you take it and you put on your
Put on
face.
your
Oh
face.
hell no.
Yeah,
No, no, no.
That's what the old folks said.
they used to say that's how you can tell
That's right.
also women that's not having sex because they
Exactly. So
say
that's
that also if you go get a little bit of, excuse my language, but they said semen
mhm.
and you got
Oh
pimples and
hell
all that.
no.
First
But
blood.
I'm
No, I'm
telling you,
serious.
because they say like when you younger and you can tell they used to always say like a girl or female
Oh,
that ain't
okay.
getting
For the
none,
young people. Okay.
they could tell because they would get all them bumps.
Yep.
And then if you
Oh,
finally go get some, you could tell when a female face clear right up. But yeah, she's right. They used to say that back in the day. You get a little bit of pee, put it on your face, or you get a little bit of semen. Yeah, the bump, the acne go away.
Because I blame
remember
us.
back in the day, didn't Jesus.
Yeah, but I blame us. I blame us, all of us, because we've forgotten how to be human. Forgotten how to talk to our kids about relations or
social media, Miss Leslie. The social media bringing up the kids.
Well,
ain't no more talking to their kids. Watch YouTube. YouTube the teacher.
No, I'm just like my son's grown, married, and everything. So I was saying, okay, you got to do this, that. And he said, "Ma, you're talking like that." I said, "What?" I said, "What? You're married now. Now I can tell you how you're supposed to do this, that, and the other. Once you get married, that's it. That's it.
You grown now.
Your wife." The conversations, but before you tell them the basics, you got to tell them about the body.
Man, have these parents around here smoking, drinking, partying. They ain't got time to raise their kids.
See all that? How many times, like when you don't tell a girl about her cycle, her monthly cycle, how many girls told the story about they didn't know what the heck happened when they first got it. All of a sudden, you start bleeding. You think you're dying. We had old folk stories, like that. So that's why my mother, always told us these things.
Nicole Fry said she got a question, y'all.
Sorry?
Nicole Fry, she said she got a question.
Oh, okay. Come on, Nicole. Yeah, Life of Sin said all his girlfriends, they did have good skin. They did. And, they want to be famous. If they don't like him, how they say they didn't like him and they couldn't stand to be around you like that. They just want his money and his same.
They were lying to themselves. They wanted Rob. Mm-hmm. They were lying. Cause that man can sing. Oh, boy.
Yeah.
That singer got me. Jazz, you still on
here? He never.
Yeah, I'm on here. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
He never. His voice. He never misses.
I was reading the comments like y'all because I was reading the last one. That I ain't gonna lie. When Joy and Azriel, when they went live with Gayle King, they looked beautiful. Like you could tell whatever soap or whatever they was eating. They was eating some fruits because I know that he was heavy in exercising.
Mm-hmm.
And always every day he would always run and do. That's why they said that they had the treadmill or her and Joy would run every day or go to the gym. They got that from him. Mm-hmm. So you can tell because now when you look at Azriel, she looked like she 30 years old.
Ooh, she look old.
No, she looks more than 30.
That shit looks sad when she did that interview with Gayle King.
She has a tired body, as the old folks used to say. She has a tired body.
Cause she ain't getting that. She ain't getting that good life no more. Them folks had some good lives. They tucked their ass up. They had some good life. Everybody thought they got a bag. That's what happened. Oh yeah, we get his ass. We get a bag. Oh yeah. Okay.
Yep.
What all that was?
Let me ask you something. Now, what did you think about this thing of either one of you? The guy that went down, Michael, I think his name, went down to Florida and set fire to the car, the Clary's car, and there was gunshots, right? Do you remember that story?
I think that had something to do with Cass Jones, ain't it?
Right. So check it out.
Yeah, it was Michael Williams. But
okay, now check it out. You're gonna set fire to somebody's car. You're gonna set fire to. Are you gonna stay around for somebody to come out their house, run down with a gun, get a gun?
No, if you listen
the gun.
No, if you listen to the original 911 call, and if you read the actual report that the mother and Azriel gave, they originally said that Angelo chased him with the gun.
Okay, that's
but then the mother said on the call when the lady was like, did you see the person or whatever? The mom was screaming so hysterically because she kept saying that her car was next to
the car that couldn't move, so she was scared that it was gonna blow up next to the house. She just was worried about the fire. She wasn't worried about nothing else. Like move the kids or some shit. Like just move the kids, go outside. All she worried about is the fire. So the lady said, "Can you see who the person is who started the fire, whatever?" And she said, "I don't know if it's a male or female." Then her son said, "So she said, oh, my son just said, he think it's a male." And it was like, okay, well, what do he have on or whatever? And I think she said that they said a black hoodie. So she was like, my husband and my son is chasing him now because he posted a shot at them. So my husband was shooting back. But she didn't remember, and I don't think he remembered when he was running around here telling everybody the story, how he said he was banging at the nigga. But when the court shit happened and everything was switching, he tried to make it seem like, all tough guy. Yeah, I was banging at that nigga, me and my son. But then when he get around other people and the other side, it was, he started shooting at me and my family. Because they said when he first, whatever he did, when he let the fire, whatever, they said he must have burnt himself or the fire caught onto his hoodie. So that's how they had his hoodie, because he had to leave the hoodie because he was on fire. Whatever he did when he went to light it, that was like a concoction. He was dumb as shit for that, because that's why he caught his own self on fire.
That was a dumbass criminal right there.
But in court, I would never forget his sentencing. And he was like to the judge, his wife was handicapped. She wrote how she wear Pampers, and the daughter was tired of cleaning her shit. The daughter was tired of cleaning her shit, and she trying to go to school, and she wish her stepdad would come home because her mom can't walk. She in Pampers, and her mom is like schizophrenia. It was a lot.
Wow.
His family. And they was like, he's the sole person that take care of the household. And his daughter, the stepdaughter, was trying to go back to school, but now she can't go to school because she got to take care of her mom. So they was begging the judge, like, can you don't give him a lot of time, or can you like let him go? And after they did all of that, the judge was making her decisions, because when he took the plea, he was supposed to get 5 years for taking the plea. Mm-hmm. But the judge ain't give a fuck about that plea he took or none of that, because she gave him more than the fucking plea. She gave him 8 years. So after she sentenced him, he was like, Your Honor, because during the sentencing, she was like, basically like, you was about to hurt the victim. And, she tried to turn it all about Azriel. And he specifically said, Your Honor, I did not know she was in that house. He said, Your Honor, I was high as shit on cocaine. She's like, stop talking. Stop. He was like, no. He was like, no. I'm talking because this is my truth. He like, through this whole thing, I never was able to say nothing, Your Honor. I did not know she was in there. He was like, I was high as shit. So when she stopped him from talking, I'm like, no, let him fucking finish, because I wanted to know, did he go there to do that to Angelo? Because they turned this whole thing. Azriel was on a police call. The first thing she said was, my mom and dad car on fire. She never said it was her car. Until
right. And she didn't have a car.
No, the car was supposed to didn't move no more. That was the car she supposed to have when she was 16.
Right. So the mother was screaming.
Right. And the dad and the mom had that rental, the truck next to it. And she said that the other car, the battery dead, so if the car catches on fire to it, she can't move it. But Azriel never said, that's my car, until the media started getting a whiff of what happened. And the first thing the media said, a victim from the R. Kelly case, one of R. Kelly's associates trying to silence the victim. That's when Azriel started going with because I'm testifying against him, he sent somebody for me. Like, he behind this shit. And we couldn't believe it.
So how do you think she feels right now, Azriel?
Feeling stupid.
About R. Kelly. She regrets, right?
Like I said, we still don't know who wrote the letter to Robert and told him that the prosecutor is trying to threaten them to testify. We still don't know who wrote that letter. But how do I think he feel now? I mean, her. I honestly think that she's the one. Well, I feel she's one of the people behind the fake Joyce account that's saying that she's pregnant.
I believe
She's very jealous.
Either the parents. It got to be. It's one of the two. It's one.
She's very jealous, and this is why she you see that the eyes won't go back down. You see that she still looks stressed in the face, like she don't get no fucking sleep.
She do just jazz. Oh my God, she do.
Say? You said her eyes won't.
You see on bags on her eyes?
Like, remember when she got the skin products and she was all hype about them damn products? She stole the setting from the people in Virginia. They had a skincare product that they put fruit and stuff in, and she stole a whole giddy up. And she was putting raw fruit in jars and sending it to people, which was molding by the time it got to the people. Because you put fresh fruit in a jar, people rubbing on their vagina and all that, they gonna break the fuck out. So people on Twitter was telling her that they was experts and trying to explain to her, girl, you gonna have a lawsuit. You better don't send these people no fucking raw fucking fruit and it been on the shelf for all them fucking months and shit. And she was like, oh, y'all lucky it's Ramadan, because other than that, I would have searched y'all down and beat y'all ass.
Ooh.
Like, yeah, threatening people on Twitter.
I never heard of it. Are you serious? What is she?
Yes, you never heard. You want me to pull the receipts?
Okay.
Don't tell me she's trying to say she's a Muslim.
Do you want me to pull the receipts? This was the same month of Ramadan. And you know her dad said that he Muslim and she said she Muslim. And she said, y'all is lucky that it is Ramadan, because if it wasn't, I would try to find y'all asses and beat the shit out of y'all for talking about her fruit.
She like her daddy.
You ain't see when she threatened Tasha K and put the braids in her hair?
Yeah, Tasha K told her ass bring her ass too.
Talking about drop the location.
Yeah, Tasha K told her bring her ass. She ain't ready. She can sit her ass down somewhere.
She told that to Tasha K. I like Tasha K.
She did. Oh Lord, I don't like her, but she did though.
I do. I think she's entertaining. I respect the way she protects her brand. You know.
Yeah, but she do. But she do, Miss Leslie. But she do it in the wrong way though.
I don't even know the story behind it, but I'm saying
this woman do stuff in the wrong way.
Yep.
She don't find her facts. She don't get her facts right before she.
No, she doesn't. No, she doesn't.
And she's talking about she'll shoot Rob in the head and all this stuff and all this blah. And now she come out. Oh, I think Kelly might be innocent. Really?
Blame it on the wine. So what you think about you remember the Rob's correspondence when he was in jail, and somehow Tasha K got it. How do you think, who was behind all that? Because there's got to be one of those.
About his jail records and stuff.
Yeah, one of those parents. Was it Angelo Clary? Was it Tim Savage? Or all of them? Who was involved? Or YouTuber?
Jazz, you got to answer that question. Jazz, you know, she be on top of the investigator.
I don't know how she does it.
Just Jazz. Her phone went out.
Can you hear me?
Okay, I hear you now.
No, now we hear you.
Yeah, her phone went out for a sec.
Say it again. What you say? You said, Jazz, you answer it.
No,
we talking about that. How did Tasha K get R. Kelly jail record?
and
I told you the BOP officer, and I'm hoping that so that's why I said these prosecutors is really they out of control, because they the ones that originally I'm sorry. The warden is the one who originally told on the BOP officer, because he said that he was kind of cool with Robert. Robert wasn't no
troublemaker. You went out again, boo.
She must be walking.
Oh, okay. She on
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you now?
You must be talking, right?
I'm on the
okay.
She outside. Excuse me. I'm on the I don't know if y'all know about the Jones, I can't even think of the damn name right now.
iPod?
The joint that Robert got, they look like the mini they not cars, but they look like the mini little cars.
Okay.
So y'all probably don't know what it is. They drive them a lot in Chicago and Philly.
The one area, the AZ they was in.
Yeah.
That purple one, like that purple car. That with the okay.
No, they had the burgundy, the
Yeah.
the new level ones. Yeah, my nephew got one. I'm on it. I got y'all.
Down here.
Yeah, I got y'all on the front of the thing. But no, what I was saying was the warden around the time that, remember, Robert got hit in the head. Boom. So after he got hit in the head, remember when Mike Leonard and Steve Greenberg was still on the case?
Yeah.
And Tom brought up in court to Judge Donnelly that they felt like the BOP was listening in on Robert's visits when he would visit his attorneys or his family, or when he be on the when he was doing the FaceTime on the tablet with his attorneys. And Judge Donnelly was like, that's a serious accusation you making. You know, you got to come with proof of that. You know what you just said. That's serious if you saying that somebody was basically listening in or stealing his information. So the crazy thing is, all of a sudden the warden, he reports the BOP officer and he reports Tasha K.
That was so weird.
I don't know how the hell the warden found out about Tasha K, but maybe when he found out about the BOP officer, he found out about her. But yeah, the warden was like, for the feds to look into the BOP officer, because he said she wasn't originally from his, I guess under his, you know how they be. Yeah, right. She was from, I think, Virginia or something like that. But while she was still working before she resigned, she went, and not even just her, but we just knew about her. She searched it 150 times, but it was other BOP officers. Altogether, his information was searched 162 times.
Damn. That's so embarrassing.
And what the warden did was he put the information in, and of course Robert lawyers was like, oh shit, Tom brought this up, you know, saying that they might be listening in on his calls and shit. So that really shocked everybody because Robert said it and he complained about it to his lawyers. Whoa. So then when they went to do their investigation, and that's why what got me mad, because I feel like when it comes down to Robert or them exposing people that's impersonating Joy, they acting like them two ain't citizens of America. Like they don't also deserve due process and somebody violating his rights, that the people should be paying for that. So when they went to go investigate, I feel like we thought that they was investigating to expose Tasha K and the BOP officer and to let us know if Tasha K gave the girl money for the information, you know, because that really would have been a bigger charge. Mm-hmm. So we thinking that they doing all this, but now it looks like they only did it to me to see, I guess, like what else they found to some bullshit. Like it don't seem like to me that they did all that, taking her fucking computer and looking up how many times she logged in. Then they wound up having to look in the whole system, because now they had to look and see whoever logged in his name and was looking up his information. So it was 162 times. So it was way more than even just her. But the reason why she became a big issue was because the warden was hearing in his jail that Tasha K was online reading off his fucking visitation list. And I remember the day she was live and she was telling them, yeah, because he still talked to Joyce, and oh my God, he cannot write, y'all. It's true. He can't read, y'all. It's true, because these words, y'all don't even understand. I'm struggling to get through this shit. So she called herself trying to read it. She read like a lot of him and Joy messages. Then it was messages he was supposed to be sending, I guess, to Azriel. But Azriel didn't know about the new messages he was sending to Joy. So then she was like, oh, and look at this, y'all. They sending him plenty of money. Oh, my goodness, 100 here, 50 here. She said, oh, my goodness. And Rashana just put money on his books. I'm like, oh my God. So she was even naming the people. Like one of the guys' name was like Mel or Mike or some shit. She had a nerve to dox the fucking supporters and say the names of the people that was sending money. So we really on some shit like, oh no, we know she going to jail about this shit, you know. And when the BOP officer,
she was scared though. That motherfucker was scared though.
Yeah, she was when it first happened, but she admitted that she been was giving fucking information to the feds. When she came out in that article with the Chicago Times, and that's what scared everybody when we see the article, and they was like, the feds are investigating Tasha K, who lives in the Atlanta, Georgia area. They doxed the shit out of her ass and talked about how she got the his personal information from the BOP officer. As soon as the BOP officer gave up his information, she retired. That's what looked shaky. Because, like, she didn't want them to come question her because she knew if they came, what they was going to coming about. And she resigned. Or did they tell her, look, just resign. We don't need them coming after, worrying about what you did. If you resign, we got to worry about it. So their whole thing was they was trying to figure out, did she did Tasha K give her money for the information? But they still haven't said yet if they found like a check or receipts of saying, you know, here go the money for information, or here go the money. Because I think they said, like, that's the big charge right there. And Tasha K gave her the money for the items. Now, Tasha K claimed that when she gave her the information and the feds asked her who her source was, that she wasn't giving her source up. When she had went live.
She said something. I always remember her saying, well, Angela, you tell them how I got that information. Like,
no, she did say that. No, what happened with the Angelo thing was because Angelo tried to get out here and talk crazy to her and say that Azriel wasn't writing R. Kelly. And that's when she went live and was like, for real, Angelo, Azriel ain't writing R. Kelly? For real? Then you want to sit up and act like she ain't writing R. Kelly when you know damn well I'm the reason that you knew where your daughter was at, because I gave you R. Kelly fucking information. That's how he also tracked Azriel down wherever she was moving around to in Chicago. Tasha K said she gave him that too. Then she said, and then I gave you R. Kelly's motherfucking jail records and the emails. She said, so you gonna sit up here and lie, act like your daughter wasn't just writing R. Kelly, like I didn't see the fucking messages. And then he tried to act like no, that she wasn't. And she was like, okay, now since you talking, I'm gonna expose this shit out your daughter and you and all the people who gave me, you know, y'all only gave me that information to what she say, to try to fit your narrative. But she said she's starting to see that all of his information was lies. And then she could start calling Angelo Azriel's dealer. She said, you know darn well the reason why Azriel ain't come home right away, because, nigga, you know what it is. You know your case. You the fucking dealer. And that's why your daughter ain't come right home, because your daughter on that motherfucking shit. She said,
she was going in though. She
was like, your daughter. And he was on Larry channel snapping. He's like, what the fuck, motherfucker? You gonna try to say my daughter do fucking drugs? And he was live on Larry channel. And this was live on Larry's, right? And remember when Larry said that he was the one that was sending information to Tasha K, and that he was happy that she didn't say that she got the information from him? And he was like, I'm going to call Tasha K. Chill, man. That ain't cool. He's like, I'm going to call you, Tasha. I'm going to call you, sis, man. Come on, you know that ain't right. What you saying about Azriel And Angelo was on his live and was like, man, fuck her. Fuck that bitch. She sit up on there drinking all that wine in front of her fucking kids and all that shit. She's a fucking drunk and all this, that. And she was like, and nigga, your daughter's a fucking crackhead. She was like, that's why she getting all... Yeah, she went in.
Tasha K be going in. She'll go. Tasha K
She
be
was
going
like, that's
in.
why your daughter getting all skinny like that. She was like, that's why her body is flabbery. Yeah. She called her all type of crackheads. Then the next day, that's what Azriel came for her ass with the braids.
Yeah.
And she said, wherever you at, drop your location. And
I missed all that. I mean, this is more than I could have even
But
imagined.
Miss Leslie, you know what though? Tasha K got that karma though. Cause when Cardi B came off that ass, that motherfucker just lost just about everything. That bitch in an apartment now. She wasn't a big ass house. That motherfucker in an apartment now. Karma came back on her ass.
not even that. She downsized to an apartment and she downsized the car.
Yep.
Remember she talked about how she bought a Kia and the girl was in the back of the car.
She's
What's her
renting
name?
out
Her co-host Chelsea. She was like, "Oh my God, it's so hot in this motherfucking car." Tasha K, put some air on. She was like, "Girl, the air is on." She was like, "Where you got air at?" She said, "Girl, turn the fucking windows down. That's the air. The car is moving."
Oh no.
She was like, "Girl, can't nobody fucking afford them expensive cars no more."
Yeah, look, Cardi B took everything she got.
She said, I put $20 in this motherfucker, and this motherfucker give me a full tank.
But you know what? That's what I like about Tasha. She's a survivor. She keeps it, okay, next, and she goes on to the next thing.
That's
she
because
ain't got no choice.
that's because her crazy ass from Jacksonville, Florida. That's why Tasha K act like that.
Tasha K was doing good. She was when I first started watching her, she was doing real good. When she started being biased against
No, I don't think. When I first started watching her, to me, that's when she was going in hard and just saying anything without vetting it. Because that's when she said that R. Kelly slept with his 13-year-old, thank you, with his 13-year-old little cousin, and he impregnated her. Remember that?
Yeah.
That's when she was chasing after Carrie Kelly, and Carrie Kelly was going through with Robert at that time, and he had the nerve to tell Tasha K, yeah, he got one of our cousins pregnant, and she didn't want to tell nobody. And that's when Carrie Kelly said that.
Lying, yeah. That's
Yeah,
what
Carrie said his sister touched him, and he did that dumbass song to Robert. What was it called?
I don't know.
What was it? Enough?
I don't know, but when I'm over,
what was that song, y'all?
No, we're not going to go through that negativity. We ain't going to talk about it.
But when Robert, see,
it was some song, but no, he admitted. But what I like, let's keep it real though. When he came and met us in New York, and we all was together for Robert's trial, I gotta give Carrie the credit where it's due. I was around this man for almost 2.5 weeks when he finally came to New York. And shout out to Trevin, because Trevin ordered a big ass Sprinter just to drive all the way from Chicago to New York to make sure Carrie was there for his brother's trial. And I had to give Trevin and the guys loyalty, and Mercedes and Lady T. That was love, because by any means necessary, they wanted to make sure that Carrie got to get to Robert's trial. So when he got there, of course, it was a whole bunch of bullshit. People was about to fight, but that's here and there. The point I'm making is he went straight to the media and he fixed that shit that he said before. And he talked about his brother and said, man, this is fugazi. These females is lying. He like some of these females that I know from the 90s and 2000. He said, I know for sure they ain't no victims. And then when he finally made it right, he had told me in person that he was going to go to Tasha K and make it all the way right. And that's what he did.
He told a whole story.
And Tasha K was like, are you serious? So you telling me that you was lying when you said...
I did see that.
Yeah.
didn't know what she was talking. I didn't know
Yeah,
what
she
she
said,
said.
"Did you lying when you said that he was on the tapes with the young girls?" She said, "Tasha K, yes, I lied on my brother." He said I was mad. People were saying all this stuff about him, so he was just agreeing with the people.
So he said he was working. He said he was working. He wasn't getting paid. He wanted his own career, but he
But
couldn't.
I
He was so
told
jealous of
y'all
Rob.
one day, Rob, Bruce, Carrie, they all gonna have a great ass documentary where they can really tell everybody about their family, because they the only ones that can tell the real story, you know?
Right.
And when y'all really hear how much these brothers endured and how Barry Hankerson, even down to Barry Hankerson, came in between these fucking brothers and told one day Carrie, I know he probably ain't gonna mind me telling y'all this, but one day Carrie was in the other room and they know Barry didn't know Carrie could hear, but he actually told Robert, only one of y'all could be a star. And you know how bad that shit hurted Carrie? Like, the fuck you mean only one of us could be a star? And back then, Carrie wanted to be a star.
Yeah, he did. He said that though.
And they was all in a band together. Robert, Bruce, Carrie, and you know, everybody in Chicago say that their mother, she sings so good, she sound like a hummingbird. So they all came from a musical family. So Barry Hankerson was already coming in between the brothers, and then basically not even wanting the brothers to be on tour with Robert or to travel with him no more. Because now when we look back on it, because they was stealing from Robert, because they was doing dirt shit. That's why they want Carrie and Bruce around.
Divide and conquer.
Right, and he came in between his family, and when they look at it now, they tell you that they know who was behind all of it, but it's just sad how they got so far into Robert's head that make him think, don't be there for your own family. That's how they was able to steal from this man and take. And if you ever hear Bruce when he talks about how they just treated Robert was like the lick to them. If y'all ever heard the language when people say, "Oh, they hit a lick," that's how Bruce talks about it when he talks about his brother. He always say Robert was the lick, and everybody hit a lick. And that's how they was extorting him for all them years. He said you even had Cheryl Mack and them that's making damn near 50, 60,000 a month. How the fuck you making that? And you just a fucking assistant and it assistants and shit.
Yeah.
How the fuck Daryl McDavid, you an accountant and you driving in a better fucking tour bus than Robert? And riding around in a fucking Bentley. You know how much a Bentley fucking costs?
Yeah.
And he got the old ass
It's
Bentley.
like Brian, they ran a Rolls Royce. Shit.
Right, he got the newer one. And then he got that expensive ass restaurant that he ain't even got to do nothing else in life but run the restaurant. Do you know one plate at that fucking restaurant is like $160 something
for them celebs?
Well, what the heck are they selling?
He got that Mexican restaurant in Oak Park.
Well, I'm not interested in Mexican food for
man. You be surprised. The motherfuckers in Chicago, they love that shit.
No, see, I can't. No, but I'm hungry. No, I gotta.
No, but at the end of the day, though,
rice. I'm a Geechee.
At the end of the day,
I don't know what it is. They love it.
Yeah,
and that's what I'm saying too. Like, even with Daryl McDavid, like, come on, dude. You know you got, like, you trying to act like Robert ain't give you all the money from the little you trying to say he owe you money from the little contract they had, the one they keep bringing up in court, that really Robert was supposed to pay him $1.5 million, and he didn't give it all. But the contract say if Daryl McDavid released any information about Robert's like personal life or any of his personal business that he knew about while working with him, Robert had made him go ahead on and sign a disclosure. Right? Yeah, the paper, because I guess Robert must have felt like he was about to be just like everybody else. As soon as he leave, go making books. So the contract was that he couldn't make no books. He couldn't go, nothing. If he do go do it, then he would have to pay Robert $100,000. So they brought that up too, like trying to say Rob still owed Daryl McDavid money, and the reason why Daryl had different transactions coming from Robert's money. So like when he would get his money for deals or concerts, every time Robert had money coming through there, every time 10% was supposed to go in Daryl McDavid's account or whatever account, his business account, the Witherspoon McDavid account, or go in there. And then the lawyer said, and he also owed McDavid because McDavid never talked about, I guess his personal business and all that. So I don't know how much they got to break even with that, but I just feel like you got enough money. You was a rich ass fucking accountant.
He takes a percentage, so that means every woman that went
10%.
went to the lawyer, the accountant got paid, the attorney got paid, and the person that brought her, that agent.
That's McDavid. I think McDavid.
No, Demetrius. Demetrius got a cut.
No, Demetrius said that's why he was so mad with Tiffany shit, because they didn't get Demetrius shit. Yeah. And they tried to say they think that Tiffany was her baby, really was Demetrius. Because his baby mom, that baby mom he got, remember, she was 16. And Demetrius was like 37 years old.
They talking about Rob, though. You hear me?
And Demetrius never went to jail for that. And when I talked to Demetrius' sister, after I read his goddamn book, everything made sense. And when his sister told me everything that they accused Rob of, she said that is her brother. She said when she had to go pick the girl up with the dog that Demetrius had locked in the studio hog-tied, she said that was Demetrius hog-tying females. And she said Rob was doing this music, not even know what the fuck was going. And Demetrius had that girl locked in the motherfucking studio, hog-tied by the back. And she had a little dog in there, and his sister said she went up there, kicked in the studio, untied the girl, and told her, go the fuck home, and don't you ever turn the fuck back here again. Go fucking home. And then his other girlfriend, I think she was blind. I think she was blind or half mental, but remember, he beat the shit out of her, hit her in the head with a gun and all that shit.
Oh, God have mercy.
Yeah, I think she was blind.
Crazy. That motherfucker.
Yeah, the stuff his sister told me, and then the 16-year-old, he was supposed to be like cool with her, and they just start talking or whatever, and she already had a baby that was like 1 or 2 or some shit, and she was 16. So he said the day that she was having a baby in the hospital, that's the first time he found out. His sister told me because when they came in there to tell him to sign a birth certificate, they had the baby mom birth date up there. And he was like, oh shit, she's 16. But he said it was nothing he could do. She was already having this baby and shit. So fuck he was going to do. But and the mother, like I say, go back to the parents. The mother knew that Demetrius was dealing with her daughter, and she accepted it. Exactly. Demetrius said he used to do stuff for the mom and them. He used to come spend the night at the mom house. So they all knew he was dealing with the 16-year-old.
So so let me say this right quick. I don't mean to cut you up, Miss Leslie. No, okay, so baby hair then, when you just said, Demetrius said that he knocked the girl, he said he all tied her. Yeah. Okay, so that was baby hair. Get that from then, right?
Yeah, because Demetrius' sister told me, like, even with the young girls with the studio stuff,
yeah,
that's all Demetrius. Because the guy, Chuck, there's so many freaking Chucks, but when you read Demetrius' book, there's a guy named Chuck that Demetrius used to deal with. And they was like doing business together and, getting money together or whatever. But at that time, Robert was like 17, 18. And they was trying to get Robert a deal at that point. Robert will be walking from freaking Chicago to LA, hitchhiking, but singing to try to get money to pay his mom rent and shit. Yeah. So at that time, Demetrius had founded him, and wherever Demetrius go, Robert go, they was together type of thing. But remember, at that time, Robert was shy, and he was well, Demetrius say in the book, like he was like a punk or something. So he had to one time get the boys off Rob because they was like trying to jump him or something. Whatever. But the sister told me that around that time, Rob, he would go to the hotels and stuff with Demetrius or like studios and stuff. So the guy Chuck that Demetrius was doing business with in LA, he was a fucking camera person. Listen how this shit go, y'all. This nigga was a camera person, and guess what he took pictures and videos of?
The young girls.
12 and 13-year-olds.
Young,
He would
oh my
make
God.
them put on lingerie or naked and make, do little moves or whatever. And he would be recording them and taking fucking pictures of them.
Now that's a fucking pedophile right there.
Listen, and Demetrius I guess he was getting a little money because this nigga was working with the dude. But then in the book, he tell you like how he got tired of the dude or whatever. Because one day when he went in there and said the girl was like 12 or some shit, like the guy went even lower, and he said he couldn't take it no more, whatever. So he stopped working with the guy. But when I was reading all that shit, and when you really read the book, it sounds like it's two women fighting over Robert. And when Demetrius' sister told me that Demetrius would fuck Robert if he could, that's how he liked him so much. She said he's obsessed with Robert. He loved Robert. If he could have sex with him and get him, he would do it. And when you read this book, that's just what it sounds like. Two women arguing over Robert. But the book is really Demetrius, his sister, and Robert, and the events that went around, his life.
That's crazy. That's what I'm saying. That's where Andrea Lee getting that motherfucking hog tie shit from then.
Oh yeah, and Demetrius' sister, she has been on plenty of platforms, and she say the same story all the time about the girl that was locked in the studio. Yeah, and she always talk about the girl was hog tied the fuck up.
And that's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. So baby hair is getting that shit from that.
I always said when she came with the hog tie shit,
he got that from
First
Demetrius.
of all, who the fuck is going to tie you tight with a robe, fucking rope? You know you can break out that shit.
She said she got away. That's how she get away.
It was a rope. She said it was the one that's on the robe. That when you wear a robe and you wrap it around you and tie, that one is fucking loose as hell. I knew she was breaking out of that shit. She ain't say like it was a real electric rope or some tight as shit. Thinking. No, she said a freaking robe string. And she said she don't know how she did it, but she unraveled out of it.
Well,
girl,
when you said the whole time, I thought about that. I said, hold on. So baby hair is talking about she get that shit from his ass then. With her lying ass.
And what I don't like either that Demetrius don't talk about either is when Robert started going around Demetrius' sister and her husband. Her husband was the famous basketball player. He played for the Chicago Bulls.
Oh wow!
And he used to be with I forget the other guy that used to be in the studio with Rob a lot from Chicago Bulls. But remember, Rob started getting real close with the Chicago Bulls, especially when he did "I Can Believe I Can Fly" for Michael Jordan. But before that, when he was messing with Demetrius' sister, Demetrius claimed he didn't know. But his sister told me that, she liked it, Robert. She did have a husband, but she don't know what it was. Like, she wanted to fuck him. She wanted him. And Rob. She did it just like that. And she said they were so happy. They were friends. It wasn't just like I don't know what it is, but even the older women, when you hear the stories, they was infatuated with him at a young age. So that's why he always say that he was violated from 7 to 14 by older women. And he said that his hormones was woken up way early than they, actually should be. And I believe that's why he's also like
stuck in the young world.
Because all the women, like, okay, yeah, you got women that want guys and want to have sex, but the way they did him, they was like using Robert for the damn sex.
Basically.
Like using him like he was a fucking toy.
Basically, they get mad when somebody else wrong them. Basically,
Right. They was using him like nigga, shut up and give me some or some shit.
Mhm.
Like you gonna do what I say. So like the women was like pimping him out, but instead they
man,
wasn't getting no money. They was just
it takes spin
taking
fire to
their
talk about that. It takes spin fire to talk about that.
man, they was pimping the shit out of Robert. I never noticed until
Yo,
all this shit come out. And when he said that he felt like from 7 to 14 that he didn't understand why all these older women and young women and
coming on
mothers
to
and
him.
daughters, everybody wanna fuck him. So she said to me, she had a great time, beautiful time. She
No,
said
she
Robert
did.
is the reason why her husband put their money up. Just so that Robert could, I guess they was trying to, Demetrius claimed they was trying to steal his investment. And I don't like that either when he calls Robert his investment. Oh yeah, my sister came in between, like, oh, did she go fuck Robert because she was trying to get,
He was
take over
jealous.
my investment, his investment. He claimed he the one that invested in Robert and put all his work, and they was trying to steal his investment. So her husband was going to different artists. They went to, Stevie Wonder. They went to I think at the time I don't know. She said Babyface or I know one of them big wig ones. And Robert did something, and he was supposed to sing for them or something. And he wound up. He said he did it or he didn't do it. I don't
Oh
remember.
man,
I gotta get my refresh my memory and probably read the book.
I
But
gotta
I
read. I gotta
remember
read his book.
it was a lot
Oh,
of
go ahead.
artists. And what happened was the husband finally found out because Demetrius told the husband that she was having sex with Robert. So Demetrius claimed his sister came in between all that and messed up the family, messed up her
Oh, that's always
side
nice.
of the
But
family.
did she divorce her husband, or did he divorce her?
The funny thing is, um,
Probably made it better.
huh?
The
The
marriage
funny
was
thing
probably better.
is, if I'm not mistaken, I think they did because I know when I was talking to her in 2020, she was telling me a lot of stuff, but I had told her already I read the book because she was saying that she has a lawsuit out on Demetrius and that she wasn't able to tell me too much because of the lawsuit. But
Oh,
I felt like she gave me enough information because the book that he wrote, he kind of changed the name of the book, and like I told y'all, it sounds like two women are fighting over this man, but his sister read in between the lines of the other character he was describing, and she said, "Oh, that's me." He talking about me. He just like used another name.
So if she's by herself. She lost her bag.
No, they got a lot of little brothers and sisters, but Demetrius claimed them two was really close. But she took his like I
His
told y'all,
riches.
he basically called it like he was calling Robert like his fucking prized possession or some shit. And I ain't like that shit. Like he was
mm-hmm.
a toy or some shit
I
like that.
think he's more protected by staying right inside where he is right now until everything gets sorted out.
Well, I'm
Because
with
he's
you on that
well,
one for real though,
I'm
cause
serious.
man,
I've
right?
always said
But you
that.
know what though? I'm glad God bringing everything to the forefront. When
Yep,
they
he needs
decided this
that
shit
break.
2008, now it's back around again. Now we
Look at it.
seeing the truth, really what going on.
Right. 30 years you've been working nonstop. 30 years. Even going to parties, doing parties, you're tired. You have to work. No vacation, and everybody's making money. All he wants to do, it seems like, is sing. That's
That's all
it.
he want to do.
All he
Thank
wants to do
God for
is
the black media. Thank God for the black media.
amen.
Just Jazz, we got Spin Fly, we got all the good, well, the
Just
people that
as
go.
yeah, and just as
Yep.
you know a lot about this, but
Yeah.
I'm glad.
Without the black media now, man,
Man,
we will be
that's
fucked
why I
up.
said one
Right?
day, that's
Right,
why I
Tiffany?
said one of the days well y'all know when I do the Google Meets, we do like recaps on the New York case and the Chicago case, and we go all the way back and do the going down memory lane because I can't, do too much with the YouTube. So
Right.
that's why we be doing the Google Meets because it's more relaxing. You freely to talk. It doesn't cut off. You could be on there for hours and you can come back and it still be the link still be there and you can get up to like shit like 50, 60 people on one
Mm,
Google Meets.
Is it
But
free?
that's why,
Is it free? Just
yeah,
that?
Google Meet you download through Google. That's why I always be putting the link in the chat.
Okay. I got to stay on top of it. Okay. I work 2
Yeah.
jobs, so.
Okay,
That's
good
what's
for
up.
you. Good for you. Do it
Yeah,
while
girl, baby, I'm in Memphis, baby. I got to stay on top of my stuff. Because, I'm by myself. Me and my 2 cats.
Yep. So that's why I be trying to help a lot of the supporters who probably got missing holes or missing links to a lot or some parts of the different events in the trial, because I still kept all my trial books that I did all my notes in, and I still kept all my folders of all the research that I did. But I finally downloaded everything to my PDF into a flash drive. So if I ever lose the papers and all that, I finally backed up everything. But that's why I be telling people, when you come in, if you want to ask me questions about the New York trial or individuals in the case or whatever the case may be, I'm pretty sure I know the answers. And if I don't, I'll just say I don't know.
that New York trial was, like I say, it was an embarrassment. I think it was.
It wasn't put together right.
It
It just
wasn't
wasn't. It
something.
wasn't.
It was
Ken
rushed.
came in at the end, so he really didn't
Yeah,
have time to prep. He really didn't
it
have
was
time to prep.
rushed. I didn't
He,
like the opening. I don't know. It seemed like the
You still here, Tiffany?
yeah, I'm still here. I'm here. You hear me?
Yeah, you hear us?
Leslie still here?
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
here.
Yeah.
yeah. You just went real quiet, Leslie. That's why I was like, oh shit, what happened?
No,
No,
we
I was
still here.
listening. Yeah.
You said
So
the New York trial was embarrassing.
yeah,
Yeah.
because I think that it just seemed like the attorneys before Kenneth got on board, Nicole Brown, Nicole Blank Becker, she seemed afraid of something, intimidated. I don't know why.
She didn't have her. She didn't have her. She didn't have it together. That's what I'm saying. They didn't have it. Greenberg tried. He
Greenberg
didn't
is
try
not
enough.
ready.
He didn't try. He didn't try enough though. Even though
No,
he kept getting knocked down, but he really didn't try enough. Man, look at Ball Jean. She coming in. Even though her emotions getting cut, but she gets some emotions done too though. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
But Greenberg talked too goddamn much. To me, he was talking too goddamn much. On my way, yeah, he nailed that lady, y'all. All this extra bullshit.
You know
Get your
what?
facts together first before you get to saying all that. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? They already got the man guilty of the shit now.
You know what I was thinking too, Tiffany? I was thinking that, and somehow or another, this case just blew way out of proportion.
It did. It
I
did.
don't know how it got to this point, but it went out of proportion, and it's an embarrassment to me as a citizen of the United States. It's an embarrassment to me as a New Yorker, or
Mm-hmm.
embarrassment, and then if I were in Chicago, I'm happy because I'm a Chicagoan, or and then what's going to happen in Minneapolis, Minnesota. All of this stuff went out of proportion because of one person's lies. And that man still never said anything bad about these people.
But you know why though? Because he know God. I'm telling you, God gonna get all these folks.
Oh, yeah.
Right now, everything's going on because it's in God's timing right now. So right now, God got him sitting down for a reason. You know what I'm saying? But as the
Yeah.
why that will turning? He gonna get everybody as they go. Barjane in there for a reason. She in there
Well,
for a
yeah,
reason.
she's got good heart. Let me ask you something. What is this thing now about, and this is just me asking. I see people, like, I listen to, now he has a thing, freedom of speech channel, and they had a guy who was, what do you call it, a cellmate with Rob, and he got on, and
Sally.
yeah, his cellie got on, and he was talking. It was just yesterday. I think it was yesterday, last night.
I didn't see that.
No, it was last night. It's on the freedom of speech. If you just put that in, and or even no, go
Okay.
with Debowski's channel. On
Oh, okay.
Debowski's channel,
Okay.
because they did it on both, but Debowski's channel would be easier for you to remember. And the guy came on with Lady G and T Baby and spoke. And he put another. I like the way he talked about it. He made him seem more human.
He sound way better than the guy that was on Shabazz channel that was bashing the fuck out of Robert.
No, this guy, he says,
No, he was very good.
yeah,
I
he
played it.
you heard it?
I played it over here. Because I told Glenda when he first did the interview over there, I'm like, I'm going to play it on my live, if you don't mind. They was like, no, we don't care. Because they
No,
was
this
trying
from
to.
last night. From last night.
No, that one I didn't play. That one I played the other one. But I got the one from last night. He basically,
Okay.
only reason I didn't play that one because they was having problems with a blogger. And he only really came on there to address the blogger.
Right.
But then he started talking about other things that people had questions on.
Yeah.
But yeah, I really love how he supported Robert and
Yeah.
how he answered a lot of stuff that some of us already knew the answers to. But it was better to hear from somebody that we know ain't in the sector and was, around him personally. And he
Right.
said he was the one who was helping Robert do the emails and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I know
I
you're
was.
talking about ass. I ain't gonna say his name, but the ass. I stopped watching because it's too much bias for me. I don't like that bias.
He puts things out there. I mean, some of it you gotta read sift through it. You gotta sift it. Now, the only thing I will say, he
I
made
don't
some
ass. I
about.
don't.
Remember that one girl, Rashana's mother, who had the shoe store, and he said he had to tell. He was saying that Bonjean didn't know X,
No,
Y,
I
Z.
didn't like that with
Well, wait a
Shabazz.
minute. But,
You
but
know,
wait,
some
Because first of
I
all,
don't even want to say. I ain't want to say his name on
he
your
didn't
on
even
your on
give
your channel. That's why I didn't say his name.
he didn't even give Bajin a fucking chance
wait a minute.
He
to
went in
to
on her.
bring
He
up
went
the
in on
shoe
her
thing.
though.
But
He
the
went in
government
on her.
introduced it. The government already knew it. It was already
And
known.
it do seem like basically as soon as he brought it the fuck up, like somebody went over there and already gave them heads up. But that's what they do over here too. That's why I be telling y'all some things I learned damn near a year and a half ago. Everything ain't for YouTube because
It's
these
not.
mugs sit in the bushes, they
Yep.
pass
Yup.
it along, and they literally do send stuff to the prosecutors. They
They
But you
do.
do.
know something else I've learned since you and I were reading, and since I met you, I've gone to a couple of channels, and some I'm subscribed to, and some I'm not. Peeping, I kind of hear some of the words that you and I speak on those channels. That's their
Oh, I
commentary.
always was told that other people be listening to other people's lives and then you gonna hear it. I always seen that.
They be
You
in the
Yeah,
gonna hear the
bushes.
other bloggers speaking it on their channel. Yeah,
yeah,
Yep.
you gonna see a lot of that in this sector. Because
yeah.
people don't know how to
Yeah.
be like, see, I don't mind if
They don't.
it's
I
something
don't.
to help Robert, but I don't like when then they don't give you credit and act like they got it
Yeah.
from their
That's
own
the big
self.
problem.
Or it
They
was
should
their
be traveling
idea.
on here.
Hmm.
That's what
That's
they
why a
do
lot
over
of people
here, and
strike
that's
your
the
ass.
stuff that hurts me over here because even like him too. I have mad respect for Miss G.
I don't.
Shantae, I was in court with them every day. Kim, they have traveled so much to Chicago, New York, and I have seen them on many occasions with all of us, supporting Robert many mornings, nights, weeks, months. And it was so sad when they got kicked out of the court in New York. And I still
Okay.
don't know to this day why. But it was rumors that bloggers got them kicked out. But I don't know. All I know is they was in there taking notes, doing very well. And
Haters. They
next
had
thing
some
I
haters.
know, they told them they was banned all the way because they said they was paralegals. And I guess they weren't. So it
Haters,
just shows
man.
how much they hate, and yeah, that really hurted me because they really been here for Robert since day one. They had started a whole movement called him too,
Yup. Hell to
and
on all of them. I still watch them
right,
come on once in a blue.
and they got caught up with some of these bloggers and stuff who tried to take all their research that they did,
Yup.
and people ain't want to give them the credit. Like this from him too. Well, we always trying to share to bring awareness, but you can at least give the person credit who
Shut
stuff
up.
it is.
Hmm.
They don't do that over here. It's
Right
like
now, that's why a lot of them now they strike their page. If they use their stuff, they let it be known too. You use my stuff, I strike your page. You
and
got
Hmm.
the
it's crazy when they tried to take my main channel down. I never used to strike people's shit. Never. And I used to literally see bloggers just playing the shit out of my shit. And I'm like, damn, they don't ask me, but if I play their shit, they ready to strike my ass. That's
Hmm.
how they is in here. If
get
you
the
play their
same
shit,
energy back. Just you get them suckers back the same energy. Oh, you think it's
man,
I I got you.
You don't know how much you gotta go through just to strike these motherfuckers. You gotta first call the
For real?
yeah, and you gotta submit a whole motherfucking email into YouTube, and you gotta, and a lot of people don't put in the strikes because you gotta put your real address and your real information, because it's like you putting in a lawsuit because it can actually go to court.
Really?
Like you can actually sue somebody over your work because that's copyright infringement.
Wow.
So YouTube wants you to put your real stuff and all that, just in case if it gotta go to, you know, law enforcement, or if it's gonna go to court because the person say, well, I ain't taking shit down. Then YouTube has to take them copyright court.
Damn, that's why I talk to her when she in there.
Ladies, I'm gonna say good night. I'm gonna say good night to you ladies. I had a good time.
Okay.
I got one prayer.
Yeah, we probably ain't gonna be on here too long. Probably get up here in a little bit.
Yeah,
If Tiffany can hang. Because
Oh,
I did not know.
All
I did not know that he was gonna do that tomorrow with court.
right, Miss Les.
No,
That's
we got to do this again to when you come back.
yeah, because I didn't know he was gonna do that with court. That's ridiculous. Did y'all hear what she said?
What happened?
What
What happened
happened?
today?
She
What
said basically tomorrow he's gonna have the lawyers and the judge, and they gonna do their little motions, but
Oh yeah,
then they off Thursday, Friday, because the juries asked him, can they be off Friday because of the holiday? So he granted it. Then they automatically gonna be off Monday. Then he giving them the fucking Tuesday, so they'll be back Wednesday.
Okay.
That means the fucking defense only gonna have one day to present their fucking case.
Oh no, he'll give them credit for that. You'll see.
So that means he gonna have to be why is he taking Tuesday off too? They don't need all the fucking days.
Oh, he's got. From what I understand, this judge has a big case coming up.
Yeah, that's why he trying to get them out of there. He got a big politician join, the guy that was a politician that's supposed to be getting time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But you know something that I feel good about this judge? I mean, and outside of R. Kelly, the man's in his 80s, and
He been a little fair.
I give him a lot of respect for being that age. He seems to be alert. He knows what's going on, and he's I feel good that this is an 80-something-year-old man. He's on the bench. That's what I'm trying to say.
I just hope he just be fair. And he being fair, but I just hope he just.
I like how he be
on the narrow.
I like how he be putting the prosecutors in they place too. Like when the other defense attorneys be like, Your Honor, you know that ain't cool. I object, and he be telling the prosecutors, no, come on, you know you went too far. You wasn't supposed to. I like that because he don't just go at one side. He corrects both of the sides when they're wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the prosecutors don't like that because they so used to a judge siding with them because they the state or the the federal, that they they be feeling funny when a judge is actually being fair on both sides.
Mm-hmm.
See, the way that Julian argues with Jennifer like that, it really was getting on my nerves all last week. Like, all right, come on, dude. She's really a female at the end of the day. Like, every 5 seconds, Your Honor.
No.
No, Your Honor.
Wait. You don't say. There's no female male when you up there.
No, but I'm saying he was acting like Vagine, and she was acting like the man.
He was acting like he was a woman. That's all.
Yes, every 5 seconds, though, Your Honor. But no, Your Honor, that's not fair.
That's commentary. Stop the commentary.
No foundation, Your Honor.
So when Jennifer, with Pauline and Bargine girl.
Well, she really not major. She got off of her quick because I see Jennifer ain't even feel like dealing with it because the girl really exposed herself. Like she tried to get up there cussing Jennifer out, and I see some people saying that the jury might take her testimony as confident, so we better watch it. That might not be, you know what I'm saying? They might say, "Oh, she was confident." No, she was ghetto as shit. She was up there. The juries, they said the juries made a sound when they asked her, like, "Well, what kind of sexual things and stuff you was doing with Mr. Kelly?" And she said, "Sucking dick." Like, damn, you couldn't even curve it, nothing.
Oral thing.
So she said sucking.
Word.
She didn't say oral, nothing. Sucking dick.
Ooh, she
So
wrong.
they said the jury would put their arms across their hearts or some shit. It was
They
like,
got their
oh,
pearls.
What's the problem?
yeah, that's what they were saying
clung on to
today.
them
The pearls, yeah, that's what they were saying. They put their hand across their
Oh,
heart.
shoot. They clung onto them pearls.
And then
put
remember
their
when
hand
she
in their
said
arm.
the drink hypnotic, R. Kelly gave her, and Bonjean said, "Well, I'm sorry, but that didn't come out
That
until
shit was funny. I said that shit on
2000."
Twitter.
She said, "Oh well, it don't matter. I still was drinking as a minor."
Oh, she was wild.
Hypnotic.
Then she was
wild
telling
as fuck.
Bonjean like, "Well, is that your closing? Oh, all right. Well, you should have said that, or all right. Well, you should have said it differently." And then Tracy, she crying like Lisa Van Allen, and they're gonna tell, they're gonna tell Bonjean, you need to learn how to not be mean and be respectful and say it better. Bonjean said, "I'm trying." Well, you need to try harder. Tracy said, "You need to try harder."
She kept
Like,
that ass. She getting it.
fuck y'all getting so sentimental for? Y'all wasn't doing this shit when y'all was flipping it, dropping it like it was hot, and threesomes and everything the fuck else. So you need to stop being mean and talk to people nicely. Fuck.
Baby, you on trial, baby. You on the government side, bro.
And then you 40 years old. Are you fucking serious? Why you ain't get all hype like that when you said that Jane came in there and ate you out? You should have got up and was like, I'm not doing this.
Raw. They raw as hell.
She was scared to get up to tell Jane to stop.
Yeah, what the judge say? What did the judge say?
I hear what they said on that part.
What the judge say though? The judge didn't say nothing.
Not on that part. Still little...
I know he laughing. I know he said to himself, "Oh my God."
I'm gonna step off right now.
Okay.
Good evening. Bye, Tiffany. Bye, everybody.
On that note, this is time for me to go to bed.
No, I'm not going to bed because I haven't even finished my last prayer and eat. So
Okay,
I'm gonna talk to everybody later.
Okay.
Walaikum
salam. Leslie said, "Oh no, I'm gonna get over here."
They was like, "Oh hell to the no!" Like hell no! I know. Oh God, they were raw. Oh, they were raw.
Yeah, they was. I think my machine got a little tired today. She like, you know what? And I think the prosecutors, they shocked them when they threw Pauline up there, and then Tracy, then two of Tracy's friends, then Nia friend, and it's like, what is y'all doing? You bring it friends that was with her. Yeah, when she posted met him, then you bring the guy in that supposed to know her when she was working at the intern, but he said he seen Tracy at the hoops where Robert played ball at, and Robert there, but he never see them two together.
These folks is coming. This show's so damn ghetto. I know.
No, that Pauline child, that was too much.
This child ghetto as hell.
Then she like the way I feel about my kid now, because she said I'll kill a motherfucker over my kid. I'm like, damn.
Oh my God.
Like, you ghetto as shit.
I know, boy. Jesus ain't no way.
Then she gonna say Robert. Then she gonna say Robert. I don't want y'all to try to look at me funny or none of that, but I still love him now. She said, and she said, you know what it is? It's like best friend. Like best friend and best friend. Then she gonna say and daddy. I'm like, what the fuck is she talking about?
Girl, they so memorized
by
that man.
I ain't never heard of that.
They in love with R.
Wait, let me tell you exactly what she fucking said. Hold on. Because I ain't understand that shit. What you mean best friend and dad? The fuck you mean sleeping with your own dad? She said, you know how it is. Best friend and best friend and daddy.
You know how that is.
I'm like, what? Girl. Oh, then she gonna say, yeah, I threatened his ass. It worked though. Like, girl, shut the hell up.
I know what she looking at her like. I know what she looking at her like. Lady, what the heck?
That's why everybody talking about don't think that The jury might look at her like she was real confident. I'm like, no, that shit was
No, that's
ghetto.
looking at her. She real ghetto. Ain't no
Ghetto as
goddamn
shit.
confident in that. Yeah, she the aggressor.
Real ghetto. Like, where is it at? I gotta find
Like
it.
Spence Fire said, he losing points. He
Who?
lost a lot of points. That's what
Who?
Spence Fire say. About Kelly, he lost a lot of points.
No, it's just the one, the females, you know.
Where the fuck he get these women from? I think half
He
these women
tried
sleep
to.
with him. I think half these women sleep with his ass. I'm
No, I
sorry.
always say that. I don't definitely think
Pauline
all of
like
them
a
slept
she
with him.
like a damn drunk.
I definitely, but I know for a fact she and something, she doing something because all they fucking memories is gone. They don't remember this day. And remember,
He lying, man.
Rashana said she drunk a lot of liquor
That bitch talking
during
about
her
she jumped over
life.
the fence. How the fuck he jumped? Where did he jump over the fence? But then when on Dr. Rice, that bitch she didn't get in because her best friend said she couldn't get in because her ID. She didn't have no damn ID.
Who said that?
Go to Dr. Rice and put up Geronda and her friend, the one who talking about when they went together. The friend
Right.
had her ID. Geronda didn't have no damn ID. I was trying to figure what party she went to.
No, but remember on you remember on when Robert did the interview with Gail King, he was like, um what did he say? I be trying to lock people in and all that. He's like, unless they need some shoes from down the street from their uncle house. Man, come on. Stop playing with me. He's like, I did not do this stuff.
I'm telling you, it's common
He was
sense,
talking about
though,
her
man.
because she said she was going to go get the shoes because her uncle lived at the street. But she lied.
That's what I'm saying.
He came back with a fucking ID though.
Then Shanti McGee ugly ass. I'm saying to myself, where the fuck he get these women from? Because half of these women look wrong.
No, but like Smith Fire said, they look like fucking. They just got them off the fucking like they had a hard ass life. Like they had a harder
They
life than he fucking
did. All them
was.
bitches got records. Except for Ezreal and Jocelyn. I mean, Jocelyn. Joey.
Well, now Azriel, she done made her own record, stealing from the nigga in fucking Dubai. Like, how you do that shit?
Desperate.
Then he talking about she was trying to sell her own passport. Like, what? I didn't even know you could do that shit.
She on drugs though.
Yeah, that shit crazy.
She feeling it though. She got away from her parents.
It starts at home though.
She got away from her parents because what they did to her, they turned her against R. Kelly, and she going through it.
It starts out. Yeah, she should have never. Everybody said that if R. Kelly was home, she don't think that Larry could have, talked her into nothing. Everybody say that shit. They said the only reason she left
her daddy and her mama.
They said the only reason she left him is because one, from Robert being in jail, that little bit of one time, and if he was around or he got out, it would have made a difference.
Yeah,
she wouldn't have not trying to not be with him. She would have wanted to be with him. His absence is what caused her to continue to act that way and act that way with Joy.
But you did all that. You still ain't got the man. That's not you put off it all. You fought this girl and everything. You still ain't got him. You ain't even get him back. It's too late now. Cause she was Tasha K saying she was still talking to him. She was still trying to talk
Tasha
to
K
him.
said, you gonna sit up here and tell me, nigga, that Azriel
she was writing him too.
That's what she said, that she ain't emailing and talking to her.
You don't know what I'm talking about.
He talking about
you don't know what I'm talking about.
He talking about no, you fucking lying. My daughter ain't talking no fucking she talking that nigga. She said, oh, so you gonna sit up here and fucking lie, nigga, and act like Azriel wasn't just texting R. Kelly? So your daughter wasn't just emailing R. Kelly?
It was funny as hell. Tasha K funny, man. Tasha K do be
you
funny
gonna
though.
lie now, motherfucker?
Yeah, he just I don't know.
And you supposed to be Muslim, and you all talk about you Muslim and stuff, and you ain't supposed to be lying. Oh, here we go. It say, I loved him, and I still love him. Pauline testifies in a weird way. I know you might judge me, but it's like best friend meets boyfriend meets dad.
Ooh.
That's what I said.
That don't sound right.
What the fuck is best friend meets boyfriend meets dad? That's why I'm like,
No,
she
she said
caught me
that.
off guard. Was that a show or something?
She must.
Like Boy Meets World? Is that? What the fuck? Best
Not
friend?
that. Boy,
The
you
fuck?
know what? All the man, all them was fascinated by that man. They can talk their ass though. Those folks still in love with the man. He didn't want none of their asses. He let all their asses, but then he was a womanizer. That man loved women.
No, but I ain't never seen
No
young
joke.
women their age
Act like he put they.
basically chasing a man his age. Usually, men his age, they're chasing.
Him.
It's the opposite.
Yeah, they chasing him. And
The man trying to take you out, and the man reaching out to you, to take you out and show you around the world and trips. Not the females keep texting them and calling them and Rashawn every 5 minutes. Oh, you not answering my texts? Why you didn't answer my texts? And I keep texting you. I want to see
yeah,
if
she
you
was
want to come
mad
to
at the
the bar.
motherfucker. So well, I guess I'm gonna have to do what I gotta do. Really? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
fucked
because
up
she
too.
was texting all the time. And Banjin could have really probably went through all those motherfucking text messages, they would have been there forever. I know it
Forever.
was way more than where that came from.
Yep. And you know it. She
I
wasn't
know
playing.
it was.
She wasn't playing with it though. I love that though. She was not playing with them. She was
I
not
love how
playing
she
with them.
exposed it. She exposed it as something that, cause she shocked the shit out of me with Rashana mine with the going to the studio shit. It's like Jennifer was waiting to put that shit out.
She was ready. I can't. But here you go. This is what you said right here.
And like you said, she's starting to communicate with her client. You can tell the difference that how her and Robert start becoming close than with his last lawyers, because you can tell the different
Yeah.
information that she's presenting on these cross exams than
Yes.
the other lawyers was presenting
Yep.
on the ones in New York with the
Cause
other accusers.
Greenberg, see, she don't do a lot of. One thing I like about her, she don't do a lot of what you call that? Interviews. She don't do a lot of interviews, and she don't do a lot of them press
Like you really
conferences.
gotta walk up to her. What's up, shit? You really gotta walk up to her and ask her for pictures and all that, because other than that, her and Ashley, they nice and they'll smile and stuff, but they keep that shit moving. That's why the little pictures y'all seeing
Mm-hmm.
that people putting up, that's because they walked up to her and asked to get a picture. Because
Yeah, but
Bajeen is
she
not
ain't doing
like
no
the
press
lawyers.
conference. I like that. Greenberg, he talked too goddamn much. He was talking too much. You
Well, I
could
was told in New York that you're never supposed to ask a lawyer for their
autograph and shit,
yeah.
pictures and shit.
Because I remember the New York trial, Nicole was like, no interviews, no pictures to the end of the trial, to after the
Mm-hmm.
verdict. And then next thing I know, they was chasing Clinic and Calvin and them so much in that New York trial. Them people couldn't even fart in peace. That shit was a shame. But they ain't had no choice. They just started taking pictures with
I
everybody.
just hate, but like I said, it's just that but about Jane, man, that she, like I said, I'm like you though. Ain't nobody getting excited. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody getting excited. It's just the fact that Bajie on top of her shit. She own it. She own it. She taking care of business.
And you
And
know
like
what
I
it
said,
is, sis? Like we done been so
man, 3
far in this
years,
shit. Like,
man.
so
What you saying?
to hear her say that y'all ain't got the evidence for this, y'all ain't got the evidence for that, and we're watching this shit since the beginning of the trial,
Yep.
and we're seeing ourselves that they're not proven, because that's what this is all about. Like I said, when they bring the witnesses in and they start talking about, like Rashana talking about drinks and if it was water, and somebody said it was water, she said no, it was champagne, or her talking about the threesomes with Jaria, and sometimes they even the mom says like going to the mall and all that. None of that shit matters. All they do is they just let the witness just tire the fucking jury out, the just pound more and more and more shit on top, so that the jury don't pay attention to the actual charges.
Yeah.
And if the government actually proved that these people committed those charges by the witnesses that they bring forward, okay? See, they try to cloud, the jury was so much. Oh, what happened to you? Oh, and you was really scared. Oh, and how many times you? I think the fucking jury. I meant the fucking prosecutors might have asked these damn females 50 times. Like they was so worried about their fucking sex. Like, well, how many times exactly did you have
Well,
sex?
Sean said 100 times.
I mean, well, how many times in the day and a week? Well, preferably, how many times from 14 to 16? And Pauline gonna say today, 100. How the fuck you know you had sex 100 times from
Baby, your
14 to
your shit gonna
16?
be rolling the motherfucker.
That's what I said, from 14 to 16.
Shit,
First of
you
all,
you on porno? Shit, you on top.
14, 15, 16. That's 3 motherfucking years.
So how the fuck he did
It's
his? So how the
12
fuck he
months.
recorded then? How
It's
the hell he
12
recorded
months
and
in
did
a
tours?
It's 12 months in a year.
Oh my god!
I see if she would have said 12, 24, 30. All right, I had sex 12 times in each year or some shit.
Oh, I would have said as much as we can.
But the fuck did she say to Banjin? Like 100, a lot. I just know that I had a whole lot of sex with him. Like that's all they was fucking doing. He ain't no nigga on the corner
He
or
not.
average nigga that got a 9 to 5. How the fuck do he got time to have sex 100 and hundreds of times?
Not no damn concerts, sold out concerts, making albums. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, really, y'all?
That don't make sense. And if any of us sit up here and even try to
figure it out,
let them try to get that shit in our head, we got to be stupid as shit for real.
But these days, with this trial, you gotta be woke. You gotta be woke and paying attention. It's a lot of people still asleep and asking stupid ass questions. Instead of going back, you got too many people here got information. Go back and do your research. Go back and listen to what they folks talking about. They too busy, especially on Twitter. I be on Twitter. I be tripping on Twitter. Cause they'll more be coming with, yeah, some sickos. And it's like, he a pedophile. I said, how you know he a pedophile? I'm like, y'all be saying, well, y'all be throwing that word around like y'all really just know what the hell is. Hell, everybody else
but they don't know. They don't even know that a person who is a pedophile likes actual children that is actually walking around with fucking. Remember when Lisa Van Allen tried to say in her book that Robert made her put on turtle panties or some shit?
Not turtle.
Yeah, she was trying to fucking push that pedophilia when she did that.
But turtles though.
She said she had these grown ass panties and he gonna tell her no, put on the turtles with the cars and the turtles on it and the Disney characters and shit. I said, nah, see, she was trying to see that bitch. Somebody must have told her, no, you gotta act like, you know, he don't want to see you and they gotta say something else. Somebody told that dumbass to say that shit. That she supposed to be performing at the show, at the concert when he had her, when he was on top of her performing, doing a song at the concert, and he gonna tell her to put the turtle panties on at the fucking concert.
All just like Geronda
said, he had her walking around in ballies and barrettes and shit. And fucking Robert denying the shit out of her ass in the trial.
Koenig said stupid. You sound stupid though. You sound real dumb.
Koenig said in the closing argument that Robert ain't even touched Geronda.
I mean, we already
she was just a fanatic group.
Look, we already discovered that with Dr. Rice. Dr. Rice, we already discovered that one. McGee, we already discovered that because she was messing by in the entourage.
He said my client didn't even touch her. She's a fanatic groupie.
Show is. Who? And what's the other one? Damn. What's the other one? The ones that act like a little, supposed to be the boy. He supposed to turn her to a boy. But she was already.
But that's the funny thing because I just thought about that shit too. Like
Dominique.
Yeah. She was having sex with Geronda right before they met Robert.
But they talking about, well, she's he made her he turned her into a boy.
Yeah, her mom went with that fucking narrative because they tried to make it seem like he like men. And he was gay.
Yeah, I ain't like
that
shit
either. That's why they pushed that shit.
I ain't like that shit either, man. I was like, y'all. But you know what though? When Robert come out this shit,
Let me
though,
tell
he
you
was
something. If
stronger
that
than
man,
him.
if he like the motherfucking, if he was gay, first of all, do people not know that the man will get more motherfucking support if he was to just come out here and say he a part of the LBGT community? He gonna get more support
Yep,
than he get now.
Yep.
They gonna praise the shit out of him. Oh my God. Oh
And
my
I
God.
think that's what it is with Rob. I think Rob, they trying to have Rob do all this shit. I think he like, hell no, I'm good.
No, if he was to came out and said, that's why you know them guys, them John Doe's at the trial, that's how you know, especially Richard Arline, he was never gay. Boy had a whole wife and kids. He was on the internet. All you gotta do is look at the receipts on my community wall.
I believe you, bro. I believe
In
me.
2019, he was up there calling
y'all.
Robert his brother. Yeah, bro, I miss my bro and being in the studio, calling the females' lives and surviving R. Kelly. Then when he talked to Tasha K, she even said he told her that he wasn't the John Doe. Oh,
See,
I ain't the John Doe.
They
but I
forget when
know
they do them interviews. They forget when they do them damn interviews.
No, he told Tasha K, I ain't the John Doe, but I know who the John Doe is. Nigga, he's a fucking liar. And he didn't even want to do the interview with him, talking about my lawyer, you know, telling me to wait or whatever. And if he was really a part of the LGBTQ, he would have been happy to say that shit in fucking court, because he would have got mad support. He ain't want nothing to do with the motherfucker, because he ain't gay. He ain't bisexual either.
Right.
And he just said that because he was going to go to jail for 30 years for bribing Azriel. They told him, look, we need you to go in there and say, and he admitted it at the New York trial. He said, yeah, the only reason I'm testifying for my I think it's called 5K, the 5K letter. It's either they take your time off or they lessen your time.
They be throwing the government on the bus like a motherfucker. They be throwing the government on the bus like a motherfucker.
I think they don't talk to their asses before they testify.
Look, they like, yeah, I got they gave me Section 8 for immunity. Yeah, I got my Section 8. I got me a house.
But that's how you know all these females
got paid
and mothers that be waiting on Section 8 all them years, and they be making them ladies go in the shelters and shit with their kids, when all they gotta do is push one button and they can give it to them that fast. That just shows you right there that they got people out here suffering. My cousin, I think she was on that shit for 10 years straight before they gave her that damn.
Damn, where your cousin stay at? I'm in Memphis. Memphis take about 5 or 6 years.
She was in Coors. I think she was in Coorstown when she did that. And she had to go through the shelter system and all that shit. And my other girlfriend, she did hers in New York, and she went through the shelter system with her kids. And I think her house had a fire or something like that. But I know she had to go to a shelter, and it took her like 6-7 months before they gave her.
Yeah, because you on their wait list.
So on their wait list, Shauna, and we know she got the little small baby. So that's why I said, damn, where's the baby father? Because he can't stay in that Section 8. He ain't supposed to be in there. And he probably all stupid, right? Said, yeah, go ahead. You crazy. Go testify.
But I'm sorry, though. A man, if I had a man that I love, even though if he wasn't no superstar, and I know he would, I don't know. It just, I guess some people just be money hungry. Fuck that scared shit. Because you know if you didn't do nothing, if you know you didn't
priorities fucked up, because all that money they claimed they was having, all these settlements they claimed they was getting, none of them ain't got shit to show for that shit.
Nothing, period.
The girl Nia said she had 500,000 at 15. The fuck with your mom took all the money and fucking, I hope y'all bought a house.
Man,
or something.
So all these hoes trying to store him back in the day, and they paid them bitches off, basically, without his knowledge.
The boy keep him around. They asked him, like, what you do with your 100K? That nigga said, I don't know. I don't remember. I don't know. I just blew that shit. He bought the little chick up there.
I remember that.
He knew he was going to get some motherfucking money. And what Spin Fire said the other day, he said, you know, Lisa Allen is a dumbass, so she didn't even make the nigga break her off.
She gave it.
How you gonna get mad? How you gonna get mad? They only gave you a little bit of money. The nigga was supposed to break you the fuck off. You said
Spin Fire. That's my girl, man. Spin Fire, my girl. Her. That's my girl. That lady funny, right? She kept looking back like he was really talking to her though. She's on Pauline. I gotta feel watching her with Pauline. Yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait to spend five. Spend five funny. You funny. They goddamn Lady D. Lady D funny too. Lady D hilarious.
Man, she is the dumbest hoe I ever seen. Then she gonna lie and say to keep morale. Bajin said, well, didn't you text Keith on Facebook talking about, don't you remember when Daryl McDavid threatened me? Man, you know that was some bullshit. How you
He
gonna
threw her
act
ass up on the
like,
bus too.
yeah, how you gonna act? And then I said, well, he must have gave the defense the messages, because how did they find
He
that out?
did. He did. He wasn't there. He went. They because she said because she told Lisa Van Allen told Borgine that she got the messages. No, she said I gave my messages to the government, and he said, well, then that's when Borgine like, well, Keith gave we got him too. So girl, that's what she's reading on some.
Oh, that's how she did. I was
Yeah.
figuring, like, how did they know ahead of time?
Yeah, he threw her ass up on the bus.
That's why I said the government don't give a fuck about them.
Sure don't. Making them fool out their asses. Because they know what they want. Oh, just tell me what you want. We get it for you.
Yeah, they don't care. And then at the end of the day, I don't know how that immunity shit go, but I feel like this. Don't get in no motherfucking illegal trouble. Because don't think that just because they give you immunity, that shit going to be for every time you do illegal shit. And all of them got motherfucking criminal background. So I hope they don't think.
They better hope Bojine don't do something else about that.
I hope they don't think, oh, I could just go commit crimes. You know, the government got our back and all. And in the streets, all of them that dealing with them niggas all up in the street, that ain't a good look. That you all getting immunity deals and all that shit.
It's not.
And I hope our baby father, whatchamacallit said the other day in the chat, that the baby father supposed to be, in the streets. And you can tell, because why would you be so pressed about R. Kelly and all this shit, and you just had a whole baby? And somebody messed up the other day and said, they don't understand why Rashana worried about him and she got married. That nigga ain't marry her. He just put a baby in her.
Damn.
That's how I know that they ain't all that nigga ain't all pressed about her. No, he did not marry her. He just put a baby in her.
Did you watch NYOB? Do you watch his channels?
Who?
NYOB? NOYB?
Oh, he's too funny. I haven't seen him in a while.
Did you watch Enough Is Enough though? Girl, you need to watch that clip.
No,
he did that shit.
Let me put it on. I haven't watched him in so long because I know he been having problems with bloggers and shit. So I don't be trying to hear that part. Like, because when we all first came, we was all strictly on being there for Robert and shit like that. But now, it's so many beefs going on. So sometimes
no, he's not beefing though, but he not beefing on this one though. He's like enough is enough. Now Robert's locked up. Now what y'all gonna do about your lives? You know what I'm saying? And he was speaking facts though. Just Jazz, he was speaking facts. Okay, Rob locked up. Okay, what y'all gonna do now? If he gonna be locked up. What you gonna do now?
That's what he said.
Yeah, girl, listen to it, girl. He spoke so much. He spoke on facts on their ass. He spoke on facts on their ass. He's like, okay, because he was making sense though. Okay, Rob locked up. Why is y'all coming forward on this man saying he did this, but he took care of y'all? But now all of a sudden he did this to y'all. He did that. I'm saying, like, what? You put money on the man books. You see what I'm saying? You still talking to him. But now you at court trying to get the man well, shit, he already in jail now. Trying to get the man locked up for life.
Like I said, you supposed to, at the end of the day, give credit where it's due. Mm-hmm. All of y'all, you talk about 500,000.
They never had love for him. They never had love for him.
50,000. And Geronda got 2 settlements, then they're 2 mil. Like, huh?
They writing checks in that man's name.
You ain't even getting that type of money on a regular job salary. Like,
whoever he was before, they writing
you disrespect that type, and then you lied when you got these settlements. It ain't like your shit was squeaky clean. You lied on the damn man to get the settlement, and it's not his fault that you ain't invested in no business or you ain't go buy a damn house or put some damn what is they called, the savings bonds for your kids.
Yeah, no, they ain't about none of that shit.
And when you listening to all this money people stole, all these settlements,
that's what all his money. He said he was broke. Cause there's always money going to these damn people.
They sucked that man dry. When I heard the girl Nia say today, 500,000, all because he answered her phone when she left Chicago for the summer vacation or whenever she was with the cousin. So because he answered the phone, she went and filed a lawsuit. I'm like, oh shit. And she said she got it in no time. Like she ain't wait a long time or nothing. That's a damn shame. And Robert was kind of tearing up last week. And I said, shit, I would too.
Yeah, man.
Everybody in this bitch talking about this one got 80,000. That one got 100,000. This nigga,
they were paying out. They ain't paying them folks out with his money.
This nigga done made up a fake contract talking about he was supposed to get $1 million fucking dollars. He ain't even got the contract.
Girl, everybody was tripping up that. I was tripping up that shit.
Nigga was. I'm glad that nigga Freeman was off because he was so fucking ghetto. I know them fucking juries
that
like.
Man said he ain't paid me my. They ain't never paid my. But see, it's so funny because he never made a deal with Rob. He never
ever. And that's why Jennifer Bonjean put in her acquittal tonight. That
you read that shit. You read that shit. They did
not prove that he was the one selling and moving child pornography around interstate commerce.
So is that racketeering charge he supposed to have?
No, it's supposed to be the obstruction.
Okay, obstruction junction. Okay.
And she went through all the child pornography and them saying that he induced, enticed, and like forced them to lie. She ran through all of that in the motion tonight. And she said none of them ever said that that he traveled with them. She said the only one that's saying it is the girl Nia today. Tried to say she got on the plane, but she
don't catch no damn plane.
Proof. We know she said that she ain't had no ID or nothing. She had to get an airport a passcode. Girl, that's a fucking lie. That's a lie.
We don't catch the plane. He drive more than he. What the fuck she talking about?
Yeah, but she's trying to say that and then she ain't calling his employees. She called them agents. His agents booked everything. So
what you gave out? Just throw the whole case away.
What you gave the airport passcode and they just let you on, so you ain't had no name that you flew under, nothing. Then she talking about the Sprinter came and picked her up in front of her mom's apartment, but the Sprinter ain't come out until damn near 2001. She's talking about 1996.
She got her shit fucked up.
All of them do, just like Pauline. Also, what else did they lie? Oh, Tracy. I think she had the date wrong when she lied and said, what the hell did she say? They laughing on Twitter because she telling everybody some shit. She met Rob 1990 6, and she said, and she turned 21 in 2001. How the fuck you trying to say you were 16 in 1991 and 2001?
Make up your mind, boo. Right, make your mind up.
Everybody on Twitter is laughing like, hold up. Did she say that? Yes, she said
I see what Melissa said. Melissa said, I'm fucking dumb.
Yeah, Melissa be cracking me up.
She do. Melissa, I'm just fucking done. Yeah, I'm doing Twitter out there like they Kel Sector though. We be on their motherfucker. What we trying to come for her? We come for their ass.
Man, I seen today. I used to actually watch Since Day One channel, but I see today, or was it yesterday? She all up in the Twitter now, coming at. Oh, I hope he gets 70 years. Now, I'm like, first of all, how the hell are you gonna hope a man gets 70 years for this bullshit? Are you crazy?
Because they would never his support in the beginning.
No, I ain't even talking about. I don't think Since Day One. I don't think she was never his support.
Oh, wait. I know you talking about that young chick.
Yeah, that she got a channel.
She's stupid.
But every time you look,
I don't watch her. Period.
Every time you look, who's she doing commentary on? Robert.
Oh, Kelly, because that's how she get her subscribers or whatever.
Man,
I don't watch her dumb ass. She's stupid.
These content creators be obsessed with him. I don't care what nobody say.
They
get big numbers when they talk about
Robert. They do.
Okay, even if they talking bad, even if they talking good, they're getting big numbers. You're getting a lot of views. So don't try to act like that man ain't putting money in your damn pocket. Especially
everybody use
that's
everybody use his name, and all these bloggers, these black motherfucking bloggers, calling him
man,
Pissy Piper and all that bullshit.
Robert made the YouTube streets hot.
Show did.
Last 3 years. People that didn't have channels, that got channels, their channels blew up because of him. The ops. How you think that channel's still floating aboard?
Him, yeah. And I'm glad when he get out, I hope Gene, I hope he sued the fuck out of everybody that did him wrong. They use, especially that motherfucker, you R. Kelly. I hope they get their ass. Get Greg ass. You R. Kelly, they need to get his ass. The NAWCP with the
Greg,
the savages Greg, yeah. I hope they get his ass. He need to get all his motherfucking money.
He's so funny looking.
Yeah, with the damn bogus on top of his head.
He got a nerve to be with the NAACP, but you up here bashing a black man. Like,
but that's okay though. I'm telling you, Rob, get out of this. He gonna have some money. He gonna be richer than he was before. That's what I tell you. He gonna be richer than he was before.
Bonjean already got the lawsuit in for the BOP.
So everybody that made money off his name, them book deals, Lisa Van Allen, all of them.
Was she suing the BOP for $1 million or 100,000 or something like that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they had that man, put that man in a damn hole for no reason. Talking about he was suicidal.
Yeah, and they messed him up because that guy, that lawyer, is on my channel. I put the video up last year. That Hispanic guy, that's a real good lawyer. He went to visit Robert, and he talked about in all his years of being a lawyer and, you know, going back and forth to see clients and stuff, he said he ain't never, ever see nobody, how they had him locked up looking like a cold. He said, you know how they do like the murderers like Hannibal and shit like that. They had him chained all up top to bottom. He said that's how they had Robert. He said he ain't never ever see nobody. He said he even was like looking at the guards like, damn, he with me, like take the damn chains off, let his feet breathe. And they had him chained up from his feet to his chest.
Man, Rob gonna have a mean ass story to tell when he out this shit. I'm telling you, God is working. God's gonna. I'm telling you, he get released. He gonna be a brand new man. He gonna be reborn. What's what I tell you? That man gonna have so much motherfucking money. His wife and all them dumbasses, they're gonna be looking so damn stupid. His kids need to come on. His kids need to change their mind and come back around and be there for your daddy, man. Because I'm telling you, your daddy
his kids, all they could have been this man's main beneficiary. They could have been the ones out here controlling everything, making sure this is in the right place, that's in the right place for their dad, and whatever support that his supporters wanted to show, they could have been out here.
And Joanne, the main one though, she the main one out here. She the main one out here.
Well, she pregnant now, so I know Robert is so happy, man. Yeah,
then she talking about she can't get no record deal because of him. Now you can't get no record deal because of you and your ugly ass mama.
Yeah, and I hope she don't say that. Repeat that to Robert, because girl, do you not know your dad has wrote thousands of music that he never even released yet?
Yeah,
and then he released it and just put you in. You can just put your dad. He'll just put himself in the intro and give you one of them songs. Do you know it'll be a goddamn hit record as soon as you get on the damn get on the track? And just
mama,
because
her mama feeling her. Her mama is really feeling her. Her mama really got her
it's gonna hurt, because I'm telling you,
in the long run,
when it flips,
it's gonna.
She finally they wake up and pay attention that their mother lied to them about, you know, their father and her relationship, and who the mom trying to say she wasn't sleeping with, or ain't telling them how she was
trying to play the damn victim, trying to play the victim,
I really personally think that a lot of the threesomes that she might have also endured.
But you see, she ain't saying nothing.
Tracy said she kind of came at her and said, "Oh, I like the way your body is," or some shit. Tracy Sampson today, and I kind of believe her ass, because if you pay attention to Drea, when she be out at the clubs and stuff, when she used to be going viral because she used to be doing them dumbass splits at the club and putting her head over.
I seen your video today.
She used to put her legs over top of her head.
I seen them.
And everybody used to be in a circle like, oh shit, go ahead, Drea. She was doing all that shit a couple years ago, right after Robert's 2015 birthday party. So how do we the hell know that she wasn't up here? She called herself the madam. She could have been up here grooming these fucking females and shit.
Yeah, that video was funny. You hear me tripping on that damn video? I
Because
said,
everybody like they don't want to tell the truth and just come out here and say, look, we bisexual.
Yeah.
Because then people, the courts and, you know, juries, they don't understand. Oh, that's why y'all having all these threesomes. Yeah,
no, everybody want to be a victim. Everybody trying to play that motherfucker.
Yeah, they initiating this shit, not Robert.
But, like I said, she sacrificed, Drea sacrificed Robert for her little career she got going on.
Man, she sacrificed her grandkids, generational wealth for some group.
Yep.
Crazy as shit.
Yep.
Her grandkids gonna even tell her she's stupid when they get older.
I'm saying,
my grandpa, they gonna be like, my grandpa is who? And you did what, grandma? Oh, you a nut.
But her daughter though, she gonna feel some type of way. Yeah, when they come out to be innocent.
See, it ain't nothing yet now, because Joanne ain't really get all the way through. You know, the baby ain't even a couple years old or none of that. Wait till that baby get about 4 or 5, and real life start hitting. And she ain't gonna have time to do all that extra music and industry bull crap. Because once you get a kid, you ain't with all that. You might want to drop some music, do concerts here and there, but your most important thing, you're gonna want to be a mother. So, and she ain't gonna want nobody watching her kids, and I damn sure wouldn't want Julia watching my kids. So,
man, what you said? What you said? Because it's gonna be, man. It's gonna be. I just hate Joanne. I hate that she's not. Her mind is not open right now. She one-sided right now. She love her daddy, but she one-sided. Oh Jesus! Phone sound like a robot.
What happened?
Oh, okay. His phone sound like a robot. Hello?
You hear me now?
What the hell?
It's probably because I'm trying to put this in. That's probably what it was.
Yeah, chick. It's just crazy, man. But Rob gonna be okay though. He gonna be okay because that damn boss, he ain't playing with him. They not playing with us, man. And I can't ask you one question. The 2 chicks that supposed to been Rob, they supposed to went to Rob room. They was at court, right?
The who?
The 2 chicks that Gloria already had, the one who held the picture with LL Cool J.
No, they ain't there. And I figured, I always said, because if you really look at the consent law for Baltimore, they try to say that they was I think 16, 17, right? So the consent in Baltimore, they shit like 16.
So they went caught it with her.
Yeah, theirs is like 16, the legal age.
So he still got to go to court with them too?
I don't think that she was ever going to do court for them. I think she's going to sit back and wait for a civil suit with them, because I think any criminal court, they're going to try to challenge it and say, you know, I would have proof that they was younger, because they put up a picture of LL Cool J, which can mean which can mean that they could have just went there to see LL, because they claimed that they won these tickets on the radio and shit, right? And when they went to the hotel, he's supposed to came there after the concert. No, I'm sorry. The bodyguard supposed to pick them up, roll them in the I guess a sprint or two, and drop them off at the hotel. And then all of a sudden he came back upstairs and said, "Oh, Robert coming in here. Take your clothes off," or some bullshit they said. And he supposed to came in the room, and the girlfriend was supposed to be hiding in the bathroom, and she was out there kissing on him and supposed to be, I guess, sucking him off. and the girlfriend didn't want to do nothing, so she was hiding. But she claimed she did everything because he gave her, I guess, weed, and she drank a little bit, and then I guess he did that and left. And the hotel lady tried to say that she was walking down the hall, all this blood, and she was real messed up, and he left her like that. But there ain't no cameras. No cameras see her walking in no hall. No hospital records. And then what I don't like about the Baltimore chick was all of a sudden is what he did to us was terrible. And I couldn't even consent. Like Gloria Allred ain't tell her to say that whole thing.
Reading
All
off a
of a
piece of
sudden,
paper.
oh, I
Reading off a
wasn't
damn piece of
able.
paper.
Yeah, she was reading off the paper the whole time.
Yeah, please.
But none of them ever said a word about they can't consent. Gloria told her to say that. She was reading off and the other girl was reading off the paper. I'm like, oh, y'all is good with shit. And then, what make it even worse, if they was with Robert that night, why would they not just took a picture with Robert?
Right.
They would have been hype as shit too. So I believe that they probably went to the concert, but they wasn't with no damn R. Kelly. The only reason they saying that is because they was at the concert. That's
Yeah.
it. They was never with no R. Kelly. They went to the concert. They was at the concert, and they never got close to no R. Kelly. They wasn't with no R. Kelly. They was able to get their little picture with LL. And when all this shit came about, they was like, oh shit. Remember that concert we was at with LL? Girl, we gonna say that we was really there with R. Kelly. Cause girl, all them people coming up there trying to get charges on it. And, we can say we was at the concert because we got the picture with LL. And Gloria jumped right on that shit.
I
And was stupid enough.
I really because like I said, all these women come now. All y'all come after 50 years, 100 years later. Seriously,
Yeah.
these men wake the hell up and start protesting on these fucking feminists, man. They need to wake the hell up. You got too many men out here. Y'all so much worried about their material shit than your own life, man. It's crazy.
Like I said, it starts at home.
Man. You got Chris Brown, you got Trey Songz, you got all these women, Nelly, you got all these men that been accused.
It starts at home.
And all these folks, I remember Anthony Anderson, he was down here when a girl tried to accuse him of rape.
Who?
The comedian, he was the actor, he was down here. They were
Who?
shooting a film down here.
Who you say it was?
Anthony Anderson. Yeah, Anthony from Blackish.
Anthony Hamilton?
No, Anderson. I think it's Anderson, ain't it? From
The one with
Blackish.
for
Blackish.
with the twisties? Like twisty dreads?
No. Damn, what his name is? He from Blackish. The dad from Blackish. It was Blackish.
And he light skinned with the little twisty dreads in his hair?
Yeah.
Yeah. Who the hell said he did something?
Some girls down here, some girls said he was shooting a film. And he was shooting a film and saying that that she went inside his little trailer and he supposed to rape her in there, but girl, they dropped that shit. The girl was lying. She was lying.
Well, that's why he been all quiet like that.
He was lying.
He was at Serena's tournament, I think last night I seen it. And I was like, oh snap, he was in the crowd and they put the camera to him. But he been kind of quiet lately after Blackish and all that stuff. Oh wow. Wow. That's crazy. I don't even see him doing that now. I have seen him get like real funny and he was see him a couple times, at parties and drinking and stuff. But I ain't never see him on no looking like he
Rah shit. Yeah.
raped somebody and nothing.
But there was a grown ass woman said that though. It was no child, it was a grown ass woman. But it's just the fact that how these women look at Chris Brown. That's how many women say that he did that to them. But the last chick,
no, but I'm glad
he set
that last one up. and he showed them texts of her asking him, can he go get her some e-pills? I'm so glad and then after she asked him to get the e-pills, and he was like, I don't got them, the peoples be having them. Yeah, and he was like, she was like, all right, well, can we have another night together, please? I want you, or whatever. And she was like, I think she said she thinks she gonna be pregnant or something. He was like, take a day after pill. Like, he basically was saying he might have ran up in it, but he was telling her from the jump, take one of them Jones, get that out of here. But she definitely asked him for where the e-pills at. And her lawyer went right on Tasha K channel and sat up there and said that he drugged her. And it was like, well, how he drugged her? Oh, they was at the party and stuff, and he stuck his thumb in her mouth and it had drugs on it.
He sued that ass too, though.
I
I
looked
think
at
he sued her
Tasha K.
ass too.
I couldn't believe when Tasha K brought that lawyer, that dumb behind lawyer up there. That was the same lawyer that was trying to get Trey, Chris Brown, all the celebrities. She
But
came out
Trey,
like 9 months ago.
yeah, Trey got one dropped on him, but he still got other cases. But he got that 1 million dropped on his ass. He got one case dropped because the girl was lying. They caught her ass lying. That's what I'm saying. They
And the
dumb ass
other
need to
girl,
speak out.
myself and others, they exposed her. The one that was running around having sex with all the basketball players, and she was on that interview with what's that damn Jumper show, and talking about how she sucked every basketball player thing, and she was in the room with
You ain't talking
all of
about
them.
Superhead is?
No, the one that tried to lie on Trey.
Oh, okay.
When he posted never touched her, she had gotten his in the van with him and the other member, the other fans or whatever, and she had pulled out her camera and tried to, I guess she was videotaping him or some shit. He told the security, and they told her, tapped on her shoulder like, yo, you gotta go. And I guess she got real man like, what you mean I gotta leave? I gotta leave. And them celebrities, they don't like that shit when you start taking pictures of them, and
Yeah, trying
they
to set
want
him
to
up.
relax. Yeah, so his security, they put her out the van. And they went back to his house, and the girl said they had a nice time and everything, but she could tell Trey was, hurt, and he was mad. And she said when they she said all of a sudden she started getting mail saying that they were subpoenaing her to come to court. And she said when she looked at the mail, she was like, I know this girl is not trying to file no damn sexual assault, nothing. And she said it was the girl, and she got in touch with Trey. And that's when the other girl had came forward. Like, I was in that car. She was mad because his security put her out the van because she was taking pictures and videotaping them. Said she never even went to his house. Nothing. They put her out way before that. And the girl said when they all went to his house, they had drinks and they had a good time, but she could tell that Trey was upset from what the girl had did. And she said, no, he never even was in the private room with her, nothing. And she told him he sexually assaulted her. You know what I'm talking about? The same one that was trying to get a lot of them.
A lot of them. That's messed up,
I
man.
forget her name.
That red girl, she red.
Somebody in the chat, they probably know who I'm talking about. She tried to get Trey. I know that for sure. But she tried to get a lot of them, and in effect, she was like a big whore. She started sleeping with all these different celebrities.
It's not super. No, you say it's not Superhead.
No, it's Superhead. It's the other one, the exact one that tried to get Trey.
I gotta look her up. I'll look her up next time I come on your live. I'm
Yeah,
gonna have
somebody in the chat gonna probably say it. Cause I played her video last year on my channel when she did that live with the guy from No Jumper, and really sat there and admitted that her girlfriend, I don't know what basketball team it was, but they slept with the whole basketball team and they sucked everybody off on the whole team. So they was laughing about it. He was like, how did y'all feel? Did y'all swallow it? And he was like, yeah, like it wasn't about nothing. We was just having
Ooh.
fun. We had a great time. And I've had put the video up because I'm like, see, this the shit I'm talking about. They agree to do all this type shit.
And
And
then
then when
cry,
it comes down
cry
to
rape
it,
later.
yeah, they want to talk about rape and lawsuits and all that bullshit. And then she told Trey that when she first started lying, accusing him on Instagram, then she had the nerve to message him separately and DM and tell him, "Oh, I just want you to pay for my school bill." Trey went on Instagram so fast and put that shit up. Like, oh no, y'all got to stay away from me with them uh you know what I'm trying to say.
Them groupies. That's nasty though. I mean, see, then like I say, but then with
Damn,
them,
I'm mad I can't think of her name.
uh,
Anybody in the chat, do y'all know the girl that first recently was trying to get Trey, the lawsuit against Trey? And Trey wound up exposing her on Instagram because he put up the messages where she was trying to DM him and ask him could he just go ahead and pay for her school bill, a tuition bill. She owed money in the school. And he's like, see, this is the shit I'm talking about. One minute she out here telling y'all that I raped her and all this, and all she talking about is, oh, can I go ahead and pay for the school payment that she owed? And they can break even and shit. Y'all know what I'm talking about. As a matter of fact, she had said that the football player guy, Odell Beckham, wanted her to shit on him.
oh my god,
Yep, she had one on Tasha K.
that's it. The hoes like,
And
ooh
she said
wee,
she sleep with a lot of them. She said that's what she do for a living. She sleep with celebrities and guys
get
that,
that money.
no, it ain't Ariel Mitchell.
So she
Her
just a
name
hoe.
is something else.
So she just a hoe out here that's sleeping around. Get
Who
girl.
Ariel Mitchell? I don't think it's Ariel Mitchell. It's just another name. I know it when they say it. Who Ariel? You know Ariel Mitchell?
No, I know.
They said
No.
Ariel Mitchell. Now I know that the girl I'm talking about, I know her name, so if y'all say it, I'ma know it. All y'all gotta remember is she was the one that tried to take Trey last year, and she was going all over the internet. Try to say he was
That's
a rapist.
she the first accuser.
Yeah,
She got about three of them, I think.
yeah, but this one was out of control because everybody start saying on Instagram that she had sex with this dude, that dude, this dude. Y'all know what I'm talking about. She done ran through the industry, and
Girl.
she talking about how they send her like 20,000, and they fly her out. She go there, handle her business, and leave.
See them, then they should be ashamed themselves. See, that's why
She
they ask.
said some
You
of the
know what? That's
celebrity
how they ask
guys.
get caught up too. That's how
She
they ask
said
get
some
caught
of the
up.
celebrity guys, they they just want to go out with them on a date or a dinner or something, and
Mm-hmm.
then she had sex with them and rolled. She said some of them, basically all of them, send a flight out. And when Tasha K was interviewing her, it was around the time, we was going through this stuff with Robert Court stuff. And I'm like, see, this the shit I'm talking about. Because this is what all these celebrities is doing. And it's many women like her that's doing that shit and flying out and all that shit.
And then
And this
they ask
what they
caught up.
try to get Robert on. That they flew out to you, so that's sex trafficking. You know how many men and them artists fly them girls out? Megan Johnson, that ain't her name. Y'all know who I'm talking about because I had put the video up of her on my channel like last year. And remember, I put the receipts up, and the girl that was in the van with her when they was all going to Trey house, she tried to take a video and pictures of him, and he got mad, and his security put her out. And then all of a sudden, she went around talking about he touched her. And the girl who sent me the receipts was one of the girls that was in the van with Trey Songz, her, and she's going to be one of the girls that's going to help Trey in court.
Somebody
And
put Megan Johnson in there.
I don't know who either one of them are. You know Megan Johnson?
I don't know her either. Oh, they probably Googling it.
Her name start with like a S. That's why I said if y'all say it, I'ma know it. Cause I did a whole interview thing on them. Cause the girl that was in the van with them that watched her get kicked out and all that, she the one that sent me the receipts last year. That the girl lied, he ain't even touch her, and she said basically she was like embarrassed that Trey put her out in the middle of the road because she was, I guess, trying to go on Instagram and shit, and she was like kept putting her camera in his face, recording him and trying to take pictures of him and stuff when he wasn't looking. And he was saying sometimes he had people sign NDAs when they come out with him. But I guess that day he just wanted to be comfortable. Like, I know that part about the celebrities, and I feel like, you got to give them that respect because this is why they don't like messing with regular people. Because when they come around you, they don't want to have to deal with, they already got to deal with paparazzi every day. Everywhere they go, you got TMZ, and this media, that media, chasing them down, trying to get a picture or get them to comment. And TMZ is the worst. I heard in LA, they be hiding in the celebrities' bushes, sleeping in their lawn, waiting for them to come outside to go somewhere, get in their car, uh, come in their garage, get their car and drive somewhere so they can hurry up and snap a picture. Or if they see them with, another man or another woman coming out their
Yep.
house, hurry up and get the picture. Yeah, TMZ is the worst. So them
They don't,
celebrities,
they don't
they
fuck with
gotta
T.I.
deal
no
with
more.
They
They don't
gotta
fuck.
deal with that. So the celebrities when they chilling and they trying to have a cool night and all, they don't want to be around nobody that's acting like a groupie or
Y'all don't.
a fanatic. They don't want that all the time. They do this shit every day, all day. Aliza Jane, no.
Don't fuck trying to
Where
keep
you
their
getting these
careers.
names from, Shaq?
She
Now I think
guessing.
you just
They trying
guessing.
to get it, boy. They trying to find it. All you gotta do is Google it.
I'm gonna tell y'all who it is. All you gotta do is Google Trey Songz first accuser. Let me see. I don't even know none of the people that you named at all.
It's a boy just thinking,
That's
thinking.
why I think my bro was just playing with us just now. Cause who the hell is those people?
Cause he probably Google.
Okay, it say in December a woman named Juhara Jeffries filed a lawsuit in Florida that claimed he assaulted her at a Miami nightclub in 2017. And in January, a former University of Nevada basketball star, Dylan Gonzalez, came forward claiming that Trey Songz raped her at a Las Vegas hotel. Police later declined to press charges.
He laughing.
So I heard about the basketball one because I heard she was supposed to be like a tomboy or some shit. But no, this ain't them. It's the white girl. Let me see. Then they
What his
talking about
first case? You put down his Trey Songz first.
now they calling his accusers. See, when they start calling them that, Jane Doe's, it's a problem.
They killing with they Jane Doe. What's they still be calling their ass out? Don't
That
go with
means
none of them
that's
shit.
somebody that either is already big in the oh, that's what you was doing, bro. Looking it up on Google. Cause
You
it
gotta
say
go there.
Ariel Mitchell. This was in 2022. Trey Songz sexual assault accuser releases video of incident and wants $5 million settlement. Trey Songz has once again found himself amid controversy. Songz has previously been accused of sexual assault on women, and not only has another situation pop up, but there seems to be a video evidence. According to TMZ, Megan Johnson is accusing Songz of assaulting her during a party back in October 2013
Hey,
when
shot
he
Diesel.
allegedly pulled down her bikini top to expose her breasts. A new letter from her attorneys, George Verbeck and Ariel Mitchell. That's that girl, Ariel Mitchell. That's the one that was on, I think,
All
Tasha
right.
Cat.
Shot Diesel on point.
Yeah.
He's no forehead. He goofy
State
as
the
shit.
R&B star came up behind Johnson while at the Foxwoods Resort Casino event in Connecticut and made the inappropriate move before chanting "titties out in the open" several times. The video appears to corroborate Johnson's story of her being violated, and her team says she was embarrassed and is seeking damages over lasting emotion. Here we go. Emotional distress. All they claim.
Mm.
Oh, so he pulled her breast basically. They was at a pool party. And all he did was pull her fucking swim thing down and let her titties come out.
Damn, Trey Songz. Hell no, these
That's who
folks.
I'm looking for. Is that the one that was messing with the? You talking about this boob thing? No, her story wasn't about no boobs.
Dick for a trip. I don't know. These women. These women. Oh my gosh. These some hungry, thirsty ass women. I'm sorry. It's like they
They
can't get
talking
no
about
job, take care
they
of
talking about
themselves.
Trey Songz documentary is going to be even crazier than R. Kelly's. He said during a recent live stream, Trey Songz is the most nasty, abusive, rapey, beats the shit out of women like he's the scum of the fucking earth. Trey Songz is fucking disgusting.
You
Like
need to
his doc is going to submerge. If you
they
are
need to
ever
sue these
thought
mother.
you
They need to
could,
stop suing these folks. They need to stop suing these motherfucking media. Dude need to
if you
stop
ever
suing.
thought, say, if you ever thought you could surpass an R. Kelly doc, I promise you, in 15 years, Trey Songz will. He's an awful human being, like a terrible, terrible fucking human being. Somebody is gonna knock him the fuck out. Who the
Who
fuck?
said that?
This is the article. Oh shit. Glocks topics.
See, that's what I'm saying. They need to with him. I sue. I start suing these motherfuckers. I start suing these motherfucking media people because that shit, the magazine, all that shit. I would sue they motherfucking ass. Y'all ain't got no facts or proof, and y'all putting y'all mouth on me now. Hell no. Their men need to wake the fuck up, man. These folks need to wake up. They like they be
They,
scared,
ain't-
man.
man, they don't wake up. They gonna sit, give it a couple years. Let these motherfucking Me Too motherfuckers keep getting endorsements from Oprah and shit for millions and $2 millions of
Hell,
dollars,
in the ABCD crew. Hell,
and they keep endorsing them.
shit crazy as
They
hell,
keep
man.
giving.
These
They
men is
keep
crazy as
giving.
hell. I never seen no scared ass people. That's why I said like Boosie. Boosie ghetto as hell, but he tell
Okay,
the fucking
chat.
truth.
The girl right here, Dylan goes. I think this the one who I was playing that had the this Dylan one. I think this the one that I was playing, and the video where she said she sucked all the basketball players off. Yeah, I think that's her.
Phoenix Suns 7 Oh, oh,
Oh,
maybe it's a Phoenix Sun.
I never even see Trey Songz's wife and
Oh, he
baby
got a
mom.
wife. I didn't know he got. I know he
And,
had a baby. I didn't know he was
and a
married.
baby mom, she pretty.
Damn.
Now this picture right here, I guess this supposed to be Dylan Gonzalez. I think this the one that said on that video on No Jumpers that she sucked all the guys off.
Lord have mercy.
I think this is her right here. I wish I could find that video.
You gonna
I
find
could
me? You
let,
gonna find it later.
I could let y'all hear it. Cause
These
they be
folks is
on Jumper,
crazy.
and she said she literally, it was the whole basketball team in the hotel. They was all drunk and high, and she said she sucked everyone off. Like she went to this one, that one, that, and said the guy was like, "Well, damn, did you swallow they stuff?" And you like, "Yeah."
Straight porn star. Lord
She
have
said,
mercy.
"I ain't spit." And then she said the only thing was they all said they wanted to F her too. And she was like, "Oh, I don't know if I can do all of that. So I don't know if she finished the job." Because I'm
You
like,
suck two
"Shit,
suckers off.
you can do the first round. Shit, you might as well just go ahead and finish them out."
What you said? That's
But
oh
I know she
God.
was a WNBA player, so I don't know if this her or not. Cause this one, she looked at rag. I don't think she was an NBA player.
I'm about to
Yeah,
say
cause she the
what?
one. Matter of fact, this the one that came out last year and said on her Twitter. Remember, she was like, "Trey Songz is a rapist. Lord forgive me, I couldn't hold that in another year." Remember, this was the girl Dylan. Remember, and it went viral last year. So she was like, "He a rapist." it was about to be 2022, and she was like, I can't hold this in no more. And I'm like, damn, how the fuck you just come out of nowhere and say it's about to be New Year's, but before it become New Year's, I just gotta say this: he a rapist. So it's a Trey Songz accused of brutal rape in the new lawsuit for 2022. Singer Trey Songz was accused of anally raping, wow, so he did it in the butt, a woman at a house party in California in 2016, according to the lawsuit filed Tuesday. The anonymous woman said she had. The anonymous woman said. The anonymous woman said she had a consensual relationship with Songz and went to one of the singer's house parties on March 24, 2016. According to the lawsuit, the suit alleges that at the party, Songz, whose real name is Tremaine Alden Neverson, invited her upstairs and repeatedly asked her whether he could have anal sex with her, to which the woman claimed she repeatedly told him no and to stop asking. After entering the bedroom, Trey Songz turned almost immediately into a savage rapist, the suit says. Trey Songz threw plaintiff Jane Doe to the ground, ripped plaintiff Joe's pants off, then plaintiff Jane Doe down face first, and forced defendant Trey Songz' penis into plaintiff's anus without plaintiff Jane Doe's consent. The suit continued. Plaintiff Jane Doe screamed in pain and begged defendant Trey Songz to help. After the alleged incident, the lawsuit says the woman called for an Uber ride and went to the Providence Joseph Medical Center, where she received sexual assault exam. Now you see how she went and got sexual assault exams and shit. Now you say motherfucker rape, you know that's what you supposed to get, that type of stuff. Oh, they said they denying it. This is crazy. They say, you still on here, Tiffany? Oh, she might have knocked off.
Yeah.
Oh, it say, uh, it say earlier today, the attorney who drafted this suit about the girl being raped anally by Trey Songz was credibly accused of trying to pay a woman to falsely accuse Trey Songz. A representative for Songz said in a statement hours later that same attorney had filed this suit on behalf of an anonymous client. It isn't hard to see what's happening here. And it is a shame for genuine victims of sexual assault, says Trey Songz. Wow.
But I just read they had they had the suit in Las Vegas got dropped for $20 million. She had dropped it in Las Vegas. I don't know what this is, the first, second, or third. I don't
No,
know.
I don't think this one.
Look, the I said I don't know if this is the second, third.
This one was in Miami. Wait, I don't think this was in. Yeah, 'cause she went on TMC.
Maybe I run the quick
It's NBC
teams.
News. I gotta find a girl. This is not her. The one I'm talking about is a straight hoe. Ain't no way around. She's a straight hoe. She like a little white girl.
They
She
the one
real
trying to start
pretty.
Snoop, was it?
I don't never see the one that stalks me.
Oh. So many motherfuckers out here, they all look like
I
yeah.
gotta show y'all. Y'all gonna know exactly who I'm talking about. Watch. It's a real white girl, and she try to accuse everybody, but she's one of the biggest whores. Let me see if I can pull it. Cause they got. I didn't even know they had all this shit up there on him.
She got, they all. Yeah,
Person,
Google have everything on that motherfucker.
accuser,
So,
Texas. I'm gonna say what this. Oh, let me go to that thing so y'all can hear that.
you found it.
Trey Songz shows Texas changing with accuser. Man kidnapping. There we go. I think. Why they be doing this? Like you can't look at the damn. Told you that the girl was on the No Jumper podcast with her friend. Okay, her name is Eliza. Oh, Shaq might have got that up there too. Yup, he do. Just say Eliza James.
I told you he on point. Shaq got that shit together. He got his shit together, baby. He Google. Don't play.
And her friend name is Selena Powell. That's it. Selena Powell.
Wow. I heard
That's
that
her.
name. I heard that name before.
And she said she was held hostage by Trey Songz and that he urinated on her after giving him oral
Oh
sex.
my god. Okay. Oh my god. Everybody
And
from
she said that he took her purse away and her phone the whole day, held it over the balcony, and he was like, "Bitch, if you're trying to leave, I'm gonna drop this shit." And Trey Songz released the text messages and stuff. I was telling y'all about the messages and all that shit that she was texting him on Instagram, and that's how the girl came forward that was in the car because she said he never was nowhere with her. And he said this is the reason people trying to take over the Me Too movement, and that we need to start a Me Too movement against sexual, against the females lying about sexual misconduct.
mm.
And he said he usually stay quiet, but on this, but I feel that in many ways the movement to fight for women who actually have suffered harassment and abuse on various levels has been hijacked by those who find it convenient for themselves to come up, become famous as they seek to destroy someone's life. I brush it off every time, but once you have an allegation, no matter true weight and validation, it's now happened once. And to some will be believable from that moment forward. None of that happened. Crazy, man. And that's true.
That
They
is
hijacking the shit out this movement.
yeah.
And the real ones that's out here getting rich and probably tied up in somebody's basement, nobody gonna ever know about them because everybody focus on these chicks.
Then
And it's
whoever
sad.
if they real come if they come forward for real, ain't nobody gonna believe them until they really. I mean, ain't nobody really gonna believe them because it's so much bags they trying to get out here. It's just crazy. It is really crazy out here. That's why I said, "Oh my god!" I said, "Oh boy,
This when I tell you it's sad. I talked to one of my daughter's old dance teachers the other day, and she's in a lot of nonprofit programs for the little young teenagers who
mm-hmm.
was assaulted in group homes. She got an organization for them, the ones that go to group homes and shit, and
Yeah,
they don't have a mom or father, and they be in the group homes or in these adopted homes, and stepdads and cousins and stuff be raping them. That's the one she fight for, which people don't know. It's like a 70% rate that a lot of females that goes to group homes or adopt, adoption homes to other parents because they don't got a mom or dad, and they be splitting the brothers and sisters up. Or
yeah,
sometimes they'll send the brothers and the sisters all together, and the females still get touched and stuff because they'll
yep,
threaten the brothers. Like if you say something, fuck you up. Or sometimes they be raping the brothers, and they'll tell the sisters if you ever tell somebody, I'm hurt y'all. So it's crazy when she be telling me those stories, like. Cause I be, telling her little stuff about what's going on with Robert Case and stuff, and she be following it, and she be like, "Man, it's crazy, cause they so worried about them Instagram freaks. She be calling them hoes, like, cause we know so many people, who has, um, made this thing a movement for these liars.
yep,
Like, how is Lisa Van Allen not getting no slack back that she literally said she was 16 to 17 for 3 years? Like, why R. Kelly ain't supposed to be mad? Why Robert ain't supposed to be mad that
exactly, exactly.
why the accusers, why the supporters, why we don't have enough respect that we have a right to be mad? Like, how do you think
Yeah,
just because oh, I messed up? That wasn't messing up. You know what you was doing.
yep, exactly.
You tried to flip uh
You basically did what you wanted to do because you wanted to be there. Basically,
right.
you wanted to be there. If you didn't want to be there, like I said, that man treated him so bad. Them folks wouldn't be there. Talk their ass up. Ain't no way the hell I'm not gonna make you piss in a bucket. You still gonna be there. You don't eat. You still gonna be there. Make that shit make sense. Tell me you couldn't leave. Really, really.
Okay, here we go. It say Trey Songz submits bombshell Instagram DM as evidence in the sexual assault lawsuit. Trey Songz has submitted a shocking piece of evidence into the case accusing him of sexual assault, believing it proves his accuser and her lawyer committed witness tampering. Radar has obtained a direct message sent to Trey team by a woman who was present on the night in question and denied the singer assaulted anyone. As RadarOnline.com previously reported, Trey Songz accused of sexual assault by a woman named Jahara Jeffries. The woman filed a lawsuit against the singer in Miami. In the lawsuit, Jahara said she was partying with Trey at a nightclub in 2018. The two had met at Diddy's house, and hours before, Trey allegedly invited her out. Jahara said she was in the VIP section when Trey digitally penetrated her without permission. And you all up in his house spending the night. The alleged victim said she rushed out of the club into the singer's car, but he ended up following him. But he ended up following her out. Her lawsuit is seeking $20 million in damages. No, it ain't.
20 million.
She's seeking fucking $20 million in damages.
And so the other chicken, she's seeking 20 million too, and fucking in Las Vegas too. What the fuck wrong with these females? Oh my
Man,
god.
20 million in
When
cash.
they come and come, when they come and come, it's gonna
And I
come.
can't wait to see how this gonna work, because this is the girl. Here we go. Maria, who came forward and said, "Oh no, I was in the car. He never even took her. He never was with her outside the car. Nothing. Once the security kicked her out, the girl Maria said, you know how some women feel like their ego get crushed? That's how hers was. Like she felt
Mm.
stupid that his security kicked her out. And she was like, I ain't going nowhere. You ain't putting me out. And security was like, yes, you is. You gotta go.
That is crazy.
Okay, good night, Charlotte. Thank you for being here, honey. I appreciate you. Yeah, but the girl Maria Eliza, she came forward. And she said, that's crazy. I don't want to see nothing happen to him over a lie. She was like, she didn't want to get in it because she couldn't believe the girl really went and made false reporting shit. So she said they sent the court paper to her sister-in-law address. And she hoped they send another one. How they even got that now? I got 2 letters that they sent this week. So they hold on trying to make a case.
Now, if these men start suing these women too, they put a lot of stop to that too. But these men need to have a voice. Somebody needs to start having a voice somewhere because they getting done in. They run their career. They getting done in. Cause when people look at you, they look like, damn, that nigga been doing a lot. For real. They getting done in. That's crazy.
I don't know who this is now. They saying that they was at P. Diddy party with him.
See, ain't the same. It ain't the same story.
Okay, so this the one that said he was dancing with her, and then he turned around and saw her recording and said, "That's the bit." Yeah. Oh, this the one I was telling you about. No, this one. I didn't know that this started at Diddy's party. Okay, and it said he turned around, saw her recording, and said, "That's invasion of privacy." And security said, "Hey, he doesn't want people around him. He feels like are being sneaky and recording his personal life." He asked her to get out calmly. She said no.
See,
I knew I wasn't motherfucking sure. I found the shit. So that's where they was at. She trying to because I told you that the other girl said it was like nighttime, and they was all going to Trey house. So I kept wondering where was they coming from. She saying they was at Diddy's party.
Oh, in the future, a lot of these celebrities ain't going to be. They ain't going to be around a lot of female. But they ain't going to be around.
What they're going to do is, what they're going to do is, luckily this other girl was there, so she can definitely stand up and witness. Like, I watched him literally put her out his car because she put him out his car because he put her out the car and he didn't put out the security did because she invaded his privacy.
Yeah.
And the way this shit is going down with celebrities, that's why I hate when I see the R. Kelly supporters when we go to the trials and the courts and how they did them lawyers in New York. Like, that shit was crazy. Like, soon as the lawyers come out, I get the clapping the hands like, oh, y'all doing a good job. Da, da, da. But not every 5 seconds. Don't run up to their face every 3 minutes. Put the camera on their face, trying to think that R. Kelly the celebrities, not the fucking lawyers. And I think that's why a lot of the last lawyers start getting to their head and forgetting about Robert. They start communicating with all the
they start
bloggers.
getting a big head. Yep.
They start communicating with the bloggers, communicating with support. Because now everybody hyping them up like they're the celebrities.
Shit, Bojang like, hey, how you doing? Bye.
And I don't like how they already starting her with the everyday.
They trying to, but she, like you said though, she see them and she gone.
Because y'all see they already attacking her. They trying to find anything to put on her because
Kelly. They can get he wrong because like I said, girl, I can't wait just wait till the trial over with. And I just pray this be over with. I just pray to God that this go.
I hope he just come right home so everybody ain't got to worry about they keep doing content on him. He could do his own content.
Mm-hmm. But it's gonna be so messed up. A lot of people be mad because they ain't gonna have shit to talk about. Then when he come on, they gonna have shit to talk about. Nah, none of them. All the ones that's faking like they like him and shit. All the bias, especially on bias motherfuckers. I can't wait. Can't wait.
Man, I can't wait until he come home and expose the motherfuckers that say that he knew them for 20 years and 30 years, and the ones that say he the cousin and he ain't the cousin.
Right, the sisters, everybody, their mom. I can't wait. I just can't wait because
I want to see what is the people gonna say. Oh, R. Kelly's lying. Like,
he needs to start suing some of these bloggers. All these bloggers that's talking against him. They need when he get off. I pray to God he get off. Since day one, I hope he get her ass. I hope he get her ass first, and the rest follow.
Oh, here we go. Listen. This is why they was on no jumper.
Wait, how did he surprise you? What?
Like, bitch, please stay home. Trey Songz. I don't give a fuck. Yeah.
Wait. How did he surprise pee on you? What?
Okay, so I go to the bathroom to wipe the knot off my face, like in between rounds. He follows me back. He's like, get in the bathtub. I'm like, okay. So I do. And I'm like laying down. He's standing over me, like jacking on me. He's like, put your pussy. I'm like, okay. So I do. And then he's like, put your tits. So I do. And then he literally just peed on me like that. And I was like, what the fuck on my eyelashes? And he's like, you're fine. And I was like,
you're fine. How many rounds has Trey Songz gotten?
Oh, 5 million.
Really?
Yes. When I left, there was a pile of condoms. I was like, well, I don't even
know. Are you on a condom every time?
Yeah. Thank God.
Shit, this guy's got a
Where's that, right?
Take my head.
Nervous, but I'm not gonna make a goal. Harry got mad at me for like talking about it, but I don't give a fuck. Who cares, bitch?
And this is the other girl.
No, Trey, but
not
every bitch I know that fucked him said the same shit. Like, yeah,
he keys on all of
took my phone and my purse away for like a whole day, held it over the balcony, was like, bitch, if you're trying to leave, I'm gonna drop this shit. I'm like, but y'all didn't want to believe me. Okay.
And
he did the same thing to her. Like, he just does the same shit. He's like, Weird.
So he keeps you in a hotel room for this long, and he's just fucking you like a million times.
Yeah, and I kept asking like, when can I leave? What time is it? And he like just wouldn't answer. He would just fucking ignore me, and I'm like, okay. And then he was like, you can leave when I go like to my flight, and I was like, okay, when's that? Wouldn't tell me. I'm like, okay.
I don't know if it's just me, but I'm the kind of guy where it's like, if I had a girl.
Nah, y'all believe that bullshit?
Fair though, because if he told you, did he tell her to leave anyway?
No, she said he nutted off. He made her like suck him off, and then he got this weird fetish where he wants to pee all on you. So he peed all on her eyes. It got in her lashes.
I heard that part.
And all he did was fucking her for all these hours and took her phone and stuff and told her she can't leave until he about to leave to go somewhere or something. So this is where her lawsuit coming at. And she's saying he held her hostage and they let her go, took her phone, all that shit.
She in imaginary land now. She is so much imaginary. That shit don't make no damn.
Yeah, but who the fuck is letting a nigga pee in their fucking eye? You know what I'm saying? He peed all over my face and shit, and it got all in my eyes.
You'll be all right.
It touched my eyelashes and shit. Like, girl, why the fuck? How you gonna say, can I leave? Get the fuck up and walk out the fucking door.
So everybody
You in the fucking hotel. They see you coming out that hotel and he ain't letting you go. You scream. Somebody what them people be
security. Talking about security.
Security.
Housekeeper.
Get somebody.
Yeah.
One of the people that's also attending the hotel. Somebody gonna look over them like, oh shit, what the hell she screaming about? Yep. So when these people be trying to act like they disclose in these areas they can't go, the way shit is now, you come out somewhere screaming, hollering, he holding me hostage. Man, everybody gonna be pulling their phones out fast as shit, recording it. They probably gonna call the cops faster than you do.
Yep. All that
so nowadays, nobody can't hold nobody hostage in that. Cause as soon as the chick scream or something, that's it. And everybody gonna be looking over there.
But you know, everybody, but just it's crazy because everybody using the same damn story though. Everybody's taking everybody's story.
You ain't hear what Selena Powell said? She said, I told y'all ain't want to believe it. He did the same thing to me. He does this to everybody. So this is what these females do. Once one friend claim these allegations, then the other one says the same thing. Oh, this what he do to everybody. Same thing with R. Kelly. This is why they all got the same stories. Not because the same thing is happening to them. They just repeating the story from the other person. Yeah.
Yep. Exactly.
And like I said, I don't care what nobody say. All these women that want to try to say they was with Robert and having sex with him 150 times, 300 times. So that means it was a lot of romantic. He had to be sleeping in the bed with you. You had to see him getting in showers or tubs, washing his ass naked. He had to, settle down sometime and ate some food after y'all had sex, something where you had a phone and you could have heard him and grabbed a picture of him. Y'all two, like, men take selfies and shit with they women and shit. So you ain't got a selfie with them. You ain't got no pictures when y'all went out to the club or nothing. And we supposed to believe he was with you all these years, and the prosecutor ain't got one piece of evidence of even you with him. Now you do gotta be careful because just because they got a picture with him don't mean that they was intimate with him and shit like that. But you know the difference between a photo of a man and a woman being intimate or a photo with the guy butt naked and the female hurry up and take the picture, or even the guy laying in bed with his boxers on, the female take a picture of her and him. You can know the difference than the female just seeing a celebrity walking down the street or in the mall and they take a picture. It's a difference. Right. But none of these females that they claim was intimate with Robert, with him for all these years, you ain't got one picture with y'all two together at an outing. You ain't got one freaking video. Well, I got more of the videos, but you ain't got, I like videos more than pictures, but they ain't even got a picture, let alone a video. And then the ones that they try to bring videos and shit is doctored the fuck up. Yo. Look at the one they did of Dominique. And they tried to say Robert was holding her
up in the air, and that guy was all fat and black, and they tried to say that was Robert. Dominique came right on Dr. Rice and was like, that wasn't me. He said, I don't know where the hell Azriel got that picture from. So we knew then that Azriel was photoshopping shit.
She kept it real. She said, yeah, Lifetime chopped up. They chopped up my story. I ain't say all that. Well, they chopped your story up. Trying to make it seem like he monster. She said, no, he wasn't no monster. She said, yeah, he do need help, I guess. He do need help.
And if y'all remember, I always repeat this, but Jensen talked about in 2008 after the trial that Robert was on some type of like was it like some herbal medicine or some type of capsule things he had him taking because some way that either because they not having that much sex and it helps it, or it was because I think he said he wasn't ejaculating. So he had to take these capsules.
I heard that some damn lawyer up
there. Jensen, he the one that started that because he said he didn't want Robert to have to go through this stuff again with these allegations and all that. So whatever the medicine was, I think it was something to either slow the sex down or because he wasn't having as much sex as the females were saying. So, or was it to help it? Because that's how you know. Because a lot of these females wasn't having no babies. None of them would have been got no abortion. Man, they would have fought so hard not to get no fucking abortion so they could have kept them kids for check babies.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Okay.
So who the hell going have an abortion with R. Kelly's baby? And Drea the only one in the whole wide world that got his kids.
She got 2 or 3 about him.
2 or 3
She got 3. She got 3.
Yeah, but you don't do that to it just don't make no sense. Like females love to go get a picture so they can say, look, like the girl Latoya that was saying she was with R. Kelly and Jay-Z. That was going around on a lot of these platforms and stuff. And then her and Lizette was arguing with each other. And then she claimed Shabazz was trying to have sex with her at the hotel or some shit. And he want to pay for her flight and her flight home.
Are you talking about Latoya X?
Yeah. So think about her.
That was fun.
She's supposed to she supposed to have the pictures of her and Jay-Z. Then she supposed to have pictures of her, Rob, and everybody that was talking to me. They were saying the same thing, that they seen the pictures. She was definitely in the picture with Jay-Z and definitely in the picture with Robert. But I know when she first came out and she was on that interview thing with Azriel and her dad with Shabazz.
Because she said how much money she had. She kept this money some shit.
She had that fucking wine up there, and she literally sat there and said that she had Robert's account that he told her to hold. That had
like 40 million, wasn't it? She said like 40 million. I told her, yeah. I think it was like 40 million. Or too bad was the interview with her.
Wait a minute, 40 million? No, she said that it was she supposed to have Robert's banking account that she supposed to been holding for him that had like 100 million, what you say, 100 million or some 200 million, some crazy ass price. Right. And she said, damn, you know I'm mad because I can't even touch it. And all the money in there. And that's how all the rumors starting about the SunTrust Bank.
Yeah.
Because she named the SunTrust, and Azriel said, oh yeah, that's his favorite bank, SunTrust. And that's when these supporters was going around here. Matter of fact, I think Prima Donna got the receipts. And I won't say the name. Y'all probably seen the receipts on Prima Donna, but she she started having her little beef with some of these bloggers, and I don't even think this was just bloggers. This was blogger and supporters. And somebody supposed to have checked some type of account that had like, I think like 850,000 in it or 100 million or some shit. And when they called it, it was there. Some shit like that. And that's when the prosecutors
supposed to have start putting in the motion that he was hiding money in some type of sun trust fucking account. And I'm like, damn, she done went on Shabazz shit, came out here talking about some damn uh, sun trust, and I got $1 million. You know, I can't even touch it. Like,
Yeah, yo, see, that's when they start fucking with him a lot. That's why now they like. That's why y'all be like, keep some of this shit to ourselves. Don't get ass no ideas. For real.
shit.
I see why though. I now see why.
Like, even if that was the
What's
case,
wrong with it?
even if it was the case, why would you even come and be on, Shabazz is recording? Why would you even say that on the platform?
Yeah, that's true. Yep, that's true. That's for real though. Why would you? Why would you though? But they don't be thinking. Don't care. It just that's why Lil Zay that broke. She's sick. She's sick of the motherfucker.
Okay. What the hell was listening to R. Kelly? I was young. I really wasn't. Shit, it's not. Fuck me. That nigga said that's R. Kelly. I was young. You know that got me stuck with that bush. You know what? My parents never. I used to be genuine. Are you R. Kelly? R. Kelly is cool. Okay. What the hell was listening to R. Kelly? I was young. I really wasn't. Shit, it's not. Fuck me.
But with older guys, I forgot who said this the other day, but they was like, he basically don't want you 60, 70 years old. And a lot of older guys, I don't know what it is, but it's like flip. Like, older women want younger
dudes.
guys.
And
They want
men want
younger.
younger. Yeah.
Because
I mean, it's vice versa.
my mom was 65 and she want 35 and 40. I'd be like, girl, you ain't gonna be able to handle that shit. But she be like, I don't want nobody no damn fucking 60. I'd be like, but you 60. How you gonna
She was about
like,
young.
I don't know. But
Working.
my dad was still living. His birthday would have been this month, September 18th. My dad would have been 59. So my mom got my mom got them to 7 years on my dad. She always liked them couple years younger than her. But I know for a fact she never gonna deal with nobody that's 60 shit. 55 shit. You got to be at least 50 or younger. And she might play around with you if you like 42, 43.
She said she
So
might
that's
play
been
around.
almost 20 years. You know what I'm saying?
Your mama ain't
I
playing,
know
baby.
my mom, it's funny though, because I don't know if I got a picture up here ever, but my mom don't even look 60 nothing. My mom looked like she could be in her early 40s.
Took care of herself. Cause she took care of herself.
She got a nice ass
shape and stuff.
Shape. Yeah, her shape is crazy.
Well, you know they say the new what? The new 40s, the what? New 50s?
They say 40's supposed to be the new 30s.
Yeah.
And the 50's supposed to be the new 40s.
Well, we ain't cracking. Some of us ain't cracking though.
Yeah, I don't think the black people. I don't know what it is with our melanated skin, but they always say, we definitely last long.
Yeah.
Far as looking young for a long
for
time.
the ones they ain't doing all the extra stuff.
No, that's true too. Because Azriel looking older than a lot of us, and
she do. Oh my God, she a pretty girl too.
And it's like it's not even fucking reversing. Like I'm thinking, like, all right, damn, when is it gonna stop?
She lost without Kells though.
I know.
Kells had a straight.
And that's why it's so sad that all them people that claim they supporting the victims and they support her and all that. Like, why ain't nobody over there telling her, like, you're not looking too good. Like, it is what it is.
Yeah, they trying to hang Kells. They ain't stunning Israel Bullet. They trying to hang Kells. They don't care. Long they talk about him, that's all they care about.
And that's what and that's exactly what I'm saying. As her supporters and all them people all online that was dragging us, P-Hop this, pedophile this.
I
No,
love it though. They can drag me all day long. Like I don't be stunning their asses. Like I tell y'all, the motherfucker got played, not us. Y'all got played. We ain't get played. They played y'all motherfuckers. Y'all still sleep.
I
We
ain't gonna
woke.
lie, it's kind of crazy how Angelo played the shit out of them though.
He did. He got that ass. He did. And he did.
That shit was salty as
He
fuck.
did. He played on their fucking emotions. He got their ass. And them saying he still getting their asses. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying they get what they get. Y'all motherfuckers still wake up. Y'all still work. I had to tell one lady that. I said you still sleep. Y'all calling this man a pedo. Really? Like stop. Like I didn't really need to stop and grow the fuck up. Like wake up. Maybe a lot of these young folks too though. Maybe a lot of these young folks don't know shit going on. They don't know they're a Kelly baby, but they don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I got that from Black CEO. He said, doesn't know. He said, have young folks is a R. Kelly baby. Because your mama and daddy made a baby off of R. Kelly. Yeah, that shit was funny.
Yeah, some of them is born in 2000 and shit like that.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Y'all ain't know what the fuck y'all talking about. Y'all ain't know what the fuck pedo mean. Y'all been using the word pedo like y'all know what the fuck y'all ain't know what that word mean. They just using it. Spell it.
But
Mm.
I think it's so funny how everybody got something to say, like the Brad and all this, but all of them doing they motherfucking TikTok off his music.
Hypocrites.
Everybody,
Hip,
everybody on TikTok doing that
hypocrites.
challenge.
Yeah, it's a trend. It's a trend now. Nah, he's a pedophile. Oh, he's singing about young women. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
She her, at least all of them. Oh, y'all some damn two faced it. Oh my
What
gosh.
is the guy channel called? NYB. I used to
N
have it.
O N O Y B Noyb. He
Yeah,
is.
I used to have it.
That may trip me out. He funny.
I
YB.
used to have it. What's
But
the
he spoke the truth. That he spoke the truth on that one.
do you know what's the live called?
Enough is enough. Yep.
I
NOYB
used
or
to have that channel. I
or
must have
NYOB. It's one. I think it's NOYB. It's called Enough is Enough. Cause he talking about the females. Talking about when y'all going saying stop with them. He said when y'all gonna stop with the mess. This man locked up and y'all still lying. Y'all still come to court lying. This and that. Talking about what this man did to y'all and so y'all
and
need to
that's
move on
how I
with your life.
feel. Like when are y'all gonna like Banjin was saying today to Pauline, like, you look dumb and shit talking about I know y'all gonna try to judge me because I still love him right now. In a weird way, like I
I
know
know R.
y'all
Kelly
saying
like what?
and she said it today. And I said, you know what? I wasn't even thinking. They also wanted to testify so they could see him. Because they ain't seen him in all this time.
Girl, you
So
lying.
they want to be in court to be able to say in front of people that's they man. And now they can scream out, I fucked them and I sucked them. That lady said, and the prosecutors knew what they was doing. But what kind of, sex?
I got
Oh, we
evidence.
was having sex. Well, can you kind of give us details? I was stuck in this. I'm like, damn.
You tell me, yo. You say you looked over them folks grabbing their chair like they grabbing
They
their
said the
purse.
juries was grabbing they had their hands over their heart. Like, oh
Like, oh
shit,
my
like they
god,
gonna fall the fuck out.
they
And
wasn't they
then
wasn't prepared to hear
I
that.
hope it ain't no juries that's about 60 or 70, cause they really can get her the fuck out of here. Oh hell no. This motherfucker is grown than my motherfucking grandchild.
Like,
Oh
she
shit.
raw. She
This
very raw.
motherfucker is
She
what
got no
Robert call
filter.
him? This motherfucker is a real wolf. We call him what Robert call him? Moon woofers. It's a real moon
And
woofer.
no, Rob turned them phone. No, they turned his ass out.
You know them
All right.
grandmas that be like, that motherfucker is a motherfucking whore. That little motherfucker, she fresh as shit. That motherfucker ain't got no home training, ain't got no fucking parents to
Woo-wee.
raise they nasty ass. The bitch probably don't even know how to clean her own pussy. That's how
Yeah.
my girlfriend grandma used to talk. She used to sit on her porch and just talk
Mm.
about all the nasty ass females. Look at that motherfucker. You see her? She down there getting in that motherfucker car. I see a dumbass. She sliding in it. You seen it earlier? Girl, she was in another motherfucking car earlier. Now she in
Yeah.
another motherfucking car now. The
That's great.
motherfucker don't even carry wipes on it to fucking wipe her own pussy. Them bitches
Girl.
is nasty. Just be my motherfucking grandkids. Cause I would
Mm-mm.
be smacking that bitch in the next week.
Well, damn.
But she
She
used to
went
be
on.
good.
She
Yes,
went on.
honey.
She went on. Grandma for the project, baby.
Honey,
Look,
her name is Dolores, and she
ain't finna play with your ass.
girl, and she tell all your motherfucking business. Girl, this morning I
She went
seen
on
her
one sitting on the
fucking
porch
ass.
and see everything.
She was getting in John, the lady down the street, husband fucking car. I'm gonna tell that fucking lady when I see her going to work in the morning. Girl, you know that nasty motherfucking trick was getting in your fucking husband car this morning.
Right. Oh, telling everything.
You know them old
Yeah,
I
yes.
call them senior citizens, the
Still
one
on the
that's gonna
porch,
tell
look at
everything.
everything.
You
Sit in the
ain't never
window.
got to worry about them holding no secrets because they
Mm-mm.
telling. Motherfucker, I ain't your fucking friend, motherfucker. Somebody come ask me some shit. I don't give a fuck about you. I'm telling. I ain't going to fucking jail for you, motherfucker. Yeah, he did it. He
Right.
fucking did
He
that
went
shit.
inside. He went. He broke in your house, girl. Why you wasn't there?
I was watching him all through my
Took all your
motherfucking
shit.
window. I don't give a
Hell
fuck
nah.
about them niggas. I ain't your fucking friend, bitch. I'm
Mm-mm.
telling.
Hell to the no.
I
Girl, I'll be
seen
no good.
every fucking thing.
I'll be no good. I'll be like, okay. Oh, I'll be like, oh, okay. I'm like, all right. I'll be like, okay then.
You got grandma down the street that's always gonna see the shit.
Hell yeah.
Grandma, act like you ain't see that. You know, motherfucker, you stupid. The motherfuckers come to my motherfucking house. I see every motherfucking thing. And I fucking tell it.
All day long.
I ain't going to fucking jail for you, motherfucker. I'm too old to go to fucking jail. How the fuck
Girl, why you
I
sound
go
you
to
old?
jail?
just like you old ass woman. Like an old ass woman.
That's why I talk just like her, honey.
Ooh, yes, you do, because you sound
If y'all
like an
ever
old
hear it, y'all
ass
gonna be
woman.
like, oh my God, you got a damn pat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, these damn folks. These back in the day, folks was no joke. See, that was a
I
what's
remember
it?
when we used to be outside and when the street lights came on, used to be like,
Oh,
anybody out here after that motherfucking street light come on, ain't shit out here but a motherfucking nasty trick nigga. And
oh,
if you're out here after 3 or 4 in the morning, ain't shit in the motherfucking streets but motherfucking nasty trick niggas. So you better be in before that motherfucking
yeah, did grandma drink?
yeah, Coke 45.
I can tell, baby, that damn boy.
You say you
That
better be in a
damn voice.
motherfucking house before that fucking street light come the fuck on. You beat the street light.
Yeah, yo, they sure did that
And
back in.
girl, my girlfriend and them used to be fucking when they was like, I think we was like, we probably was like 12 or 13 then. And when they used to get on punishment, they had you know them old ass houses that had a fucking attic, like the last floor. They had like 3 stories in their house, but they had an attic, so it'd be like 4 stories. They used to be fucking climbing out the attic window to sneak outside. I used to be like, yo,
Oh,
got that shit.
hell no.
Then used to have a ladder on the side. So when they sneak it back in, because they ain't want her to know, you know, they was out. And they would climb up the motherfucking ladder, get all the way up to that 4 fucking floor window, and go back in, shut the
Hell.
door, make it look like they wasn't out. And one time we got fucking caught.
Ooh.
And my girlfriend was all forgot that she had snuck in. Her sister had went in before her, and we walking up the block, like we forgot that she snuck the fuck out. And we get to the damn in the middle of the block. I'm almost at my door, but I'm looking at her like, oh shit, you ain't even paying attention. You walking up the block. How the fuck you walking up? You supposed to be in the house.
Right.
Girl, Mr. Lawrence
Mm-hmm.
beat the shit out of my fucking girlfriend's IKEA.
Ooh, I couldn't do that because we had a long one in the house. You go
He,
outside.
he was the type of grandma you couldn't call DHS because she beat DHS the fuck up.
Damn. What the
You
hell?
calling fucking DHS on me, bitch? I'll beat DHS the fuck up.
All right, Precious.
Motherfucker, let a DHS worker come to my motherfucking house.
It
I'm
sound
gonna
like
whoop they fucking ass, and guess what? They can take you the fuck with them.
That
Don't
sounds like
have no cops and then she always used to tell my girlfriends and them that motherfucker, you gonna call the cops or DHS on me? Bitch, get ready, cause I'm gonna beat they motherfucking ass in you, and then they gonna take you the fuck out of here.
Nah, baby, that sound like Precious, baby. That sound like Monique playing Precious. Precious
You see
mom.
what Jack say? Ain't nothing
Crazy as
open at that time but motels and legs, right?
hell. Yeah,
And
ain't lying.
especially the men that be having wives like Bill Cosby and shit. And you hear these females talking about they was up at his house and went over there at 3 in the morning and 4 in the morning and meeting them in hotels at that time. And when he leave and he just stole $50, $60 for a fucking taxi, they mad as shit. Like, you really thought this man was gonna leave his fucking wife?
Yeah, a lot don't think like that though. That's a lot don't think like that. You decide you
And
shake
I
for
don't understand because what gets me with these females is they think like that. They just got in their mind that they better than the next motherfucker.
nah.
When actually you presented yourself to this man like you was the fucking just open legs, motels and legs at that time of night. Because if you had better respect for yourself, you would tell that motherfucker, no, you gonna come take me out during the day. You know,
Right.
regular fucking hours. Or, you know, I can't be out with you during the day. You know, we'll be hiding. And if he tell you, oh no, you know, I can't be with you in no daytime, I got a fucking wife, then that tells you he only wants you for the quickie. So stop trying to act like you gonna be with him forever when you know why y'all here and what you came to do.
Right.
That's the only thing I hate when they try to make up this whole persona like they now they wifey material. Now they want him to marry him and fucking move him in and all that shit. You knew what you was doing. You knew what you was getting yourself into. And some of these chicks that do it knowing they got wife situations, they
Yep.
do it because they just want
They don't want to
the
be. They
quick
don't want to be
money.
tied down.
They want the quick money. And they
Yep.
don't give a fuck. And they keep it moving.
Yep. I ain't been
And
with no
I
man that
think
got a whole lot of women
respect
nowhere.
respect for myself and him, knowing I know that he's married and I'm still attempting
Yo, you
to
ain't lying.
be with him. If he, you know, looking out for me or whatever, I would just keep that shit moving. I wouldn't even embarrass my motherfucking self and go to no fucking press conference talking about, yeah, he was messing with me 3 o'clock in the morning, and he really walked out the hotel and just left me in there and told me I gotta go. My wife is coming. I couldn't believe when that lady on the Bill Cosby documentary fucking talked about that on there.
That's how they be though. They just
She said, I couldn't believe he did
then you
me
got
like
this
that.
then you know think I said then you got men. They ain't no one woman man. I don't give a damn, celebrity or not. A lot of you men love women. They love
Well,
women.
you got some men that's one woman man,
Yeah,
but
you right.
these are
You right.
they regular men that's okay. That got,
They
regular
got
house, couple kids. They ain't no
mm-hmm.
fucking celebrity.
No, but they got their
Ain't
wife
no
at home.
celebrity. This is why they celebrities, because they are used to a different life than us regular fucking people.
Right, right. But it's still human. Right. That's what I'm saying. But they still
A lot
a
of them don't even fucking sleep because they traveling all across the world so
world,
much and
y'all.
doing this show, doing that show, doing that. So the little bit of time that they do be having, they, especially a lot of them that have a lot of video shoots and shit and a lot of parties,
Yeah.
they pay for groupies to come to their parties all the fucking time.
You
Look
need to
how
start.
Boosie just had that fucking pool party, and the code to get in the party, you had to be topless. You could not come if you had the top bathing suit.
He did
So
great. He did.
some of them ain't wear the bottom or the fucking top. They just like fuck it. But yep, you had to be topless.
So he does degrade women. Women degrade themselves. Man, hell no.
And he got a whole woman.
This
He just
era.
like to have fun with them with his friends and take pictures and shit. But no, he got a woman,
Yeah.
Boosie. And she ain't the jealous type chick, none of that, because she know at the end of the day her husband, come home to her.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
think they married yet, but his girl.
But that era, but they see this era now, the women now, they don't give a fuck. I guess they like shit, fuck it. It is what it is. I'm gonna be fucking naked, fuck it. I
But
wanna meet
I know
Boosie.
them parties like that. Ain't
Wow.
nobody gonna tell me no different. I know that he probably, paid like Probably 10 to, well, probably more than that. Probably more than 20 grand
I wanted they
to get
strippers
groupies.
in.
No, they be the groupies. They know where to find. They used to be called video vixens.
Oh
The ones
yeah.
that they pay to
So,
be in the videos and shit.
yeah.
But now a lot of them downgraded themselves and they start fucking the celebrities. Excuse my language.
Yeah, you girl. When I
Because
tell you,
when
woo,
I played that thing on my live, I don't know if y'all watched it, the video about the groupies and how they say
I'm gonna have to
that,
go watch it. I'm gonna have to go watch
yeah,
it.
they've been around for so long. Let me see if I can probably turn it up where y'all can hear it. And they say the one girl, she was called the she got voted the video vixen, one of the main video vixens in the world. She slept with mostly all the celebrities and she got a big name for it. But a lot of the celebrities say they hate her because she wrote a book. And her book became one of the #1 sellers in New York. Her book, I'm gonna tell y'all her name real
Hey,
fast.
what they? I mean, what the celebrities thought? What I mean, what they
This is
thought?
her right here. Let me see if y'all can hear it.
What they thought?
In
She
hip
was
hop
gonna do?
history, Miss Kareen Stephens. That's her name.
They're superhead.
Okay, yeah. So you gonna have to go on my
I know you talking about
thing
superhead.
and watch it. I put it up a month ago. It said groupies is a career for many. Groupies been going on since the 60s. R. Kelly didn't chase no one. She talks about her book, and what happened
Mm-hmm.
was she started getting low and getting money because back in the day she was making all this money, doing the video vixen stuff. So a lot of the guys that she done been with and all that, a lot of them, they don't want it no more. And she like the old head in the club now. The
Yeah.
young girls is coming through. She pushing almost late 40s.
I think she married now though. I think she married.
I don't think she married. I just think she got a dude. And she put
I
out
think she,
she put out the book and she mentioned Ja Rule, Usher, Dre, Bobby Brown, Fred Durst.
man, poor Bobby Brown. She had to put
Um,
to that man sleep, y'all.
I said Ja Rule, right? Yeah. So a lot of the guys that heard her what she put in the book, you gonna hear in this live I did, where they gonna be like, oh man, she's a liar, she's a fucking hoe. All she do is trying to stort niggas.
She ain't lying. She did all
All
y'all.
she do is right, because I'm
They don't
like,
want their
damn.
wives to know.
But they got mad on this interview. When they interviewed, they said because a lot of them was married. And she put in the book exactly what she did. She said some of them she ate their asses. Some of them, she had like 5 women with them with threesomes. Some of them, did some freaky nasty shit. And she said the only
Mm-hmm.
way she could feel better about herself was to finally let a lot of this stuff go. Okay, this the guy, what's his name? He talking about she's a ho. She's a fucking liar. He really fell for her because he thought he was gonna be in a relationship with her and shit and found out that Ja Rule had her. Then he found out the other celebrity boy had her, so I forget his name, it's gonna come up. He was the hurtest one because he fell for her and
Talking
shit.
about Eddie Winslow.
I think so, yeah. And he said he spent all that money on her and everything.
Did they get married? Did he marry her?
No, but they was really about to be like one.
Yo, he was
And all the
in love
niggas
with her.
came out and said they had her. That's
She
what pissed
turned
him
him
off.
out. She turned his hands out. So
Right.
did. Yeah,
But now he's
Snoop
calling
talked
her
about her.
dumbasses, liars, all that.
Hey, she ain't lying on their asses. She had all their asses.
Yes, I did a good little video on it. And Don Magic Wine come and talk. And he say groupies are worse than the regular scattywags on the street. He said because groupies, they want to have a baby. He said then they
Lock
want
your
to
ass
fuck your
down.
shit up and go get a lawsuit. He said they coming through hard to fuck you up.
You see him and Snoop into. You see him and Snoop going through the shit now. With a female accused Don Juan. Don Juan put the
He
rape
said it ain't
gun.
all about just laying down, sexing them. He said these females are smart. He said all y'all hip hop players, you gotta watch them. And this the other girl, the one that's supposed to be allegedly Method Man's baby mom. I'm gonna put up here and see if y'all can hear it.
You ain't talking about Selena Powell.
No, this ain't Selena Powell. This the other young girl. And she
Okay.
was supposed to got pregnant by him, but she was messing with the boy from New York. What's his name? Uh,
The boy from New York.
yeah, she's all in the video with him on this live. But she needs sponsorship. Can you hear it?
Uh-uh.
You hear now?
Yeah. Okay. No. At first, it got a little loud, went back down. I'm going to go on your live. I'm going to go on your live and watch it.
No, I'm gonna have to put it in my community wall. She basically say they need sponsors, that they deal with the celebrities because the celebrities is like sponsors. They're gonna pay like 5 or 10,000 a month, and they need their bills paid and all that. So some of them, she say they want to have sex or little stuff, but some of them just probably want you to kick it with them or whatever. But she was one of the people that she's trying to say Method Man is her baby dad. The Method Man played her. She thought they was gonna be together forever, but you know he got a wife,
Hell yeah.
and he wasn't leaving his wife.
Mm-mm. Yeah, no. He show you. Wendy tried. Wendy tried it. Wendy had them fucked up. Shit. Mm-mm.
Let me see if I can hear this.
I hear it now.
This lady said she was one of the early groupies. She started in the 60s. And it was just regular groupies, and they would go to the. She said it was an inspiration, and it was inspiring when they would go to all the parties and in the 60s. She said it was like an exchange.
Mm.
But she said a lot of the females messed it up for them because now they calling them, you know, total groupies and whores and all that shit now.
Damn.
She said they was
Yeah,
called top 40 fuckers.
because they probably wasn't doing all the shit they doing now neither, though.
But I think a lot of them in the 60s started with the Playboy. That's when Playboy came
Yeah.
out, and they all wanted to be
Okay.
bunnies.
Playgirl, yep. I seen a documentary on that. That's good, too.
That's a real good documentary.
Oh,
And I didn't want to watch it because I said, same shit they trying to say, you know, robbing everybody. But I went there and watched it.
but
And
it's not, but there's some of my young girls. Ain't no, I ain't
all
seen
them
no damn
females,
young
no, it
girls.
was a lot of old ass ladies on there
What you
saying that
said,
Epstein, I meant the guy that owned the Playboy. And what I don't understand is
Hefner,
when
Hugh Hefner.
yeah, when that man was fucking 85
Well, he
and he had that goddamn all them girls was going there for the Playboy Barbie or
18, yeah.
whatever the show was.
Yeah.
And they ain't give a fuck about him being 85. They was all in there while his skin was all wrinkled. I
Mm-hmm.
remember when he really started getting older, he looked like he couldn't even stand up long, and you could tell he was getting real old. And now the main girl that was with him for all them years, that's why they keep coming at her, because she came forward and said that he forced her to have all them threesomes. He was drugging them, giving them pills and shit to make them loose, and she had to do sexual acts on him, and she said it to the point that it got so
Girl.
disgusting that she like became sick. And then the twins was staying there. Now they have came forward and said that they ain't want to do all the stuff he was forcing them to do, but they was saying like because he was so powerful and rich, they ain't want to say no and all. That man was fucking 85. Do you really
First
think
of
he would have?
all, I mean, they was there when they was young. I don't get the
No,
women.
but why wait till he did now to try to
Yeah,
say
talk that shit. You was on there when you 18.
he
I'm saying
forced you? They
they
were
started them
so happy.
18.
They were so happy to get to the Playboy Mansion. I used to see when the show first came out.
Mm-hmm.
It was like 4 of them. Next thing you know, he had like 7 females in
You
every
know
picture
what
when
though?
he go out. Every time he went to the club, they was all right there with him.
Show did. They was bunnies. They were damn bunnies. I
They
mean,
was
they was
happy to
service,
be
wasn't it?
bunnies
What
too.
they service? I think it was service, wasn't it?
Yeah, they was happy to be fucking bunnies. And they said back in the day when you signed up for bunnies, it was a major job. Like you couldn't have sex with the I guess the guys that was memberships, and you is a way you had to walk. The lady talked about how you couldn't gain a certain amount of pounds because they didn't want
They had
like
to say
real thick
skinny.
girls.
Yep.
You had to
They
be
had to
like
say skinny.
slim.
Yep.
So a lot of them was starving themselves just so they could be bunnies because if they got too big, they couldn't fit the clothes. Then the shoes they had to wear, they said that they ankles was bleeding because you couldn't have like a big foot. It had to stay like a size 5 or 6. And if your foot got any bigger, you had to squeeze your foot in them little small shoes.
Man,
And
they the fools. Ain't no motherfucking way. See, they did this shit for the money. Ain't no
man,
motherfucking way,
they
man.
said they had the way they had to walk. You couldn't bend over like in front of the men when you passed them your drink or somewhere. You had to like bend to the back.
Yeah. Yep. Say that one.
They had
Yep.
to sign all these damn things. They said a lot of them he had started dating like celebrities, and if the celebrity had a membership like Bill Cosby and them, and if they say they want you and you gotta go with them, then you had to go. And they said the reason they wasn't telling all the madams that was madams of a lot of them females, they was at the high rank and they became the madams to watch over the younger bunnies and stuff.
Yeah.
And the lady said if it was like an issue and the issue was supposed to be with Bill Cosby and he left the girls up in some hotel or something and supposed to sexually assaulted them and left them up there, and Hugh Hefner got rid of whatever happened, made it disappear. They said like he was that powerful. That's why you never heard nobody getting lawsuits and nothing like that. Cause soon as he, I guess, hear about it, he automatically supposed to get rid of the problem and don't let it come nowhere near the man
Girl,
or
police
whatever.
all day, every day. Girl, you know what? That's why I say women come with so many goddamn excuses.
But
Y'all
they
were there
said
because of the
they
damn
said
money.
they said police was going there. They
Yeah.
said the
Yeah, police they did,
sheriffs
yeah.
and all the
Yeah.
celebrities, they had memberships. Like I seen Bill Cosby documentary.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't gonna lie, I seen him in a couple of the pictures
Yep.
over there playing tennis and stuff, and he was with Epstein, not Epstein, Hugh Hefner.
Yeah.
So
Younger days, yeah.
I ain't denying that he probably was over there, but I didn't believe that he was there with a 15-year-old because I'm like, as much
Well,
as Hugh
you know, the
Hefner,
Playboy Mansion. Well, when you look at it, you say Playboy Mansion, what you think? You know what I'm saying? It ain't go. You ain't fit go there and just play tennis. These women know. You know what you get yourself into. You know, okay, if because first of all, when he started out as a magazine. That's how it started out.
remember, because he said he had no self-conscious about himself,
Exactly.
and that females wouldn't look at him
Right.
and they wouldn't give him no play. So what he
Right.
did was he changed his magazine until
Playboy. Him and
he
his best
first started
friend.
putting Marilyn Monroe on there.
Yeah. She was the first one. Then
Mhm.
everybody else, then all the other women, they started. Oh yeah, they start coming out pinups. Oh, everybody want to be a pin. Want to
I
be the
don't
pin for the
even
month.
know how they went on that long, all them years with how they are now with this Me Too stuff. I don't see how they was able to go all them years and they start having the women in the magazines naked.
Cause it wasn't that bad back then.
And I remember they was in the stores. You could buy them on the
Girl, New
corner.
York City, baby, they on the soap. They over there on the little
Yeah.
magazine thing. No,
Hmm.
you could buy them in the grocery stores. You know
And
what I'm
I
saying? That's what I'm
remember when
saying.
Gloria Allred and all of them was starting that feminist movement, and they was trying to stop all the magazines. Man, he had so many lawsuits and people that were trying to stop him.
Yeah, but they couldn't stop him because he still was selling them motherfuckers until that's like in the
I
80s.
just think his money was long as shit. He
Yeah. You know what
was
I'm saying?
paying off. He was paying judges off. All the people they was coming to the Playboy Mansion.
Yep. But he started
And
making
they
money then.
said that what he really was doing, I don't know if it's true or not, because them old women lie too, but they were saying that a lot of people who had memberships there, Hugh Hefner used to have cameras everywhere in the Playboy Mansion. So a lot of the guys that used to come there messing with the bunnies or
Yeah,
dating
he
one of the
see them.
they
Yeah.
used to have videos of them and pictures. So I guess if they ever tried to go against him or something, talking about he could have
Blackmail they ass.
blackmailed them. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, I think stick to me though. Like I said, a lot of women put themselves in these predicaments. I say that because that's even if I do something stupid like that, I mean somewhere. Okay, I got said I can meet the celebrities. Damn, I get some money. You know what I'm saying? I'm thinking like, okay, damn, I can get on top. I can live good. But then you get in there, you be like, oh hey, because it's a lot of women. It's some women that left though. It's a lot of women that left because they couldn't take it.
No, you had on the thing, yeah. And but you ain't hear them till my day was going now. The one lady, she was the first one who put the who went to the media. The one of the ladies that was real close to him, she was like top ranked. And she was the first one that went to the media and said that he was drugging the females and um she seen two of the young
Yeah, because his
girls.
place got raided. His place got raided. I think the place
It was
got
because
raided.
of her. She even took the stand.
Mm-hmm.
She even took the stand against him at the trial.
Cause you got a black. See, they so crazy though. Cause you got the black lady who been there for a long time, but she didn't have nothing to say though. This shit was funny. Say,
No, the
she
black
really had nothing.
girl, she ain't say nothing bad. She said she loved her job.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's what I said. I
Remember,
think it's
she
a
was
lot of
pulling
women
out
are
her little
bitter.
uniform and shit. And
Yeah, I think a lot of them were. To me, I think it's a lot of he either fired their asses. A lot of
then
them
when
were
I
bitter.
look, a lot of them, mostly all of them that went against them was Caucasian.
Right,
Same thing with Bill Cosby.
right.
All of them women that's going against Bill Cosby was all old Caucasian women.
That's bitter, man. It's like
And
they
that's why I said I
fired
don't know if Bill Cosby was just out here messing with all these Caucasian women.
50, 50, 60 women though. Make that shit make sense. Then you got Janice
Yeah,
chick.
you seen Bill Cosby documentary? They got
Huh?
70 women on there.
Yo. Cause you got Janice
And I don't like that
Dickinson, her lying
the
ass.
comedian
Beverly
guy,
Johnson with her lying ass. She got caught in her own lie. She told the truth, saying she
I don't like
saying
the comedian guy who claimed, he was a big fan of Bill and he loved Bill so much and all this. But you the first one that go do a motherfucking documentary. Make that make sense.
are you talking about Kel?
Yeah, the one who did
Keenan?
the documentary on Bill
Keenan
Cosby.
Thompson? You talking about Keenan Thompson?
That's his name.
Keenan Thompson? You talking
Yeah,
about
he the
from
one
Fat
that.
Albert?
Yeah, he the one that did the
Yeah.
documentary.
Cause he'll Uncle Tom. He'll fucking Uncle Tom. Cause when they get that money, it's like everything is go out the door.
And he said he did it because everybody said to him, we need to talk about Bill Cosby. This is something. And at the beginning of the documentary, it's kind of good because they go back to when he was young. And I was telling a lot of people the other day, they was laughing at me, but I'm like, he really looked good when he was young. I see why all the women was on him.
Man, what you said for real though? See, they even
Bill Cosby was
see
handsome. He was very handsome.
back in
He
the day.
like
Yeah.
they like, oh, what you talking about? That man ugly. I said, no, I'm talking about the
Damn,
picture
really?
because I was talking about it on my page the other day, and they was like, ew, Bill Cosby. I'm like, no, I'm serious. Watch that documentary. He had nice hair. I don't care what nobody say. I love my black man, and he looked good. I could see why all the white
Back in the
women.
day, yeah, and they back in their days
I see
was
why they was on him. Yeah,
yeah. It's
and
a
then he
lot of
was
women.
making. He was the only like black man who was doing the comedy at that time.
Successful. He very successful. Yep.
We was going through all that racism and stuff, and he up there making the white people laugh like that.
Yep.
That was a hard thing to do. I forget the other
Cause
comedian.
you got all them Richard Pryor, you got all them falling behind his
Yeah,
ass.
and what was the other comedian that
You
was?
got Richard Pryor. You had Richard Pryor. You had girl
What was the other one that?
Mooney.
Oh,
I forgot Mickey Mooney in this. You
I
talking about
think that's his name. All
Mickey
his
Mooney?
jokes was about racism and stuff, and
Yeah.
that's why Bill um went past him and became way more successful than him. Because people
Yeah.
ain't want to hear the jokes about blacks against whites and white. They ain't want to hear the racism stuff. So when Bill came out and he started going to all them different characters and being able to switch,
He had his own shit.
man,
I
that
was
was too
young then.
funny.
Jello put
And
the
then
buttons.
once he started the damn Cosby Show, that was it.
Yeah. Hell
Every
yeah, he
family,
did that
even
shit.
families that wasn't black, wanted to be the Cosbys.
They had different world. But they just like everybody get powerful now. It's like, okay, we coming after you. Don't get rich. We coming after you. Snoop. Now they
That,
got Snoop Dogg in the mix.
but that damn
Woo.
the Cosby's that really set the tone for, especially at that time when there was a lot of
Yes, man. What you
racism
said?
going
Yeah.
on, and every family wanted to be the Cosby's.
Scott show did.
If
You had
you was living in your household, you either had a brother, a sister that
sister.
was every
Yup.
character in the show that wanted to be like the person in the show.
Show did. Or
But
yup.
then your whole family would sit in the living room and laugh and all that off, the
Mm-hmm.
show.
Then you had to follow. Then after that, then here come the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. It's like all he did. It's like after he really brought a lot of shows to the front for it though, because you got a lot of families out there.
That's
That
why I said I don't care. I love my black people for
oh
real
yeah, I'm still gonna
because
watch. I still
we
watch my peoples.
definitely is some smart, intelligent, very successful
Men,
individuals, and
yeah,
even from back in the day when we start coming out, because y'all know back in the day they used to degrade our colored people in the
show
movies and the
did.
shows. They
They
used to
they ain't want them
always make
talking. Yep,
always the woman character was always like degrading herself or like a hoe.
yep,
And she had to like sleep with all these people in the show, or the black man, they always made him like the one that's out there digging all the dirt out the garden, and
yep.
he slaving in the garden and picking up all the dirt and the weeds and stuff and sweating all in the movie, looking like a slave. They ain't never used to give us
All that.
good parts.
You seen
Then when Bill
Josephine?
Cosby set the tone, then we start seeing them promoting our colored people to doctors in the movies and the
Yep, he did. Yep,
shows, or the women being like beauticians, or they just start looking much better. Like even when Oprah and all of them at one time, when they was
yep.
doing the movies and stuff, look how they always made Oprah look like
Girl, the women
she
of
was
Brewster
big fat
Place.
Aunt Jemima.
You remember the women of Brewster Place? Yeah, ooh, I like it, but it's so
Women of
sad.
who?
Brewster Place. That's an old movie. You don't remember that movie, girl? Oh no,
Mm-mm.
I'm telling my age. Don't worry about. Yeah, the women of Brewster Place. Then you had the
Women of
color
I
purple.
probably seen it and I just don't know
Girl,
the name.
it's so many people in that damn movie, girl. It's good. It's sad, but it's good.
I love the ones from back in the day where it's all of them in them. Yeah, I love them.
I know you know about the color purple.
Yeah, and what's the other one where the girl, uh, I think she was, what was she supposed to be? I guess she was supposed to be like, uh, had like remember when she would talk and stuff, she would throw up everywhere. I think she was supposed to have like an evil spell in her. The light skinned one
Oh, jeez.
that played in the movie with Oprah. And it was supposed to be her daughter or something. She was real sick.
You talking about? Mm,
And
oh,
remember, she played the role. Every time she would talk, she would like, ah, and she would look all crazy.
you talking about the
Or she would
Exorcist?
throw it, and I think she was like, had an evil spirit in her or something. I think Oprah was her mom in the movie. It's real old. Matter of fact, the light skinned girl, she played in Tyler Perry's movie, the one with when she was sleeping in the car with the son and stuff. And she was the mom.
You said Tyler Perry movie?
Yeah, remember her and her son was homeless, and she didn't want Tyler
Oh,
Perry to know.
the Brown. You ain't talking about the Browns, is it?
The mom. It was her and the son. And Tyler Perry was rich, and he was the owner of the company. And she didn't want to let Tyler Perry know her and her son was homeless, and they were sleeping in the van and stuff.
Damn,
The
hold
mom.
on. I don't think I'm thinking about. I don't know why. Oh, damn. The one thing about the Browns.
So
Damn.
I'm talking about the movie that Tyler Perry did.
Oh, you talking about
And at the end of the movie,
Good
he got
Deeds?
with the
No,
girl.
Deeds. Something had to do
Yeah,
with
he got with the girl at the end.
the Good
Her,
Deeds. Is
she
it
was
Good
in
Deeds?
the movie with Oprah. And remember, she was supposed to be like an evil spell was on her or something. It was the older one from back in the day. And every time she would talk, she would like,
Damn,
ah.
I don't. That's all. Okay, you want to put that one? No, that's all.
Remember, she was like throwing up every time she talked, and they was trying to get the sickness out of her.
Damn.
Something happened to her, something. You remember that movie?
That's an old ass movie.
Oh my
Damn.
God, everybody know what movie I'm talking about. And she played that evil ass person, and they said she supposed to was like had a spell or something on her. And when she would talk okay. Every time she would eat stuff, she would throw it up all the time. And I think Oprah
Damn.
was her mom in the movie, and they was living inside that and over there in the woods type of thing. It's the
Oh,
same female I'm telling you about that was on that Tyler Perry
you
movie.
said top.
And she
Damn.
used to dress her up with the church clothes and stuff, but every time the lady would talk, it would be like evil talk, and she was supposed to be like had a spell on her or something.
Oh,
She was throwing up every time they fed her, and she would walk around talking all crazy. Like, all right.
girl, you got see you got now you got me.
I think it's called Beloved or something like that.
Oh man. Oh,
Beloved, that's what it is. I
beloved.
think.
Cause
Yeah,
baby, I'm
with
about to watch
Oprah and
that. I
her.
never seen that one. I gotta watch that. You said the old one. I'm gonna have to watch that. Cause girl, you said that. I was like, okay, you took me
Anybody in the
over.
chat know what I'm talking about? Come on, y'all. It's 42 of y'all in here. I know everybody ain't sleep. Some of y'all might be sleeping, just got the StreamYard still on, the YouTube. But any of y'all seen Beloved? And I think it's with Oprah. Let me see if I put it in Google. I want to make sure it's the right one. And every time the daughter used to talk, she used to like throw up or like it was a spell on her, like she was evil or something.
Damn.
Beloved. Let me see.
Mm-mm.
Beloved with Oprah. I think Oprah was her mom. I think.
Baby,
Yeah,
I'm about to
Beloved
beloved. I'm
with
about to watch
Oprah.
that.
It came out in 1998.
Oh yeah, I'm about to go in Tubi. See, Tubi got that movie.
Let me
Damn.
see. Yep, it's a drama. 2 hours and 52 minutes. Yeah, because
Yeah,
it's
open movie
old.
be long and
It's long as hell.
oh, her
That's
movie be
one thing
long and
about them
long.
old ass movies. You ain't gotta worry about the new ones. They only be like 60 minutes. No, the back of the day was you gonna be sitting there about 3-4 hours,
Yo.
and
I
it's gonna
know
be
you will.
long as hell.
Mm-hmm. So that damn color purple long. I'm like, God
I'm gonna see
damn.
if I can like let you listen to a little part to see if you remember it. Yeah, because the girl I'm talking about, she was their daughter. And every time she would talk, she was supposed to be sick as hell. And the other girl playing it too.
They were young.
The girl, the brown skinned black girl, she in it too.
Girl,
Let
I'm
me see
about to
if you
say
know
E.
her name.
Look, when you said that, I'm about to say E value, but you said no, that's
Let me
not.
see if you know her name. The other lady that play in it. Okay, it's Oprah Winfrey. Let me see if you know her name.
These
So why
people
they
be,
doing this?
they must be young.
Who? The people in this movie?
Yeah, yeah.
Girl, wait till you hear who the hell it is. You gonna be like, oh hell no, ain't nobody. No, everybody in this joint about 70 now. Okay, so they I guess they was starring a movie from 1873, but it came out 1998. But Oprah Winfrey was the lady Seth is a mother of three haunted by her horrific slavery past and her desperate actions for freedom. As a result, Seth's home is haunted by a furious polit- poltergeist which drives away her two sons. Seth and her daughter Kimberly Ellis endure living with the spirit for 10 more years until an old friend Paul D. Gardner, Danny Glover,
Danny Glover.
arrives to run
Okay.
it out. After Garner moves in, a strange woman named Beloved of Thandi Newton enters their lives, causing turmoil. Yeah, because the Kimberly Ellis, she's in it too. Remember Kimberly Ellis, the black girl?
Oh, the one. Oh, okay. Oh, Kimberly Elise.
Yeah, it's Danny Glover.
Kimberly. Okay. Oh, damn.
Uh,
Is that Elise?
Kimberly Ellis.
Okay, that's the one who played in the family union, not the family union. Yeah, I think
A
the family
lot of
ain't
Medea. She played in a lot of Medea joints.
no. What's that? I damn. What's it? I can do bad. No, damn.
Yes, that she did. She played in a lot of Tyler Perry's. Kimberly Ellis. That's what you're talking about,
That
right?
ain't the one talking about. That ain't the one that
Kimberly
played.
Ellis, she played in Set It Off.
I was about to say that. Okay, yeah, I know who you talking about. I know her.
So
Yeah.
she was Oprah's daughter. And then the one who came to their house after the evil spirit came was the light skin one I was telling you about.
Okay.
And
Girl,
they called her
I'm about to
beloved.
watch that sucker. I'm about to watch that sucker this week.
Yeah, every
Today
time
or
she
tomorrow.
talk, girl, you gonna be scared too if you scared of stuff. They Dad Wee Newton, the light skinned girl. She the
Yeah, I'm
one
gonna
who
have to
played the
watch.
evil beloved. And every time she talked, she be throwing up. And
Damn.
they kept her. And they took care of her until that spirit went away.
Damn.
But I first seen that movie, I was young. And I'm like, what the hell is this? And it scared me. Because see, Denitra said Beloved was a scary movie. Told you.
Yeah, there you go, Denitra. That was a mad black woman. There she go.
No,
Okay.
she said Beloved was a scary movie, the one I'm telling you about.
Yeah, I know. No, I'm just saying what I was thinking about. She said it too.
So
That
when
was a
you
mad black
see
woman.
it, let me know how you. I'm surprised you ain't never seen it. Yep,
Yeah, no. I
It
seen
came out
Rooster Place.
1998.
I
And wait
seen
till you
Rooster
see
Place.
how the girl gonna be drooling all over the place like a
Oh,
spirit was in
Jesus.
her or something.
She exorcism. Damn.
I don't know, but that was one of the first movies I
Black,
seen
one of the first
younger.
black scary poop. I
And the
got to watch it.
girl was like, I want to talk to that. Hey, the light skinned lady, she played a good ass actor. And she act
Damn.
like she's possessed. And Oprah wound up keeping her at her house and they take care of her.
Oh, okay. She was possessed. She was possessed
Wait till you
basically.
see but how possessed. Like it was crazy. She played, I think that's what
Played that
really
part in
pushed
it.
her career in 1998. That's how she really
Damn,
started.
I never heard of that beloved though. I never
Watch
heard of
when you
that.
see it. And if you can, just type it in on Google or something, YouTube. Because you're going to see the clothes they got on and stuff. Like, oh, I see that. You just probably not picking up everybody. How many people in here seen Beloved? With
Anybody?
Oprah Winfrey and what's his name? Danny Newton. How many people? Danny Glover, Baby Suggs. That's what you would call the name of the movie. How many people seen
Ninja said me. She the only one said me. Ain't nobody else respond.
and some of them probably don't want to say they seen it because it's a scary ass movie.
Anybody seen Women of Brewster play?
I know everybody ain't in here asleep with the phone to they I know I used to
Sandy,
fall man, we used to be doing these lives for like 15, 20 hours a day when we first
baby,
started.
cause how long we been on this damn phone? we, baby, we in 6 hours. What we 8 hours in? Girl, we did a job.
That's
Did
how
it.
me and Leslie was yesterday when we did them two separate lives reading them transcripts. I couldn't believe it that we read over 270 transcripts.
The teacher said I watched it and I knew something wasn't right.
So did you see it, Denitra, when you was a younger or as you got older? Because I seen it when I was a little young and it scared the fuck out of me. I remember I couldn't sleep for weeks.
She said I fell asleep and woke up again. She fell asleep. She woke up again.
But don't go to sleep thinking about, oh, she said she
She said I'm
54. Oh,
54. Oh,
so
that's an
when she
old
said
movie.
that, you wasn't that young.
She said, "Baby, I can hear her now, baby."
You wasn't that young. Not at no 54.
No, she said I'm 54. Other words, she's saying that she
Oh
seen
my
what you was.
God, did y'all see this? Apple Watch exposes her sister for stealing her 45K GoFundMe money while she was in the hospital recovering from that accident.
It,
And I
it,
remember her sister was out here telling everybody to donate and donate because she said she ain't never know if her sister was going to walk again or get out the
Girl, who you talking
hospital.
about?
Apple Watch when that tractor trailer hit her.
Oh, damn.
You ain't never know that Apple Watch from Love and Hip Hop?
Mm-mm.
Girl,
Oh, Apple Watch. Okay.
and they took her eye. They said that she was gonna have no eye no more. She was really bad off, like bad. She was in the hospital like 3, 4 months, bad. And her sister was telling everybody to donate to the GoFundMe because the surgery was expensive and people was supporting. And now there's a video saying Apple Watch exposes her sister for stealing her 45K GoFundMe money. Wow.
Mm-mm.
She said Apple Watch sister Dominique stole GoFundMe money of $15,825, possibly up to $70K, according to Apple. Her friends and fans by scamming them out of donations just to turn around and keep it herself, because according to Apple, she didn't expect her sister to make it. Yep, she thought she was gonna die, and also that she was never really there for her. It was all for a show, and she only saw her 3 times since coming home 2 weeks ago. And if it wasn't for her man, TY, then she doesn't know what she would do. She says Domo only wants to argue all day and even involve their mother. The VH1 Love and Hip Hop Hollywood star has started a new GoFundMe to replace the missing appropriate funds while her lawyer takes care of it. Wow. So she gonna ask the people for more money. Well, you just need to sue her and get that back.
Yeah, what you said.
Showering her because the bathroom is upstairs.
Oh my God, she said the sister wasn't, listen to this, wasn't showering her.
But she actually goes on herself, number 1 and 2, and she continuously brought up the missing money thing.
Mr. Nitra,
I was trying to get her to fork it over faster. $15,825 to be exact was raised, but she still hasn't seen any of it. So she's telling it all. Okay, y'all, hold on. So there's a new updated amount that possibly is $45,000 because multiple people claim that Donald actually had initially raised $30K and then cashed that out and deleted that GoFundMe. And he started a new one and made $15K. Allegations, y'all, allegations, but you guys will see what I'm talking about in the video that's about to play. Not only that, but Apple says that Damo puts on a show for social media like she's this good sister, like she's always there holding her down, like she's this and she's that, when in reality, she's treating her bad behind the scenes and talking to her any kind of way just because she can't walk. But she said if she could walk, then she'd beat her AZZ like she used to. Ooh, come on, Apple. Y'all know she's feisty and fiery. She said that all Dom will do all day is talk crazy, argue, and bring negativity. As a matter of fact, Apple said that she deserves jail. And she hired a lawyer. I can't make this up, y'all. I cannot make these things up. She's also been making it clear throughout the weeks that her man was the only one really there for her. And Damo said, wow, she is in utter shock at her sister's actions and accusations. She can't believe that Apple said that she only saw her 3 times in the month that she's been out the hospital, and that Apple's man was the only one there for a week. And just to clarify the dates, y'all, she was at Damo's spot for exactly 11 days. Y'all know I'm good at math, but yeah. She says that it's mental health related and that she is finally just done with Apple. Wow, we hate sibling rivalry, but unfortunately, this is real life. And I'm sure a majority of you can vouch for the fact that it happens sometimes. So if you can't relate because you have a perfect family, lucky you. You are blessed. But in this real world, sisters do fight, and sometimes families do need a mental health break from one another. Let's be honest. But I mean, that don't mean it's the end. We just need a little space, that's all. But it gets worse, y'all. Apple actually left Damo's house and went back to Vegas for a peace of mind. So she said that Damo's spot ain't it. That the whole house hurts all day. In fact, Apple.
I read your comments in the thing. Chris said, "Blood or not, we'll beat the brakes off her."
Y'all believe the internet all you want to.
Oh, this is crazy because I remember.
Not talk to me the way they do. I can whoop
their let y'all finish first. Listen to it.
Trouble need to go. People are dramatic, lie so much. It's sad. If they don't get their way or disagree with them, you a problem. Thank you, everyone who donated to my Cash App. I'm thankful. Man, I have to start over with everything. It's life though. Tired of being strong, tired of being just tired of all this weight I'm carrying. It's too much. Mental health is everything. I'm not. I'm at my breaking points. Everyone's using me. And Damo wrote, I ain't never did this ever, but just so y'all know, mental health is real and snakes in your garden is believable, realistic. She been at my house for almost a month. Ty was only at my house for a week. I got kids. How you only see me 3 times? Shaking my effing head. She has an appointment on Thursday at 10 a.m. Somebody who was smart tell her to come home so she can handle her biz. Shaking my head. What man in their right mind will take a person in the condition my sister is in all the way to Vegas? If you cared for her, you would tell her to focus on what needs to be done. Her medical is in Cali. Her court case is in Cali. Her worker for her kids is coming on Thursday. Something is wrong with him. He can't take care of her. I give up. I'm going to give her her money and she can get on with her bum ass ninja. I need my life back and ain't no returning after this. Store policy, no returns. Love you, but I can't. And now the same friends that Damo don't like of Apples are now making noise about the real Damo. from their perspective, and we're going to try to give Damo the benefit of the doubt because they painting her out to be real bad, y'all, like real bad. We feel like she was managing the money for her until she's like in a more stable mindset, you know, or what if she already spent all the money? Like on her own bills, you know, thinking that Apple wouldn't have minded. I don't know. But Damo claims that she has been giving Apple some of the money. And Apple said no, she only gave her $90 out of 15 grand. And when the video starts, y'all are going to hear the audio going out because it was Damo calling Apple's friend while she was on live so she could hush her mouth. She doesn't even want Apple speaking on it, let alone the friends that she don't even like of hers. But Apple says that she refuses to be silenced and she didn't even want it to come to this. But regardless of how she sounds, she is in her right mind and just wants her money, she says. And in case y'all are wondering, Damo is not Apple's only sister. She has other sisters, but she is Apple's closest one despite their past fallouts and fights.
Damn.
I was only at my sister's house for 2 weeks, but she lied.
Oh, look how she talking. Apple don't even sound the same. Listen.
She don't.
See my sister time. And my boyfriend had to help change me and do everything. My only been in my wheelchair 3 times. My sister would not help me. She don't believe the hype, just for the internet. That's what she's doing it for the internet. But I'm telling you the truth. And if I had an appointment tomorrow, I talk to all the workers and everything. She want me to actually get some more money. But I talked to the social worker, I talked to everything. She made everybody else except herself. Knowing that she took my money and don't want to admit to it. My lawyer been calling her, she been ignoring him and everything. My sister is a liar. Do not believe shit she's saying. That's why I'm getting away from her. She's doing this shit for social media. And I understand whoever listens to her will listen to her. That's why she's doing this shit. But seriously, I wasn't getting taken care of. I wasn't getting no help, no physical therapy. My sister is lying for the internet for y'all to make herself look good. But literally, she was not helping at all. She wasn't even there for her.
She trying to be like a mother.
She like a little kid again. I don't know if her sister did this or not, but I remember her sister was at the hospital every day. Her sister was asking people to donate because she was like, she didn't know how she was going to pay the hospital bills. And the hospital was trying to put her out, I guess, because she didn't have like the good insurance. Her sister was saying she was taking care of the kids. And everybody on Facebook, they was sending them money at the money. I definitely seen people supporting, but every time I went on Facebook, her sister was the one that was being transparent with everybody. No, my sister not woke yet because she was in a coma for like 2.5 months.
Damn.
A tractor trailer hit her, and they like shifted her whole face. Like, I really think that she didn't think her sister was gonna make it. So every day when her sister was like, please pray for my sister, please pray. This is crazy. And y'all know that Apple Watch have a little attitude problems way before this. She already had her little, you know how she get all mad and get on social media and start her rants. But whoever this boyfriend is, her sister, right? Why would he drag her to some Vegas knowing that all her doctor stuff and everything is in Cali? And knowing that she's in this condition, she can't even talk. Listen to her speech.
Yeah, she said out the coma, she stopped visiting me. She hate all my friends, hate everybody. Like, anybody she said if they lying, she always said somebody lying on her. Somebody lying on her. She never admit what she's wrong. But that's just Dominique. That's Dominique. But I used to be the ass now, but now because I'm in the bed, the bitch. But I wasn't getting physical therapy, no help, and even therapy. And my sister didn't give me a bath. And I've been there for 2 weeks, and the bitch didn't give me a bath. None was ever. How do you feel not taking a bath? She wouldn't invite me to clothes. And my hair is still not finished. Like, it's been 2 weeks, and my hair not finished. Like, she said she was going to finish my hair. My hair's still not finished. And it shouldn't take a week or so from your hair to get done, because you would do yours the same day. But I had to take mine because I'm in the bed. I wasn't getting cared for it. I couldn't get my hair done, or nothing could be done.
Like, I like, my lawyers asked for money, this bitch can't give my money. And I just want to feel pity for myself. She love arguing. Her kids love arguing. Like, I do not argue. I'm not argumentative person. Everybody know I take care of my friends and family when I could. And everybody's okay when they come with me. But my sister was out of line. Do not believe shit she said at all. She is lying. She not help me. Do not take care of me when I was in a coma or anything. She come visit me sometimes, ask my friends for money. She visit only sometimes. My boyfriend was there every day. Hazel was there every day. My other homegirl was there a lot. My sister was not there, but she asked my homegirl for money. Asked and bought her food and everything. She only bought my. You could tell she just learning how to talk again and stuff because she was never talking like that.
Well, her throwing something got crushed or something.
I think they said the tractor trailer knocked, like, shifted her whole face, like her whole eye was shattered and all that. Her eye looked like it's still it's real low. You could tell she just with the one eye looking. But I think the reason she's talking like that because she was in that coma for a long ass time. So I think her whole body, she had to do the rehabilitation where they got to learn how to talk again and walk. She still ain't walking. She in the hospital bed.
Damn.
That's why she said that her sister don't wash her up and nothing. She can't wash her own self. But you can hear it in her speech that this ain't her. Get 2 pair of clothes. Like, but she can lie to y'all all she wants to. Like she blaming everything on Lee. Where money at? We not even talking about Lee right now. We worry about my money. Okay, my kids are fine and Lee been there. But she wanna talk about some of my kids. Her baby daddy's in jail. Your baby daddy's in jail. Why you talking about somebody and the nigga you was with, he don't do nothing for you. Okay? Nothing at all. You know that's her when she started talking shit about people. My boyfriend buy me things and do everything for me. Change my ass when I boo-boo. Bitch, your niggas ain't do nothing. Oh, wow. All you niggas, you got. How about that? Change your butt. But at least mine care for me or truly love me. But yours don't love you nothing. But your niggas in jail. She can do whatever she wants. Oh, yeah, her whole mouth is whoever gonna listen to her. She told my boyfriend everything. Yeah, her whole tongue is all the way over. Oh, God. Whoa. Yeah, her whole mouth shifted. So that's why it sounds like she's talking like that. Because her whole tongue is to the side. She's talking on one side.
So she had a stroke, like.
She was in a coma for 3.5 months.
Damn.
She got hit by a tractor trailer. She was in a bad-ass car accident. I remember when that shit happened, it was all over the internet and everything. And you know, when she used to go live before the accident, she used to be in her bag. Remember, she came out about the transgender she was messing with, didn't know the whole time that the boy was born a girl and all that stuff. That was the last time she was ranting. And she was talking about getting out of Texas because she was like, don't nobody support her and she didn't want to do Love and Hip Hop no more because they wasn't trying to give her the good money. But remember, they tried to say she was a drunk and she don't take care of her kids, and she was having a rough. Yeah, I could see her mouth. Her kids are bad. Her kids don't listen to her. Kids run away and talk shit, curse and all that because their mama do that. My kids have nothing to do with nothing. If you mad at me, be mad at me. Don't involve my kids. Yes, took my cash, and I want all that, buying the kids all them shoes. They were so quick to blame everybody else. Like, what the fuck Lily got to do with it? Okay, in the morning, but I'm trying to heal, get better. Yeah, that's what you need to focus on. And I can't with my sister. She negative. That's all she do. Hey, with my sister, she negative. That's all she do. Wow, this is crazy, yo. I don't even gonna lie, this is crazy. I would never see her like this. I just want to be happy. That's all. The bitch want to argue all day.
And her life is arguing. Her house is about arguing. Her kids, nothing but arguing. Every morning I get woke up through arguing.
You don't need
and I'm just trying to be happy. I'm trying to get healthy.
Yeah, sure.
And I can't get healthy living down me. Talk about my boyfriend. Talk about my kids. Talk about her kids is bad as fuck. At least my kids listen.
Yeah, okay.
Can y'all see me?
Yeah. Yeah.
Her IG page?
Yeah. And you know she was driving basic shit.
She make herself good for the internet. That's all. But my boyfriend was there every day. He spent the night with me. Everything at the hospital. My sister comes once in a blue moon. Buy money and everything from my homegirl. My homegirl bought her something to eat. She never did nothing. She loves spending other people's money. And I'm not even at her house. You still want to argue with me. Why do you want to argue? What the fuck? I just want to get better. I'm not even at your house. You want to argue.
She don't need all that drama and shit. She got to do a whole 360. It's like she's starting all over as a little kid.
Yeah.
Oh, this is sister. Listen.
Okay, first of all, her sister only bought 2 outfits for the fucking kids. Okay.
Oh, this her girlfriend.
Emmanuel was paying for the kids' shoes out of our pocket. Let's make that fucking clear. All that bitch always wants to the internet is a fucking liar. All she do is smoke fucking dope, snort dope, get high, get drunk, and pop pills.
Oh,
that's how it is. So all that talking she doing on love, that's the fuck ain't gonna fuck wrong. Period.
y'all hear what she just said? Yeah, all her sister do is smoke dope, snort dope. And her sister got damn near 45,000 on that damn
Clear. All that bitch always wants to the internet is a fucking liar. All she do is smoke fucking dope, snort dope, get high, get drunk, and pop pills. That's how it is. So all that talking she doing on love, that's the fuck ain't gonna fuck wrong. Period. I got the boy's haircut. I paid for them to go to Reagan Footage out my pocket. I gave up money for free. That bitch is shit for like 2 outfits. Fashion over. 2 outfits. 2 outfits. She lied and said that she bought. Then she lied and said she bought Richard, which is trying to sell all this time, some cowboy boots. And guess what? Richard said he never got the $300 cowboy boots. That was a fraud. A fraud. That bitch never did shit. Fraud. She can't even give up and send her such money. She can't even show where the money is. So all that shit she talking, all that shit, it was 4 people that have been here since day one, behind the scenes, and guess what? Y'all will block all of us. Netflix killed Blockbuster. Uber
the whole time the sister was on Facebook saying, you know, my sister in a coma, she can't speak. Please send the money because they gonna move her out the hospital. I guess the sister must have took all the money.
Damn, that's messed up. All right, Jazz. I gotta go to bed, boo. I gotta get up in the morning.
You and me both. I ain't even noticed it's 3:15. All right, y'all. Love y'all. I'll see y'all in the
All right, boo.
I'll
See you later on the night.
All right.
All right. Good night, guys.
Yeah, exactly, friends. This is crazy. I'm gonna listen to this a little bit more, y'all, and then we get out of here. Prayers up for Happy Watch.
And only seen it 3 times out of 2 weeks. And she never taken a day break. 4 people that get behind the scenes. And guess what? All 4 people have been blocked. And he's talking about these on the kid.
You talking about Alicia Wade? Come on now, Alicia Wade always had Chantel kids. That's nothing new. You talking about Alicia Wade came back positive? No, and they tested you. You had the pills in your system. I got videos of her.
That's why my kids can't even go to her house.
Hold on. It was plenty of nights that I will test me how y'all cocaine in the trunk. She's the dope head. And she haven't did shit
I'm
for
trying to
Chantel.
heal.
She haven't
And
did
then
shit
so
for
she has
Chantel.
no care for me. And her sister is trying to heal.
And she blocked me because guess what? My sis Apple told her I was an investigator and I caught her in her garage. So that's why I blocked.
She don't like none of my fans. None of my fans. Anybody go against her, they don't like.
But this is how two-faced she is. Now she wants to set up and talk about fucking time. But she's running to her ex-boyfriend telling him everything. Like he cares, really.
Like, that's her friend. That's my ex-boyfriend. All these are my friends. I know everything that you say.
Come on now. Like, I was a fraud. You can't sit up here and say you did all this and you have not done nothing. Chantel been in the hospital for how many months? Been in rehabilitation? How many insurance? So how are you going to talk about the next month? I'm the one that pulled her insurance to try to help get some insurance because Damo didn't know how to do it. But guess what? I gave her the information that she needed.
I can't hear you. Hello?
This is sad, yeah.
No, she's the dope head. She hasn't did nothing for the kids. Oh, I'm sorry, baby girl. I'm yelling because I'm mad.
It's okay. You're yelling. I can't hear you.
No, he's calling me. Keep calling me. But it is.
Hang up. She don't like type. Now she he's like Emmanuel for his money. That's all he likes him for. That's all she talked about is Emmanuel money. That's all. But he's in jail. He gotta worry about getting free. But she don't give a fuck. It's all she care about is money.
Who cares? Hold on. Why would you move Chantel out of her apartment in Vegas and then give her whole bedroom set to her nigga? Does that make any sense?
Right, Demetra. Mona Scott need to definitely support her. She was on Love and Hip Hop for years. And that's what she was complaining about last year, that's why she didn't want to go back. Because they used to try to change the narrative of her story or all her storylines. They used to try to make it seem like she was a drunk or talk about her criminal record, or like they always try to make Apple Watts look like the bad one in the storyline. This is crazy. She talking about Denitra, she talking about her sister. Apple Watts talking about her sister, the one that was on Facebook and YouTube around the time that Toxic Diamond was sharing all the lives before she went to jail, telling everybody to donate to Apple Watts' sister. And she was saying they needed money for insurance, and the hospital was about to put Apple Watts out because she couldn't afford the surgeries. Then I remember she was saying she had to get another surgery, but she didn't want her to get it. But they were saying because of her eye, she was in a car accident in a tractor trailer. A big tractor trailer hit Apple Watts and totaled her and the whole car. She was in a coma for like 4 or 5 months. That's why she said she in the hospital bed. She didn't even learn how to walk again yet. And that she need people to change her pampers, and she said her sister wouldn't change her pampers. She only was coming over there 3 times out of 2 weeks and stole all the money from the GoFundMe. It was like $30,000 and like $15,000. She said she only bought her kids like 2 outfits apiece and kept all the rest of the money. So Apple Watch saying she got a lawyer that's going to try to get her money, because all she got to do is go to GoFundMe, because her sister created like 2 or 3 of them. The first time when it went to like 20,000, her sister like ended it or something. She made another one. Then her sister came back and made another one. So all they gotta do is go to, I believe, where she can just sign up.
But she would go for a nigga though. Yeah. 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 And I have text messages to her calling me all type of shit. I want to do nothing. I'm like, I don't want nothing from her. Like I told Dominique yesterday when she comes on here, you on fire, I'm going to give you fire. Period, point blank. But I'm trying to keep it quiet about this shit, man. Okay, yeah. So I bought your refrigerator. It's a $29.99 refrigerator. For now, you moved yourself into the house. You moved yourself into your house because you want to cover up this money situation. And I'm paying all the bills. Because I'm fucked up. Hey, hey, Phil. Hold on, Ty. I have to get on here. Who's the 4 people you said from the beginning? Because I've been with Apple since it started. Apple was in I just don't run to the internet. I don't got to post on the internet to be in there. I don't got to do that. You have been there. Who is that? It's a Hazel. When Apple first got in the accident, I drove to Vegas. I took her kids to Vegas. I've been there. Hazel, I love you. I know 4 people, but I'm not about to go into all that and so names there, Hazel. No, I'm not going to do that. I know you've been here, but I'm not. The 4 people, you have been here past that, and you're one of those 4 people, but I'm not going to throw no names out there. You feel me? I want to think about myself. I'm just trying to see what's going on with this girl. This is my point of the thing. Anybody can say whatever they want. At the end of the day, Apple just want our money. That's it. Right. That's it. You can't show for it. You can't show for it. She said, Apple just give her money. It would be no problem if Apple got her money. Let's people. Let's keep it all the way real. I don't know about it being 4 people, but I know that the entire time that this has happened, Apple has had multiple people there for her and that wanted to be for her. A lot of people that wanted to be there for Apple that couldn't be there for Apple. So I ain't got a problem with it. I ain't got a problem with telling people about nothing. I've been from the beginning to know what the fuck the truth is and what the truth ain't. So when motherfuckers are speaking on it, I don't know why Liddy said she the bad guy. I don't feel like Liddy been a bad guy. I feel like Liddy's been a part of the support system. And that's how I feel, and that's why it kind of pissed me off. You can't downplay somebody else, and you just say you worse. We don't know where the money. Everybody keep asking for the money. We don't know. You gotta ask Dominique. We don't know where the money. Apple don't know where the money. Nobody has seen the money. Nothing has been spent on the money. So Hazel, I'm gonna get it up to the years. There was no expenses. Medicare took care of all of her expenses. There was nothing to be paid for. The only thing that was to be paid for Apple that Apple wanted that I heard Apple asked for was a mini refrigerator. She didn't get a mini refrigerator.
She lied, y'all.
She asked for
Her sister said that she had to pay all these medical bills.
I flew to Virginia to get her a brand new wig. I flew to Virginia to get her a brand new wig.
The sister said she had to pay for surgeries and everything. All they gotta do is go back and look at the live.
I don't know about that. I don't know if she did anything prior to that, but I took the outfit that she gave me a day before
school started. 2 outfits apiece for the kids for Fashion Nova. That's real shit. I ain't no liar. I know we don't hear say no nothing but the truth. And the truth of the matter is, she did buy her kids 2 outfits. I heard about $100 that she gave Lily. I heard about $60 that she gave Apple. As far as the 15K, I haven't heard about any of that. I don't know about any of that. I haven't seen any record of that. So I have proof of this. So just a week ago, before she blocked me, she sent me a screenshot of the GoFundMe saying she cashed it from GoFundMe, and GoFundMe charged her $581. She specifically told me Chantel had like $14,000 left. Okay? And she started breaking down me on what she bought. Okay? So she said I still have $14,000 left, but she's showing me the GoFundMe, but she's not showing me the account where the money is. Let me tell you something. I have seen, this is so real shit. Apple, I have seen your progress to where motherfuckers didn't think that you had made it. Motherfuckers made rest in peace posts. This is some real life shit. It was a lot of people, I don't give a fuck if they came to see you or not. Motherfuckers didn't expect you to pull through that. So let's start there. It was a lot of shit that happened that motherfuckers counted Apple out and didn't expect her to pull through it. It's a lot of people that prayed for Apple. A lot of people that prayed for Apple, that got Apple through the shit that she was going through. It's a lot of people that donated to Apple. Now, when it comes to this GoFundMe money, personally,
Going above and beyond for our members. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission.
Yeah, if they the GoFundMe, they'll be able to track every transaction that people
I've never
send.
seen anything. I don't know about that. All I know is the thing that Apple has told me that she's been asking for her money and she has not gotten it. That's the only thing I know. I don't know. I've never seen the money. I've never seen anything spent on the money. Never. Not once. So for people to say Apple know what's going on. You can't say because she had a brain injury. If you've been around her, you know Apple know what's going on. She's not just talking just to be talking. And no matter what nobody did, does that give you the right to keep her money? No. It doesn't matter. If you're there, as from my regulation, Dominique may have appointed herself to be there. That's something that she wanted to do. There were multiple people who were there who wanted to help Apple in this situation. This is some real shit. I've been there since day one. Since I heard my friend was in an accident, my mother rented a car and drove to Vegas. I'd have been to Vegas plenty of times. I done took her kids to Vegas. So I'm being drove to Vegas. I didn't see Apple progress. Motherfucker counted Apple out. Didn't think she was gonna make it. Everything that the doctor told her that she wasn't gonna do, she did. She got her feeder tube out. She got her trach out. When it was time for Apple to come home, from my recognition, Dominique said, stay a little longer. Dominique said, when Apple came home, she would give her GoFundMe money. It's no reason Apple should be borrowing money. It's no reason I should have to buy Apple nothing to eat. It's no reason Apple friends should have to cash out her $600 so that she can have her own money. It's no reason. Apple knows how to handle her money. Anybody that know Apple don't play about that money. Exactly. If you know Apple don't play about her money. So if she's in the right mind, she can order Uber Eats. She can know how to get a therapist. Let's be all the way real with everything. I've been the one motherfucker that everybody's been asking for advice that don't comprehend what's really going on. I'm very educated. I'm very aware of what's going on. You cannot pour salt on my head and tell me it's no. I know what's going on. So when we was in the hospital, I was talking to the doctors. Apple was never paralyzed. Apple was never had no hope. The doctors never said that. That was said by other people who counted her out. Apple always had a chance. She always had brain activity. She always was going to make it. When I flew to Vegas, when I drove to Vegas, I spoke life into Apple. It was plenty of people that prayed life into Apple. Everybody didn't count Apple out. No. So regardless of what the Apple therapy. That's the bottom line. You can say whatever you want to say. You can call Apple every name in the book. What does that have to do with the money that people donated her so that she can get physical therapy? Apple was at Dominique. Let's be real. Apple at Dominique House for 2 weeks. You got out of the hospital on August 12th, the day of my charity event. You got out the hospital. The reason I wasn't there because I had a charity event, a backpack event on Slauson and Mother Crenshaw. So that's the reason I wasn't there when Apple got out of the hospital. It ain't been no month. We on the 23rd. She left yesterday. That's 2 weeks. Let me ask you this, Apple. So it's cool for your sister definitely goes to the internet and posts we just chilling. But in that post that we just chilling, do you not know how many times Apple's been changed? Has Apple had a bath the entire time you've been there? We talking about some real shit. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not going to post anything on social media, but what's really going on behind behind the scenes? Apple didn't take a bath 2 weeks, her whole time at her sister's house. If you was gonna say that don't make sense to me. I went and visited Apple. I started braiding her hair. We ran out of hair. Originally her sister was supposed to braid her hair. I just did it. Because that's my friend. And I want her to feel good about herself. So if I go to my friend's house, I visited my friend for 7 hours. You know how many times she was changed? The only time I asked. The only time Apple was changed was when I asked, are you wet? Am I lying, Apple? When I go to those, when you was in a nursing home, at any given time I went in there, them nurses know what's up with me. Because why is she not changed? Why is this not done? When Apple arm was infected twice, if you hear every single day, I had to call the paramedics. Every single day, Apple was in the hospital. I called that arm got infected both times. I called the paramedics. What is y'all doing? You can't tell me you there all day, every day. This is the important, vital thing. Shit, how Apple don't look? What does that have to do with the money that people donated her so that she can get physical therapy? Apple was at Dominique. Let's be real. Apple at Dominique House for 2 weeks. You got out of the hospital on August 12th, the day of my charity event. You got out the hospital. The reason I wasn't there because I had a charity event, a backpack event on Slauson and Mother Crenshaw. So that's the reason I wasn't there when Apple got out of the hospital. It ain't been no month. We on the 23rd. She left yesterday. That's 2 weeks. Let me ask you this, Apple. So it's cool for your sister definitely goes to the internet and posts we just chilling. But in that post that we just chilling, do you not know how many times Apple's been changed? Has Apple had a bath the entire time you've been there? We talking about some real shit. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not going to post anything on social media, but what's really going on behind the scenes? Apple didn't take a bath 2 weeks, her whole time at her sister's house. If you was gonna say that don't make sense to me. I went and visited Apple. I started braiding her hair. We ran out of hair. Originally her sister was supposed to braid her hair. I just did it. Because that's my friend. And I want her to feel good about herself. So if I go to my friend's house, I visited my friend for 7 hours. You know how many times she was changed? The only time I asked. The only time Apple was changed was when I asked, are you wet? Am I lying, Apple? When I go to those, when you was in a nursing home, at any given time I went in there, them nurses know what's up with me. Because why is she not changed? Why is this not done? When Apple arm was infected twice, if you hear every single day, I had to call the paramedics. Every single day, Apple was in the hospital. I called that arm got infected both times. I called the paramedics. What is y'all doing? You can't tell me you there all day, every day. This is the important, vital thing. Shit, how Apple don't take a bath in for 2 weeks? How many times you took a bath in 2 weeks?
She give us just a bath for 2 weeks.
She's telling her business, is telling the real. If somebody getting on this mother's live and they acting like they doing something, just taking videos, it's more than taking a video. Anybody could drive to Vegas and say, you got 15 bands. You should have been driving to Vegas. Nobody don't know where the money at. Ain't nobody seen no bank receipt. Ain't nobody see that. Oh, you know, mother did see. Mother posted that they got $500 shoes for their kids for school. Period. How you can post that, but you can't show her where her money at? Right now, Apple should be in physical therapy. Apple could have paid. I told Apple you could have got Kaiser insurance. You could have paid less than $200 a month. That's what her money could have been used for, to pay so she could be walking again. I don't give a what nobody's talking about. Apple should have had her money so that she could have did what she needs to do. Let's talk about Apple kids. Apple kids need to be taken. They don't take care of themselves. Anybody can say what they want to say about Lily. Lily's been having those kids, been doing for those kids. Apple do for her kids, Lily for her kids. And that shit ain't free. So anybody can say what they want, but Lily been having those kids, and they don't take care of themselves. So while she's in the hospital for 4 months, and she has a party to help her sisters and kids.
I used to wonder why my period color sometimes changes. Know your Flow. Download Flow today.
Fuel up with the Wawa app and get 15 cents off per gallon. It's so easy. Just select your pump and pay in the app. Download, fuel up, and save 15.
It shouldn't be a problem. This has been years she's been having those kids back and forth with her and Apple. That shouldn't be a problem. What was the problem is when you get 15 bands and your sister don't got none of it. That's the problem. How does somebody gonna donate $15,000? Mother just donated for real. Really concerned, really want her to get better. And you're gonna tell me you can't show this lady where her money at? She ain't too wrong in her right mind. She know what's going on. Period. Yep. Yeah. You can talk about everything but where the money at. Let's talk about that. If you can't say where her money at, that was donated for her physical therapy, why are you talking about everything else? Why are you talking about the kids? And I can speak on this because from I don't have no bad rapport with Dominique, but I don't know what the bullshit. It's been a lot of bullshit. I've been thanked several times for being there and being really in it because I've really been there. I never came to social media. I never took no videos of Apple in her condition. I never took no pictures of Apple because I knew Apple was gonna bounce back. I don't want to see my friend like that. I want to see my friend getting back to herself. The Queen of LA, that's what I want to see, my friend. To me, it sounds like she was trying to be hindered from doing that. Because how you stop her therapy, you stop her taking showers, you stop every necessity. Fuck a video on social media when you posted that video just chilling. She had to take a shower. But you chilling? How that sound? That shit whack. Anybody can say what they want to say, but at the end of the day, where the money at? That's what Apple's saying. So all y'all that didn't, mother can understand what she's saying. What's up with her money though? The 15K, what's up with that? That everybody donated to. Apple didn't have medical expenses. Apple got Medi-Cal. Everything was paid for. The only thing that she needs paid for is her physical therapy. That stops.
I ain't had physical therapy in a month.
You haven't had physical therapy in a month. You haven't been taken care of properly while you were at your sister's house. I don't have no problem with Dominique. I ain't never got into a Dominique, but right is right and wrong is wrong.
Now what?
And it's no way
now,
that she can tell this girl when she's asking for her money, if it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have no money. But you a mother's wife. If it wasn't for Apple, you wouldn't have no money. Because that's what the money was donated to. But Apple got a lot of people behind her. It's a lot of people that's been there for Apple. I didn't think plenty of people there for Apple. It's a plenty of people who wanted to be there for Apple that was pushed away. All you gotta do is go back to the live videos. Can't nobody see my sister without me.
If you've been knowing about this and want to decide to come up here, you're not getting the password to get in. I'm telling you that right now. Ain't nobody getting no password. We don't need none of that. I understand that y'all friends and y'all kick it like that, but this time is for family. If you ain't here since day one, you will never be there. Close friends and all that. I don't care about that right now. Show me something. You know what I'm saying? Show me that y'all best friends.
So it's a lot of people that play the role to be able to see Apple. Because had a mother spoke up and said something while Apple was not coherent enough, when we wouldn't be able to see him. So that's the real. Y'all want to know what the real is? This the real.
And I try to go back to rehab. She won't let me go back.
Apple got a lawyer.
We get no help and nothing.
Crazy. Why you didn't go to rehab, Apple? Because what?
Dominique wouldn't let me go back. She said, why you trying to go back? You just did. Like, I need medical help. I need to get paid. I need to get changed. There's more to this just to drop me off. You know, I need more attention. And she wants
Sorry, y'all. The live probably clicked, but I'm gonna let you guys go. It's 3:47. Don't forget that I'm still able to get in contact with the court reporter tomorrow, but after that, we got to be mindful they're on vacation. So if you wanting copies for yesterday's testimonies, please send in the donations, you guys. My email is going at the top of the screen. Cash App is there, and when you email me, excuse me, just be specific who you are, and I'll talk to you guys in a few. It's almost morning time, so yeah, in a few. But thank you, y'all, for being here. Appreciate it.
God gave me a voice. He did not tell me what to sing, but he gave me the voice, so I'ma say anything. Oh, God gave me a voice. God gave me a voice. Did not tell me what to sing, so I'm gonna sing anything. God gave me a voice, so I'ma sing anything. Somebody help me out, say anything. Anything. Oh, say anything. Anything. God gave me a voice. God gave me a voice. Yeah, God gave me a voice. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Let's run it. Yeah. All right, let me get a drink. Let me get a drink. Came out the house. Give the royal elite. That is somebody's birthday tonight somewhere. And I know somebody's gonna celebrate tonight somewhere. I know one thing's for sure. I'm gonna put on my dancing shoes. And I'm gonna hit the floor. And go and accept the whole lot of I'm gonna step in the name of love. Step in the name of love. I'm gonna step. Woo! Hold on. Come on, man. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Let's run it. Yeah. All right, let me get a drink.
facts with what appeared to be the very same girl at the center of those investigations.
The stuff that's going on in the tape, you know, not to romanticize it, not to sensationalize it, it's horrifying. It's not healthy sexual relations.
For authorities who had previously dropped the complaints against Kelly due to lack of evidence, the videotape now offered the proof they had been looking for. Or so it seemed.
Kelly trial called off early today as Kelly's defense team claimed that they may be able to discredit a witness that was on the stand for the prosecution. SEAL TV's Randy Bellosomo joining us now from 26 in California with more on that. Hi, Randy.
Hi, Sean. It happened during the lunch break, and it took everyone by surprise. The defense said they have a witness they need to interview, but they can't do that until later tonight. After all had cleared courtroom 500 for the midday recess, Kelly's defense team threw a curveball at Judge Vincent Gahn. They claimed to be able to produce a witness who could discredit the testimony that was expected later in the day from an Atlanta woman who said she engaged in a three-way sexual encounter with both the defendant and the alleged victim in the case. Though the defense has fought her appearance for weeks now, all seemed clear for her to take the stand until this 11th hour move. In earlier testimony,
You know what's all